How you doing, everyone? Thanks for joining on today. Obviously, uh, poor Mr. Swindon only had one job on. Obviously, it's one of them things that just can't be helped when your work goes like that. I suppose him being right on top of Christmas is obviously not going to help. Everyone's probably still going out to do shopping. Uh, the good thing is about retro stuff is that I never run out. I've got too much of it. Obviously, I really did wanted to look into all these broken consoles. I must have about 11 there that's all broken. So that's true. So yeah, that's one good aspect. Obviously, yesterday, I think Mr. NK went on. I only had 4 in the stream. It wasn't worth me streaming. I don't normally like doing live streams when everyone else is on because it doesn't make any sense. Because everyone's all wants to go on the stream, and everyone's got their favourite, which is fair enough. It's just the way live streaming is. So, thought, right, okay, fair enough. I did have some help yesterday on this Spectrum. Obviously, thanks to Mr. Rockhouse, I couldn't get the revision of this board. Obviously, because I've got a couple of these. So, I've got a couple of these Spectrum Pluses. I've got another one in the cupboard somewhere. There's another one in the corner that makes it 4 in total. I've not got round to them yet. Because if I open the cupboard, it'll all fall out. It just will. It's literally brimmed to the top. I've given so much away on that front. So I'm trying. It's still not making a dent. It goes to show that they keep giving me more stuff. So and I went, oh right, okay. Not in a minute. I'm just loaded in this front room. I can't swing a cat in here. Well, I can, but it probably won't go too far, and I wouldn't recommend it. But this one, obviously, it wasn't done by me. This was obviously this coming broken with a job lot. There was Spectrum stuff. There was some Atari gear. There was an Atari 2600 amongst these. No power supply. That's the one I've got down there, and I found out that again trace damage, and I've now come to the conclusion it's got a broken pot. And for the love of God, I ordered these pots from America, which I ordered 3. I fixed one. Yeah, I can't find the other 2. And it's not surprising because everything else is bloody buried. For some reason, I thought this camera, this camera has literally been doing my Sweden. I can't grasp enough that it. Yesterday it was just getting diabolical. So in the end, I felt I just wanted to rip the camera out and just bin it. Literally just bin it. I thought I can't. So I found another camera. I found the Git, right? I used this one, the Git 2. A little bit better sort of in quality. Not great. Still in 720 at the end of the day. But I thought anything better than this bloody 4K. But the 4K is night and day difference. You can see the quality. The grain on this is not good. I've just tried it. But guess what? It still freezes up. So obviously it can't be 2 cameras doing the same thing. So I can only put it down to the hub itself that's causing the problem. Obviously. So what I've done, I changed the port, and well, it seems to be alright at the minute, but you know how that goes. Obviously it'll be alright one minute and not the next. So yesterday I couldn't get the revision on the board. Out of all the revisions, there's revisions 1 all the way up to revision 6. This is a 4S. No one could get the schematics on a 4S on that front until Mr. Hotcow's coming, and that geezer's a legend. Even Mr. JFix did try. He pulled an image off a live video, but it wasn't great. I couldn't see where the traces went. Obviously, it's got a massive section missing where they've obviously done, delaminated part of the board. So now there's no traces. There's no solder mask. I can't tell where 2 transistors went. Obviously, that was causing the issue to pull the image through to the rest of the board. Until Mr. Rockcow's come in, he literally found not only a top, but he found the bottom in detail, which helped me because now I've navigated and done some bypassing yesterday. And guess what? We got a partial picture, but he still had a problem. Unfortunately, Mr. J Fix, thank you for joining, my friend. Thank you. Yes, and then we come up to the conclusion, it had a bad ULA chip at the end of the day. Now these ULA chips, well, do actually get a replacement because you can't buy the original. £40, but you can buy a complete working board of a Spectrum Plus for 35. Ludicrous. And the only other way is that you buy a programmer and an IC chip, and then you need to take the information off and then reprogram it. I haven't got time for that, and I haven't even got the knowledge there to do that. Obviously, on that front, I've not even attempted it. So I'm afraid to say this still can't be fixed because due to bad ULA chip on it, and it's the most expensive chip out the bloody lot that ends up going. Lucky enough, my other one, I took the chip out. I didn't put it into that one, but we did try this. Stu actually come in. Yeah, thanks Stu for popping in. Stu recommended, he said take it out, try it in the working one, and it did. It actually come up. We got no display, we just got a black border. So obviously this chip's gone bad, so it can't be fixed. So I wrote a little note to actually saying that chip's gone bad and I can't test it any further. So that's a shame. So obviously bloody chips end up being too bloody expensive on the Spectrum. That's a no-go. What I want to do today, obviously this is my working one. I want to put this back on because this is an emulation of a tape cart. Because the issue I'm having now, my friend bought me a very rare cassette. Let me show you the cassette, the one he bought for the Spectrum. Where is it? We did have it somewhere. Yeah, right, okay. Oh, man. Fucking hell, I can't even find it. No. It's up there somewhere, isn't it? Here it is. That's the one. Right. Unfortunately, this cassette here, right, this was broadcasted in they programmed it in 1979, got launched in 81, right? And it's got it on there. It's for the ZX81 and the 16K, but this came out in 1981. So this is not far from coming up for nearly 50 years, right? This is a very rare game that was designed for the Spectrum. Now my friend purchased this, obviously for a Christmas box, and it's a proper, you got all the proper insert on it. But because there's not many of these on these fronts, this is an ultra rare game. But unfortunately, and it's got 1981 on it, it doesn't work. And he paid, which he did, because I did check the price of this up, he paid £50 for that at the end of the day. Absolutely ludicrous because of the rarity. They didn't make many of these because it was done in like a 3D environment. And it showed off the 3D graphics actually on the Spectrum. So I couldn't play this because obviously there was nothing wrong with the cassette deck that I used, because I used one of my Panasonic set decks, and it really is not fussy with what it plays. But unfortunately, I couldn't get this to load. So lucky enough that I bought this tape cart, which runs on emulation. So it emulates. It runs on a micro SD card, so it still thinks that you're running the tapes, the original tapes from it at the end of the day. So it's not as if, and I did manage to find that actually on the file, so I could actually play it to see what it was like. Yeah, a bit mad with the price now, so I didn't realise the rarity of that game. They obviously didn't make many of them on that front. So I want to put this back together, because obviously I took this out because one, the other Spectrum, it had, when I looked at the keyboard, right, the keyboard on here, you could see it had chunks missing out of it, and also the colour was faded, right, and the keys didn't feel great. It just didn't feel great on it. Wow, I just looked up, it's worth 70 now, there you go. So I'm not mucking about. When I say the rarity factor, they only made, I'm pretty sure they only made 1,000 of these, sold well into the UK. That was it. The company went out, they only lasted 1 year. And then obviously the software that actually made for it. So yeah, even with that not tested, I will still get my money, the money back for what it's worth. But I'm going to keep it for the rarity factor. Obviously, I can't seem to get it to work on that front. So yeah, what I've done with the other Spectrum, obviously this one, it had this casing. Obviously, colour's better, and there's no chunks missing of this Spectrum, and it's in really good nick. So what I had to do, why MK was streaming, because I was streaming yesterday, I thought I'll end the stream, it's not worth it, I'm going to watch MK while I do this. I took out all the individual keys, cleaned them, and swapped all the keys over, because obviously to make one decent one, because obviously the ULA chip's gone in there at the end of the day. So I want to put this back on so it looks like it. So it looks like the Spectrum Plus 2 on that front, because obviously they've done the Plus and the Plus 2 on that, but I'm going to need to take the screws out. I want to do a mod on my original Xbox, which I haven't got round to doing yet because I've been busy doing. I've still got the record player to sort out, but there's no point me ordering capacitors because I'm not going to get them in time. The chances are it's going to get lost. I'm still waiting for the bench power supply. I had notification this morning, it is now turned up in the UK. Mr. PCDD would have got these. He ordered these a couple of days before I ordered mine. Obviously, he had to cough up £60 in import fees. Now, he paid £140 for his machine and he had to cough up £60, which the £50, I think it was £48 something in fees, in import fees, and he had to pay £12 handling charge. Mine's going to be a little bit dearer. I paid £163 for mine. So mine's going to be roughly around about probably just over 70 quid in fees. Yeah, not cheap. So, but we still got a good deal regardless, because I checked the price up on eBay and the exact same one was actually nearly £270 of the same bench power supply. And it is the most powerful one they do. It's the 1440 watt power supply on that front. At 60, I think it was 60 volt. Is it 6? No, it's at 1440 watts at 60 amps. That's it, something like that. It's mad. It uses buck converter technology. That's why. That's probably what these ones have got. They've got like a form of buck converter to give it a kick to get the voltage up at the end of the day. But this one's obviously the most powerful one they ever done. So I've put that on. Someone 3D printed that because I had to join the backpackers to get that. You cannot buy these for love or money. They're tape emulator on that front. So yeah, you can only get them through the backpackers on that. So the Kickstarting program that done with the Spectrums, obviously they only done 500 of these, and they weren't cheap. It was about 120 quid to back it. But that guarantees you a 3D print on there. And I opened it up. I thought it was going to be a Raspberry Pi inside it to boot it. No, it's an actual proper board. It looks quite complex. I did open it up on there. So they've done a fantastic job. Obviously, it emulates a tape situation for the actual Spectrum, and it comes with all the leads, so you can actually jump it straight on to the microphone and all that. But that one's back anyway, so I ain't got to open that up again. Now, what I want to do is I want to do the OG Xbox. Now, Rusty Russ, obviously, he's modded each one. This one's a bit more complex because this is the version 1.6. The one he had was a 1.4 or a 1.3 on that front. The only downside to this revision, this is the last of the revision. I had to pay someone to mod this because obviously to put them chips on, it's got to be soldered directly to the board, and with the 1.6 it has to go onto the actual CPU itself. Really complex. Obviously the bloke that done it, he don't stream. I said, would you do a video on it? He said, no, sorry, I can't. He said, I'm too busy. So, and he only charged me £70, and I think that was a reasonable to do all of the headache. It was well worth the £70 to do the. Not only that, was including the mod chip as well, so it's got the proper mod chip inside it. All I've done was upgraded and put a 1 TB drive in and redone. I've just flashed over the software. So all I've done was just put it in a PC, copied it, and put it straight on. So I had no setting up, none of the issues of trying to wash them done it. It literally took about half hour to do. So, and I have put some games on it. But the revision, as I put, this is a 1.6 or 1.6B on that one. Now I did ask Mr. Rusty Russ. He said you can upgrade the RAM on it because this has got 64. So upgrade it to 128. He said it's a lot more complex, and that's the trouble on that. So yeah, they're not exactly more friendly. See, he said even that he said they'd probably struggle to do. Well, there you go. That is the last of the revision. All I've done was took the cap out, the capacitor, the clock capacitor, and replaced it. Because if you take it out, it just keeps asking for the time and date. So I actually bought I bought a couple of them, and I bought a Rubicon to put inside it, the Rubicon version, because it's a much better cap. Obviously they're just using cheap caps. So yeah, what I want to do is undo her, and I want to do an LED mod on this, which I haven't done. Obviously it's got, I've done all the LEDs at the front, so this lights up all multicoloured. I've done the actual port itself, but I want to actually put a strip, an LED strip down the side, and all down the side of it. Now, Mr. Stew's obviously showed me his one. He's done his one up really lovely. He's lit up all the Xbox logo. He did show me a picture on it, on that front. So, obviously I've got this, right? These are basically just 5 volts. It's not going to be fantastic, but it will give it off a nice glow on obviously the crystal cases. Mr. Rusty Russ one is obviously the black solid ones on that front. I don't know how Mr. Stew's done his one, but he's lit up all the logo on that. And yeah, I've got to admit, it does look really nice. That looks actually quite cool on here, but obviously. Yeah, I wanted to see that Stu's Xbox. Yeah, he showed me it. He actually showed me it. He's really. I'll tell you what, Mr. J Fix is absolutely. I like the way he's done it. It's again, he's done the same as me. He's lit up all the ports. He's done. That was actually quite easy to do, but getting these off and apart were a bloody nightmare to do. It's actually 3-part system. It comes off, and you still have to take it off, and there's a back plate that has to come off, and then there's another plate for that to come off to get to all the LEDs. Because you could buy the kits. The kits are only about 25 quid, but obviously the LED ports on there, they don't light up. But I already done these, so I just actually used these 12 volts, and I run because it was 12 volt. I actually used these. So there was multicoloured. You can have solid. I've got some coloured solid ones, but I used the multicoloured on the 12 volt, and I put a 1k ohm resistor in between it. So obviously you don't need to at the end of the day, because they were 12 volt. Anything if it was 5 volt, because you can get 5 volt LEDs and 12 volt LEDs. I still optimise the 12s, so it'll only go as bright as it can, limit its power. So obviously I didn't need to put the 1k ohm resistor on it, on that front, but it pepped it up a little bit. It made it a little bit brighter on that front. So obviously it does. It all shows through. Mr. Stew's one, he's done exactly the same. Obviously, I think I forgot what colour he's got, but it's actually quite a nice one. But he's lit all this up green. It's really lit up green. So I want to get this off. Get these there. These are going to be bloody torque screws, aren't they? So yeah, of course they are. hopefully I might be able to do, because I've got a couple of games on it, because the Xbox original was, I think it's one of those consoles always underestimated, always. Such a shame. They got slated on that front, but they definitely were worth getting modded, 100%. I'll show you what they've done to it. They've done it all properly. Now, obviously, you're going to have really big, long fucking screws on these. So, You won't get the screws muddled up because they're all the same. I don't know where the feet's gone. Don't know what's happened to the feet. It obviously fell off somewhere. I can always order some more. So yeah, this is only the 64K version instead of the 128. You can put 256 on it, but obviously you've got to flash it. Oh, I haven't. It's beyond my expertise, and I've got too many consoles to try and fix anyway, and other stuff. It's a shame. I like this one because this one's got a clutch mechanism. So if you hold it, right. You can turn it, but the other one, them Bosch ones, I only bought this one because the battery don't last long, and it was cheap at the end of the day. I don't want to end up like Mr. Swindon with about 4 or 5 screwdrivers. That made me laugh. But again, that's what you want. You want something that you can torque it and then shut off. That's the ideal one that you really want. Oh, so tell a lie. This ain't 1 terabyte. It ain't. It's a 2. I put a 2 terabyte Barracuda in on this one. So I thought it was a 1 terabyte. It's actually a 2 terabyte. It's a 2 terabyte Barracuda. And all I've done was I upgraded, put a new belt on because and the ribbon cable had to be changed. And the Rusty Russ had the same problem. I forgot, when you're doing these mods, you need a certain type of SSD controller. So you have to go from, because the originals was a 40 pin, they would have only been 10 gigabytes maximum on the original OGs. So I had to upgrade the back plate, the ribbon cable, and obviously I put a new belt in. But let's take these out, see if these have come out. Oh, that's a lot. Because I want to get down the side and up front. Is that they're not put in, have they? I don't think they have. No, I don't think so. Let's take these out. Right, so now these ain't. And I'll give her what I've done. I totally put I put fresh thermals in, right? So fresh thermals, and that front. Let me turn this down for a minute. So I've got fresh thermals I'll put back in. I need to get that one out. I don't think that will come out from there. No, it won't. Where's that other? Where's that torque screwdriver? I'll show you the chip that he's put in. He's put another chip in this. It's got Cebios and all the other stuff on it. He's really done a good job. Very clean, very clean. And these ain't the easiest things to do, the OGs. At the end of the day, I think the biggest issue is setting these up. These are a bloody nightmare to set up. Obviously, yeah. It's in Chilling Relax, the general chat on the Discord. Oh yeah, there you go. Let me grab my phone. It's on charge, and I'll show you. It's actually quite nice. Let me open her up. Hold up, where's Discord? There you go. Let me go into general. Stu, whereabouts is it? I can't see it on my chat. I'm in the general thing. Obviously that was the There's so many bloody... obviously, this is the issue I was having yesterday with the Spectrum. Until Charles come in and he nailed it in one. So that really helped. It's my Xbox. It's near the top. Right, okay. Thank you, my friend. Let me scroll all the way up to the top. Oh no. Bloody hell. It's the only thing when you've... Jesus. That's the only thing is... my phone's going too quick. Right, here we go. So, JPEG image. Is that one? Oh no, that's that big goofer. That's that big wreck. No, wait, hang on a minute. Where's Stu? Right, it's actually because I see it on there. He's done. He's really nice. I did like it. It was actually. There we go. That's Stu. So Stu's been added in. Mr. Worms. Mr. Worms at the moment is working on my Atari boards. He did pop into MK's chat yesterday because he was doing his controllers. Bloody hell. Keep the change, you filthy animal. I love that. I love that scene. Right. Nope, still scrolling. Blimey. And that's when we had the Furbies. Oh no. So... Holy smokes. It's the only thing when on Discord. Messages. No wonder their servers get full up. Mr. Christopher, that's Mr. Chris. He was obviously, he's been a great help. Hold up, what's these? There we go, found them. Right, now this is obviously Mr. Stu's Xbox. Now he's done one much better. He's obviously put that on there. So he's put like a clock, like a digital thing on one side, but he's lit all these up green. So he's kept it with the green theme on that front. Yeah, he's done that really, really nicely. It's fancy. So, yeah, if I go back, so he's lit, you see what he's done with the logo? He's lit all the logo up. So, again, it's all custom lit. So he's kept with the green theme of the original, but obviously give it a little bit of a kick on that front. Obviously, the Xbox crystals are all more fancier on that front. But yeah, I like the way he's done that. But again, you've got a 3D print. You've got to cut all the facial plate out, which is on here. So you imagine that where this is, you've got to cut this section out to put that clock in. So, yeah, what does that small screw... That can keep an eye on your thermals on that front. And also you can have it like to see what you've got left on your hard drive. I did look at these. And you can buy them from AliExpress. I've seen them. I forgot how much they are. The only downside is, right, to do what Mr. Stu's done there, you've got to cut at least about that much away from your Xbox. So it's not far from above port 3 and 4. So it's just under the 3. So it takes up about that much. So this will have to be cut out by a Dremel. Then obviously you're going to have to cut the back shielding out behind it. Obviously it's a metal shield on there, so that will give you a clearance, because obviously the time this goes on, right, you don't want it hitting against this. So obviously the panel can't really be no thicker than, because I did look at this. So let's see if this camera don't pack up. So the only difference is that between that and that, that's about as much room as you got to put that in, because obviously this has to go behind it. Unless you cut this away, then you can clear the display image on it. Now the only downside is, if you don't do this, you butcher the case, right? So what they compensated for it is cut it as neat as you can with a fine hacksaw, but then you're going to need a 3D print, a plate to go over it, because obviously you're going to see a cut on these because it wasn't designed for it on that front. I don't really want to do it on this crystal because these crystals, or it ain't the rare, but they're more rarer than some of the others. Obviously it drives the price up. So obviously the mod that's been done on this is that I'm better off just doing what I'm doing. Just literally take it off the 5-volt rail, because that's what these lights are going to be anyway. They're going to be roughly around about that. No, don't do it like, no, don't do it on the crystal. No, I wouldn't do it on the crystal. It's just a temperature and fan speed. You can put custom firmware on it, so you can keep an eye on all your thermals and your time and date and how much, you know, drive space you got left in that front. I'm not going to do it on the crystal because it will butcher it, and I want to keep it as a stock, but make it a little bit more fancy in that front. Obviously, these cases don't take too kind, because obviously you're going to crack them and split them. So I don't know how you pull these off, because these are glued, factory glued. So if you tried ripping this off, the chances are you're going to break your case and crack that Xbox, like the logo on it, on that front. So what you might be able to do, even these, you can't even take these off, because these are soldered, sort of like hot glued. This is where Mr. Worms are going. These have been hot glued spots to actually keep the heat shield, the shielding on the front. Obviously you don't want it like all fancy where you can see inside it, but you can, if you could have got round it, I suppose you could put, what you could have done is try to put an LED light and run a small wire to light all this up underneath, so that this gives off a glow, like a little blue glow. You can put like a ring round that. It depends how far you want to go with customization at the end of it, but you don't really want to start butchering these cases. Yeah, they've been back slightly, so to remove the metal shield. Yeah, you can, you can, but the trouble is, these, I've already can see these are not easy to get off because of that. I can actually see that they've been like a form of glued or something, unless they're like a poppet to actually go on. Because I would have put a little custom little LED light around it. So that's obviously just what Mr. Stu's done on these. Obviously black's gonna pop the colours more. So with this is acting more like a diffuser. So obviously it's because it's like a frosted effect, but this will show the colours much more brightly on that front. So I thought it's just a little touch. You haven't got to go around it, but I don't really want to butcher the case if I can help it. You'll just ruin it. You will. Once you've done that, it's you know, you've done it. So no, I ain't going to cut out no display on this one. It's an amazing video I shared in Discord. Let's go to Mr. JFix. The legend. There you go. So obviously.
We do have the leather jacket, so we're ready to go. But we do have one box.
Back in the year 2000, Microsoft would announce its entry into the console wars with the Xbox, which would change the video game landscape forever. But it's not the announcement that interests me, rather the prototype they used to do it. This massive, solid metal enclosure in the shape of an X with a glowing green jewel at its core was so different from what we've seen in the past.
That's beautiful.
And while the eventual Xbox we got looked nothing like it, the metal prototype left an impression on me, as I'm sure it did many others.
Don't tell me he's going to make one very similar to that. Oh yeah, it's nuts.
It cost $18,000 to manufacture back then, or $36,000 today when adjusted for inflation. This was Microsoft's answer to the juggernaut.
36k. He made his own, but Jesus.
The outrageous design and staggering cost beg the question:
Oh wow, look at that.
The Xbox prototype.
That's beautiful. Well, obviously, I'll leave the link in the description so you guys can sort of like you can have a look at it. But that goes to show that is astronomical. But then you need a really hefty 3D printer and a lot of skill to polish that to make that look really nice on there. That looks like that's took him a hell of a long time to actually try and do. Beautiful, no? Just what you need on that front. But unbelievable. Was everyone else? Because everyone else, I noticed, Mr. JFix, when you was broadcasting live, your stream was playing up. It was really buffering. You lowered the bit rate down. Yesterday, mine was playing up, and I've got a 50 meg connection, so I can stream at 4K, and I can not even have an issue with streaming at 4K on that front. It pushes the boundary to its limit, but I had to lower mine down from 7 down to 6,000, which, you know, I thought, wow. I think it's just a bloody YouTube thing. I think they just like, you know, they just like bloody playing up. Where's my, can I call you mister? Bloody YouTube, I tell you, even the algorithm's fucking screwed up. Yeah, mine was poor Wi-Fi. Yeah, but mine was playing up really bad yesterday, really bad. And I've never, that was the first time that's ever done that. And like I said, I've got a 50 meg connection, so it shouldn't have really, you know, like I said, I could really push mine to 4K for streaming. But even that, I lowered it right the way down, just below 10. Obviously the 1080, and it was just buffering, so I could only put it down to, obviously the servers were really poor, just really poor. Yeah, because you haven't got the greatest of Wi-Fi. Obviously you know, that's the only thing when you've got things like that, it doesn't do it any justice. You know, especially if you're trying to stream, you want a reliable source. But that Xbox is beautiful. Yeah, I'm running a temporary Ethernet, so when I stream, yeah, that actually, yeah, temporary Ethernet connection. Yeah, I would say that's a sensible thing, because you want to try and eliminate anything that's wireless. Even though if you've got to have a 30-meter cable running all the way along, try and go for a Cat 6, you know. Yeah, I really get a good internet, so it's just a Wi-Fi issue. Yeah. Wi-Fi has always been poor. It's never been great to start with, to be honest. That front. Bloody internet. We're supposed to live in the 21st century. That, you know, technology's evolved and it's absolutely useless. I wouldn't trust it. I mean, all right, it ain't like the dial-up days back in the early 90s. You know, I only had 1 kilobyte. I'm out in the garage. Yeah. You will do. Yeah. Well, that's you've got a good explanation. That's the reasons why you're having an issue on that front. So yeah, you can't moan at that. But that might be your best bet. Try and run a really long cable and hardwire it if you're going to do your streaming, and then just unplug it after. What are you doing next to this Xbox? Well, what I really want to do, Chris, I really want to put some custom LED lights in, right? Obviously, I've got to get to it, because the wires are obviously running behind here as well. I've got to get this bloody screw out, and they're so deep. They're about that deep to go all the way down. So I've got this LED kit. Right, 60 RGB. The good thing is you can cut these, and these are only about a £5. They're not that dear. So obviously these are probably going to run off the top of my head about 5.2 volts on that front, and you'll easily, they're low powered, very, and here's 2 meters. Comes with a remote. It's one of these cheap Chinese rubbish at the end of the day. You can see it. It's even got one of these on there. And then what I want to do is put them all the way around the casing, right? And obviously trying to come up and just light up a little bit at front. So it give it a little bit of a pep. Obviously I've done the custom LEDs behind it, which I don't know if this camera can pick it up, but I've done. I'll show you once I get this. It'll go in more detail, and I can show you the chip. I've just got bloody trying to find. I can't get anything to get down here because obviously these are like a special socket. I'm just trying to have a look to see if there was anything. Yeah, I think this one did. So let me see if we got anything to do with. I'll take this one out. So I thought, well, Mr. Swindon's obviously fixed the PlayStation. So I thought, well, I might as well jump on. Otherwise, it just becomes boring, doesn't it? You know, you've got nothing to do. I'm like Andy. I do like to watch a good stream up front. Now I didn't really want that one. Where's the other gun? All I'm hearing is the same Christmas songs being played over and over again. I really wish they would change the Christmas song range. Just jazz it up a bit at the end of the day. Don't keep playing the same songs over and over. It's sort of like, it's enough to drive you bonkers. Mind you, it's only literally, it's next week, isn't it? So it's obviously gone around very quick. Mr. Pico should be finishing soon at work, so obviously he got a very fancy Christmas present bonus from his employees. Yeah, I was very impressed, and I went, well, good on him, he deserves it. Obviously he's worked hard, raised them a lot of money on that front. Yeah, and I was actually quite surprised how much money I've raised for charity. I didn't realise how much it was until I looked. Yeah. It's a fair chunk that I've raised, and I'm really quite proud. Obviously, I'm still carrying on, but I did check. I did show Mr. Stew on the stream how much I did raise for. Obviously, it's like you don't think about it. You just raise public funds, and it's all gone to a good donation. So this is why I like the looking forward to Sunday to the stream. But obviously, I've got my friends. My pest control friends, ex-employees I worked alongside with, it's their Christmas do, and it ain't till 7:30, so I've got to leave at 7. So I hopefully to get a little bit in, so I can watch a little bit. Just very unfortunate, and I thought, oh bloody, I wish they could have done it on the Monday, because then I wouldn't have had to miss the stream. So it is what it is. It can't be helped. When you want, when you want to find something and then you can't find it on that front. No, it's obviously always one of those moments that things get put down and then you forget where you put them. He's literally thinking, oh no, they haven't gone down too great. Oh, that's one good bit of news. My power supply has reached the destination. It's in the country, so it's obviously mine was in the Netherlands. When I had a look, and when I checked this morning, it's now reached the UK customs. So now obviously it's got to be inspected. It's probably still going to take another couple of days to reach, and obviously time's ticking away. So I'm hoping to get it before Christmas for next week. I should do. I can't see why not. I don't know if Mr. PCDD has actually received these. He was supposed to got his yesterday. Obviously paying the import and customs duty taxes. So yeah, I've got mine to come, but mine's going to be more than these, unfortunately. Because he paid 140, I paid 163, so obviously mine's going to be a little bit more. But I did check the price of them. The price of them are now back up to full price. They're 235, which you don't really want to pay. is because the import on 235 is going to be virtually nearly £100. It's going to be absolutely mad. Well, for the love of God, I can't find my little screwdriver set, which I thought I had up here. Wow. It ain't up there. How the bloody hell am I going to undo this without the what's this one? Can I use that? No. Too big. Can I use that little screwdriver? No, too small. For crying out loud. You're telling me I can't freaking take these out. Alright, what about that one then? Is that an Allen key? Oh, look at that. In top one. Allen key fitted it. Don't worry, I'll use an Allen key. That's done its job. Right, cool. I can put all this back in. I don't need that. I can't find it all. I don't know where it is. Yeah, I think what I'll do with mine is I'll sell me Rockseed, and that pays for all the import and taxes. So that way it keeps the cost down, which makes sense. And there obviously ain't no, I don't think there is. No, there ain't. It's only one. Wow, only one holding all that in. Yeah, so obviously Mr. Rusty Russ has obviously done his RAM upgrade on that. I think he's only put a 1 terabyte drive in these. I didn't know. I thought I only put 1 terabyte in. Oh look, there's another one right there. For crying out loud. That Xbox is not fancy. No, can't get in there. Right, okay. Same thing again then. Use an Allen key. No, the Allen key is not going in. Wow. You surprised me. Now that's not going in for some reason, so it looks like there's an odd one in there. Why does everything just wants to be awkward? It just wants to, everything just wants to be awkward. No, we're going to play awkward today. Oh, crying out loud. Drop down on the floor. There you go. Dark brown carpet obviously don't help. Let's read what Mr. Swindon says. The benefits. What benefits do you get with RAM? That's a very good question, Mr. Swindon. The benefits, sir, is that games can take full advantage, not for a couple of reasons. One, games load much faster. Unless you upgrade to an SSD, then you can sort of speed it up on that front. Games then can obviously, it will give you the options once you've got it customized, because then you can select the RAM of what RAM you want running to the game. So if you opened it, you can have it benefit to 128 or the 256. You can actually then push it so that you'll see the game then be much more fluent at 60 frames. It will get to near enough its capacity. And that's really about it. It's really more towards aiming for not so much boot up. You might get a little bit quicker on boot up, but not much, because obviously when it's customized like this, it has to go through a process, because obviously you've got the hypervisor in these, and it has to all go through the security, what the original Xbox is being bypassed. So it will still take a little while to go through that bypass situation. So that all it really benefit for really is for playing the games. You won't see no difference in that and anything else, and it'll just run a little bit better. Yeah, just runs certain games. Yeah, on a few, a little make it better. Then that makes the N64. Yeah, emulation. Mr. Stew's right. Emulation of the N64 can be a little bit sluggish on that front, depending how much you're going. It runs much smoother when using the XB for gamers. Yes, I think this is what this has got, XB for gamers, that front. So again, I don't really notice it, even for 64, because it still runs pretty smooth at the end of the day, depending that I put a good drive in this. So obviously it's a Barracuda drive. These Barracudas obviously are a little bit more versatile, and it's a much smoother experience. Obviously any IDE sort of drive, the slave drives on these ain't great by anyone's standards. I don't care what ones you put in. You can go for the black. Obviously you want these to really spin up about 74 to 7. I think based on these are 72,000 RPM on most of these. This one's a 74 RPM, a little bit quicker on the platters, spins up a bit quicker on that front, so it does give it a little bit more of a stop that lagging on that. But it's obviously I've only put a couple of games on it. I've got stacks of stuff. To be honest, I just love the fun of owning one. Regardless that yesterday I've managed to put I've done the PlayStation 4 yesterday, and I've got the disc come through. So now I've got the golden pen on the PS4, and I put custom firmware on that. So obviously, because to downgrade them is a bit involving, but I didn't upgrade it because the maximum was up to 12.02, and then after that, then obviously the higher the revision on the firmware, you can't. It is still on the market, but it does make it a lot more difficult, and you lose out on functions and the bits. So that was my highest that was already on there. I didn't upgrade it. I just left it 1202, and I put the disc in. But the only downside is I have to keep putting the disc in when I turn it on and off. So it's a small price to pay. But again, I've put all the custom stuff on that, and it looks quite good. Are you working on the Chilto arcade games that you can play? Well, that's just it. Obviously, I've got that bar top underneath, and I still don't know that they have been fixed, do they? They work. Well, yes and no. The issue that I've got a couple of Pandora's boxes, and also I've got the 5000 3-in-1. So basically, you've got all the emulations. The only downside is that I'm having issues. That mapping is the biggest key. Obviously, I've got iPACs, USB iPACs, and I've programmed them into the USB iPAC. The only downside is it's not utilising all its functionality. Now, normally Pandora's boxes, obviously, they duplicate a lot of the games. So you might have about 17 of the one game on there. So, 8-bit, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for joining. So yeah, they have been, they're partially working, but for some reason I can't pair them up on the iPACs. I'm still having issues with the iPAC pairing on that front. I can get some of it. I can get the up, down, left, and right. I can't seem to pair up the fire button, the start and the select, and also on one of them they've been muted. Even though it boots up, the game's been muted, and I can't turn it up for some reason. So that's another one of the Pandora's boxes, and that's the trouble with these Pandora boxes. They're not the easiest, and they are a bit finicky. So I've sort of given up on it, put it back underneath there until something else comes on the market. So, because I really do want to put something in there, because I mean, I can do a Raspberry Pi, but Raspberry Pi is running on sort of a Linux operating system, and as everyone knows, try to run Linux, right, with a Raspberry Pi system, it's not easy to set up because everything's written in code. So obviously you're going to have to go in, write certain code to make sure, because the iPAC won't see it. If you plug that in, it just sees it as blank. It doesn't even detect it. So I did manage to put the drivers, but I still couldn't get it paired up. So it still didn't see the iPAC even though I installed it, because again, you've got to sign the code to actually make it for the actual ISOs. It's really complex to go in, but God, it really took me round the houses. I've spent hours on it trying to fathom it out, and in the end I just turned it off. It gave me an headache, so I went turn it off. Just turn it off. I'll put it up there. It's a Raspberry Pi 4 B+. So yeah, I didn't get round on that front. So yeah, not the easiest things, Chris, on that front to actually set up. They obviously are really challenging. Now I might have to break out my. Someone's put this has got an odd screw in, and that's not helped me because I need a special bit. Unless I've got it in here. Let's have a look. It's got like it's a hex, so it's one of these, right, with a hole in. So it's a special security key bit to stop you from tampering with it. Bit like what Nintendo put on. Bit like this. So basically, you can't really see it, but it's got a hole in. Missed call. Hold up, I've got a missed call. Let me. Sorry guys, yeah, no, it's not answering. I did try the Steam Deck. Now Andy was talking about, obviously, Steam Decks. Obviously, now the one that I bought the Nero, which I bought this one here, right? Now this one's obviously, at the moment, it's still on the Black Friday sale, right? This one's got 8 buttons, right? So if you haven't got many overlays on your OBS, perfect. At the end of the day, this was 60 quid. Wasn't too much. The good thing is, though, Andy, if you ever do want to look into doing these, you've got touch buttons, right? And basically, you can keep adding pages to it anyway. But to be honest, I'm like you. I haven't got that many overlays. So all I've managed to use, I've used up all of my 8 overlays on there, which is perfect because I've obviously a double one that's got 14 buttons. And you've got like so many transitions, but it's not the end of the world because you've only got to touch it and then you can go to the next page. So it'll do its job, and you just push a button and. That's better. Sorry, Anne. Yeah, you're right. Bloody thing switched off. It's not a day that goes past. It's actually, yeah. Let me explain that again. Right. So yeah, I can see it on there. So obviously on this one, I've set up a couple of transitions. Obviously with the overlay, I press OBS that boots the actual operating system up. Right. Live stream goes straight to my camera, which you're seeing. I can record it while I'm live. Record the function. I can mute and then bring it back and take it off. So obviously, like, you can press a button. Web page will just take you straight into the web page situation. I can end stream it. So if I bring up or the 4K camera, so or and then come straight back to it. To be honest, that's about as much good. Obviously, I could turn the stream music off, so mute it, turn it back on. I can actually then, like, you can mute all the other stuff from the beginning of that as well. To be honest, and you can keep adding pages and adding pages. You can go back, obviously you can turn the volume up or mute the bottom. So you can actually, I've got it on 100% at the moment. So, and then you've got all different, these come standard. You can take these off if you wanted to. You could take a screenshot, desktop. You can put emojis, it bring emojis up. There's links that you can actually put on for YouTube, Twitch, X. These come standard, pre-installed. You don't have to touch these at the end of the day. But you have to install the software. But these are really good. And this, to be honest, you don't really want one that's got 14 or 15 buttons. So for 60 quid, I think that's really good. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I like the mute. Yeah, because basically, like you said, obviously this froze up yesterday. Obviously, a bit like everything else freezes up on a live stream. So if I can actually, I'm pushing it off and it's coming back on. I'm only pushing the button and then that's it. You can customize the buttons how you want it. You can change the text. You can make it small or big. And the software does it all for you. You can punch in what you want it to. You can actually even customize and add your own logo if you wanted to. You drag and drop it and it will squash it automatically. It doesn't matter how big the icon is, it will do it automatically for you. Really good. And again, you can order time and date, or you can put a weather effect on it, what it's like outside, or temperature inside and the front. So yeah, and they're basically just all touch. So they're unlimited pages. So, but I don't really use no more than what I'm using now, and even that is about as maximum I'm going to use it for. But it's just easy because I could just push a button and transition it. So I would say, yeah, and it comes with about a meter lead on that front, so it's more than enough to actually put it on top of your computer or actually on the desk. That front, but yeah, I'd say definitely ordering one today. That's the Elgato. That's the Elgato Nero of that front. I did add the box. Oh yeah, here it is. The box is here. Now the only downside is, Andy, right? The only problem you're going to run into the same problem as what I run into. My computer does not use USB Type C. This will not give you the adapter. You will need a USB Type C adapter to go into a USB. And that's what I've done. Lucky enough, I bought two from AliExpress. And they was about £6. And then it was £4 shipping. Or you can order one off eBay at the end of the day. And it don't matter what one it is. I made sure one that it said it's USB Type 3. I've got USB Type C. I haven't. I can't use that on that front. So, but yeah, the Nero. And all you don't get a lot in it. You just get instructions, and that's it basically. You just get the thing itself. You can have it in black or white. I like the white. It obviously just pops a little bit more at front. Just looks a little bit more fancy. I got that from Argos actually. It was actually quite good. So yeah, definitely well worth it. But like I said, I'm like you. I don't have too many overlays. I think I've only got about 4-5 overlays. That's all I've got. But that streams about 8. So you can have about 8 on that, and that's the smallest one they do. They did do a bigger one, but that's enough for me. But the trouble is, by going bigger, the price goes up, and I want to keep the price down, but I still want to have the functionality where I don't have to keep using the mouse to click on it. It's just easier to push a button. So, and I do find that's a lot easier. But the only problem I had an issue of what I ran into, and I did put this on the actual stream. It wouldn't work. You have to go to Elgato's website, log into your account on the Elgato's website once you installed the software, and then it takes you to a thing called Marketplace through the Elgato. That's how you get your free software, and you can add it into it, or you can buy the prepaid stuff. I stuck with the free gear, and the issue that I was having, every time that I tried to click on it to add it onto the PC to put it through to the Elgato's sort of like the hardware, it just kept bouncing back, and it took me an hour. Even Mr. Rockcows sent me a video link, and it looks like it was going right back to 2022, and I went, oh, don't tell me this, I've bought a brick. And it looks like you've got to muck about with a couple of INI files. No, you ain't. That was back in 22. I found the problem, which it didn't get put guess what the issue was? It ended up being a web browser issue. The web browser that I use is Brave, because obviously it's got a lot more filters in, and the filters were blocking it to actually talk to the Elgato. So what I've done, I installed Chrome, right? Didn't put no extensions on the Chrome because it looks like it's an extension issue. Put Chrome straight on, and then it worked straight off the bat. So what I've done, I installed it and then took Chrome off, because obviously it's again, it's got all bloatware and other stuff on it. I don't like using it, but it worked first time as soon as I've done it. But it took me about 4 hours to work that out on that front. Obviously Mr. PCD's not done his yet, so, and he bought one of Facebook Marketplace and he only paid 50 quid for it, which he got a very good deal, but it's the old version. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. This is their sort of, not flagship, but it's a cheaper alternative, but it works flawless, absolutely flawless. So yeah, definitely well worth getting one, my friend. It's like you said, when you're going out, so if you keep turning your mic off, just push a button. It's going to be a lot easier. Yeah, so yeah, and that's what I do. But mine froze up yesterday for no apparent reason, but there's no surprise, it's PCs, isn't it? I've worked on enough PCs over my time, and I thought, right, that's it. You know, they push you to its limit. It's like everything else. And OBS don't help, because obviously OBS has issues. I might have to have a look to see if I've got. Yeah, that's got a stud sticking right in the centre, and I can't. What I can do, I can't pull this one out because it's got a little tiny stud sticking through. So let me go and grab my other. Unless, see, the trouble is I can't find my other screwdriver unless I've got one of them into that hub. Where was that? It always forbids me to try and do something, because again, security keys that they use for Microsoft, I'm sure they do it deliberately. I just swear to God they do. These won't have them. No, that looks like that ain't got them. It's a special security bit like these. These are for the Nintendo Wii's and the Wii U's at the end of the day, and the Game Gears, right? The Game Gear uses, if you have a look, it literally uses, it's a very short hexagon key with a dimple sticking inside it. And the trouble is, these were only £7 on the thing. But again, without that tool, you can't open them up. They're an absolute headache. No. So no, none of these are in there. I thought I would have had one in there. They're not. Okay, let me go and grab my other tools. I'll have a look to see if they've got let's push that to back in a minute. So yeah, they are good, them Steam Decks. It was only till I see all the other streamers gone, and I thought, oh, that's actually come in quite handy for me. I would really like to use one of them. Save me keep using my mouse. At the end of the day, it does my head in. You have to keep moving the mouse and clicking on it, and especially with the DJIs. I mean, this is great. I think this is one of the best buys I've ever bought yet. That is brilliant. I just leave it plugged in constantly all the time. I'm just having a look to see if I've got any of the ones that's got the holes in. Yeah, this one's got an hole in it. It's got a tiny, tiny little hole right in the centre. You can't pick it up. It looks like it can grab it. It's not the easiest. I wish they wouldn't have put that one in. If that's coming out, I'm not putting that one back in. I'm telling you that now. Yeah, that is. Let's took it out. Now, I'm not putting that one back in. No way am I putting that back in. Right, that's done it. Let's took that screw out. Good. In the process, I've had to take everything else out. Obviously, my mum's microwave blew up yesterday, and I had to go and get a microwave. And new microwave, it was a Samsung one. It was it was on Argos on a special deal, 150 quid. But the last microwave, she said, can you have a look at it? I went, it's not worth it. She's had it 16 years. I said, the chances are, I said, it's just easier just to replace it. You can't moan at 16 years of use at the end of it. And you really shouldn't muck about with them. And I will say this, they are seriously high voltage on the microwave. Obviously, you've got them coils on the sides of it. But there is one good bit that you can use, and people don't know it. And I should really do a live stream because I've done them before on that front. That on the bottom of the tray, right, the motor that gears round, it's a gear ratio, right, that front, and it's a little experiment you can actually do, and it's really cool. What people don't realise with old microwaves, you've got a thing called a magnetron on a microwave. Obviously, it's coiled, right? It's 200. It's really high voltage now. It's 250 volts running through this magnetron, and this magnetron runs through, and this is what generates the field and gives off all of the radiation that goes round. It creates this field, so hence part of the name. But on the bottom of the plate, where the glass plate normally sits round and it spins round, right? That is actually, believe it or not, it's 24 volts. It's a geared ratio motor, right? So you can actually take it out. It's only 2 wires, right? And I might take it off my mum's one and I'll show you what you can do. It's an actual dynamo. What people don't realise is it's a 2-in-1. It's not only a motor, but it's a dynamo as well. So you can actually, if you spin it around, it will create electricity, and you can power LEDs, because I've done it before. They're really cool. People throw them away and don't realise that's a really cool part. So if you can actually make, as long as you can create so much voltage going through, if you use LEDs are low powered, anywhere between 1 and 3 volts you need to generate. You can actually brighten up an LED at the end of the day, and you'll be fine. So you can actually take some of these strips and run it on something like that. Obviously, the more strips, the more power it's going to take on that front. But yeah, they're actually really cool, and I should take it off and I can show you what I mean. Just literally by hand. If you wind it by hand, right, because you spin it, right, without the wires attached, you see what I mean. It's like a dynamo on there. It just generates. I thought it was a cool thing. It's just that people don't take full advantage, thinking, oh, it's knackered, just bin it, throw it in the bin. You don't need it. But now this is the one that was giving me the egg. Yeah, it's got the stud sticking right in the bloody centre. So this one's obviously got the stud in with that hexagon screw. So I'm not putting that one back in. So no. This one ain't got it, that one has. So I'll leave that one out. Now if I take this off, I can take this, I'll take these out. That's it. So obviously the crystal one is out. Now obviously this is the chip they've put in. They've put in the Xenon chip on this one. Now this one had to be wired. Now the only downside to these Xenon chips, right, the reasons why they're a little bit more difficult to put in, one, these had to be hardwired next to the CPU, or the GPU. I forgot what one it is, because one's a CPU, one's the GPU. It's not combined. These are separate. And the Xenon chips, they have to have a board attached underneath, but the wire has to come off one of the chips. There's a cut of wires, and you have to use enamel wire to actually come from. I don't really want to take it out. It's a nightmare on these to take out. But that's the reasons why I didn't do them, because these are not easy to install. You can put these on once that's in, but the board, that the wire has to come off to go onto this. It has to come off, because obviously these are the RAM chips here. These are your RAM modules. And obviously, if you have a look, Now, Russ's one that he's got, there's a couple of these RAM chips IC sockets, but there's none left on the board to put, but you can. So what you have to do is take these off and upgrade these and put 64s on. These are 32s, right? You can take these off and put 64s on, but to do that, you've got to reprogram it into the actual operating system itself and flash it. Not the easiest to do, and that's why it's tricky. So they don't really recommend it, is because the revisions 1.6 and the 1.6Bs are really difficult to do. So I left it. I just said, no, do you know what? Don't worry about it on that front. And obviously the clock capacitor, which is the notorious on these OG Xboxes, is right here. Obviously I put in a much more fancier clock capacitor, because if these leak, they spread and literally delaminate all the board. They cause trace repair. And these leak. They are notorious for leaking. But remember, that was when they left the factory in the early 1990s. So I suppose in the late 90s to early 2000s. So I suppose they would do on that front. So that's why they're leaking now, or they've been left in there for the original. So you're better off just taking them out and leaving it. By doing that, it won't recognise. It'll just keep coming up time and clock. That you'll have to. It'll just default to 1999 or something, or 2000, and then it'll default straight back to it. So you have to keep altering it. But you turn it off and do it on, and then it'll do it again. So I wanted to put that back. Now that was part of the mod that I've done on here. I've used hot glue, right, and soldered the wires, and obviously, because I didn't have heat shrinks at the time, so on that front. So what I've done, I tapped into the wire and gone into the port itself. It's absolutely fine, you know. So I've customised all that, and I've done this one as well. It's all down here, exactly the same thing. So I've put custom LEDs. You've got to take these out and then put the 5-volt ones in. Well, I've got the 12-volt ones. So, and then underneath, obviously, I'll put the other bits and pieces in. But that's that custom chip that I think he was going on about, that Xenon chip on there. These chips are about 35 quid, give or take. They're not too expensive, but once you've put that on, obviously you've got to put a header on them, and then you need the board to go with it, which it doesn't come with. You have to buy that separate, and then you need enamel wire, because that part of that board that goes under the, depending on what revision you got, the 1.6s have to be soldered to certain points, and then enamel wire going to the CPU or the GPU, I know it's something like that, and then it comes back into it, and a couple of wires coming off the board go back into this to bypass it, all of the Xbox system, because otherwise it doesn't see it. And you've got to be careful doing it, because you can brick the system as well, which you don't really want to do. So yeah, that's where she is, but I want to put these LEDs round. Obviously I might tuck them inside on that front. Let's see how we get on. Yeah, that's the only thing with these Xboxes. They do look nice, but so what we've got a USB, right? Now, obviously, there's no USBs on this. I don't think there is. No, there ain't. No USBs at all on this. None. So, so what I'll have to do is, you can use. Actually, saying that, no. There is a way I can actually use that, and I can, without cutting it. I could cut it from the actual wire and solder a couple of wires to it, right? Take it from the points and solder the wires direct. So just splice the plug, right? Cut this completely off, and then obviously there's certain wires. I think it's the red. I don't know if it's the red and blue or the red and green. It's one of them anyway on that front. But to do it properly, which I don't really want to start splicing into it and going into different colour coded wires, I could actually go down this route, and I bought the adapter. So what I've basically done, right now, Mr. Rusty Russ was obviously going to do on his one. He was going to put the he was going to do a HDMI pot on this one by adding extra on the board to do it. But you don't really need to do it because you can actually buy one of these, right? Basically, plug this in and it converts it straight away. So why would you want to start adding butchering your board when you can just buy the HDV converter for the original Xbox? And these were 20 quid. It's a cheap alternative and it works because I've used it. So, you know, the only good side is that with one of these chips, you obviously got to add another board in to use the encoder to actually output into you know, 1080, because these only output roughly around about 720. But then if you've got one in the encoder, you know, your TV's going to output, it's going to look a lot better anyway at the end of the day. And I've plugged this in and it looks great, it looks fantastic. What I was saying earlier on about the cutting, splicing wires, right? When you're putting these chips in, you need one of these gadgets for the original Xbox, which that goes in at front. Obviously, this is how you do the hard drive. When you're flashing it over, you can HTCP it, which is through the back of the Ethernet port to your PC. Obviously, they will come with they come standard, which they will come with a network code, which these are all standard. That's the Xbox unique code 168.168. They're all every single one will have that network. So basically, once you've hardwired it straight into that, you can then flash the information over. But when it comes to the hard drive, it's a different matter. What you need to do is do it through one of these ports, and then you can do it through a USB. So basically, you can use a flash stick to go in to inject the firmware straight to it, and then you ain't got to keep taking it out. But in the end, I found a better way was to actually go through the actual code and inject it that way, because it's still done the same job. So I bought this for nothing. I didn't need to do it that way. But this still comes in handy, because what I'll do is take the controller and plug it straight in the front, and I'll show you if I plug it in, and that will give me the full stick. I've only got to plug it in from the front, which obviously some people don't really want to do that because they're not being used anyway. And I'll have a little wire coming out and I could just plonk it. Or it's a shame really they didn't have one at the back, because that again, that would have been easier, because then I could have plugged this at the back. But I don't really want to start butchering all the wires because I know what's going to happen. It'll all go wrong. And then you think, oh, that's it, you bollocks out there, it ain't working. You think, no. Which I don't really want to do too much, to be honest, because this is fully working. But it proved my point, what I've seen. Oh, Bronson's run. Yeah, no. Now this is going to flag up because I've not got no driving. So it might just come up with an error code on the actual screen. But it'll prove to what I said. See, straight away. Because, again, plugged in at the front. So, obviously you can see the chip. The chip's lit up green. And then they'll flash a different colour on that front. So, actually see the colour difference. So, but yeah, you can actually look. So really, all I've done was just pull it straight onto one of these. So you ain't even got to splice into it. So you get your full colours anyway at the end of the day. And obviously you get 2 meters on here. So the time I put this around it, it's going to look actually quite cool, because it will go through the grill on that front. It will go through the grill, and you can actually see it through the grill. So look, so it ain't going to make no difference. You don't, you know, by putting it through, it'll just look like it's like a grill effect going all the way around it. But be the same thing. Just make sure that when you plan to put the remote in the receiver. Yes, that's a very good point, Mr. Stu, because otherwise without it, I won't be able to operate it. Well, it'll just cycle through the colour anyway. I mean, even if you lost, I've got loads of these, so they're all on the same frequency, which is 2.4 frequency. They're all bog standard frequencies on these up front. So one good aspect is that you can just take these out and just put these in. And you've got the two little arrows. So if you have a look, you've got an arrow here and an arrow on that one. You just match them up. So you can't reverse them on that. Otherwise, it won't work. It's going to look actually a lot better. But 2 meters is more than enough. Yeah, that Xenon chip on there. Yeah, they're about 35 quid, them Xenon chips. They're not that dear. I think I don't need all this. There's no way I'm going to use all this up. It's 2 meters. Is it 2 meters? 2 meters. You won't use 2 meters up. Obviously, they also give you all the sticky back on these anyway. So now, if Mr. Worms was in your chat, the first thing he'd say is glue it. Get the glue out. Yeah, he's right. Get the glue. Fucking hell, Jesus, that is quite a lot. Look, that is a lot on the. I'm not going to. The good thing is you can cut it on these copper lines anyway. So whatever you don't use. I mean, it was only sitting up there. I thought I've got to put this to better use at the end of the day. I mean, I'm not going to use. You're not going to use all the 4 ports on these anyway, and then that way I got to splice into no bloody wires, which I didn't really want to do to start with, to be honest, because these are nice. These crystals, I do like them. You just got to watch this because this is all hot round here. That's really bad with Microsoft. They didn't put no cover to go over this to protect it. It's like it's just all open. You know, what a dumb idea. Now, what I've got to try and work out, right? I've got to try and work out is that I've got to have this sticking out, right? So, it's got to be a way. Can I put that? Obviously, I've got the lid to go on. It's a shame that these there's no other way of actually putting these in, is there? Because why are you saying that? There might be, yeah, there actually might be. So what I might be able to do is just stick it through the vent, right? Stick it through the vent and then put it through one of the corners and just have this bit sticking out, and then you ain't got to cut nothing, which I'm going to do right now. So basically it will stick through like this with the port coming out. Obviously it's going to be coming out on that side, and then I can plug that straight in. Not ideal, like you said, but I don't really want to start bloody splicing wires in things, because you end up butchering it, making it. But then you really do want it a neat idea, you know, for it to come out. And there's no other way of actually putting these in, because I'll go underneath. No, I thought I could have gone underneath or something. You can't. Take that out. There's got to be a better way. It's got to. I'm not happy with the way that is. It's going to look fucking horrible. Yeah, don't do that. No, I probably won't. It's going to look fucking stupid. I'll have to just come up with an idea of what wires that would operate that. If I'd rather just. It would be better if I just hardwire it in. The trouble is, which these obviously are your main wires on your board, right? Obviously, and you got your controllers. Now the trouble is, you don't want to take too much voltage on the controller because it will pull the resistance down. It could affect it. Stick to the metal shield. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, that like you said, because I didn't really want to start splicing into wires on it, on that. So I think what I'll do, I will go through, just go through the metal shield and do what Mr. Stu recommends on that front. So I'm going to have to go that way then, because look, I can then go through the metal shield. It will just be wide enough to go through. Yeah. There you go. It's just wide enough and I ain't got to cut nothing. I'm going to have to feed it in one by one. But that'd be easier. As long as that case is the sides over to it, that's what I would do. I think it will, because I think what you've got to do first, obviously, the shielding is in this, right? Let me unplug this and I'll show you. So the route I was going to go down. Jesus. Let me take that out and I'll take that out. Right. And then I can pop this out, right? Then it makes it a lot easier because obviously it's not a lot, there's nothing now in the way. Now that's what Mr. Russ was on about, was that modulator. This was giving him the headache. You've got to have a specific one for the Xbox at the end of the day, and this is another one. There's two versions. You've got I forgot the make of it. You've got a red one and this black one. These are the only two that's compatible with the Xbox original. This one was a little bit more expensive, but it's got better. This one was better out of the two because it had something else that the other one didn't have, and the Xboxes needed it, even though it worked with the other one. So I went for the safer option and paid a little bit extra and got the better one out of the two, and obviously upgraded and got a 120 meter. It was 120 mil, something like that on the lead. So it give us extra, where the other one was a little bit tight. So it's what route you go down. So yeah, what I wanted to do, right, is I think I stick to what Mr. Stu said. So when the casing's on, obviously you want it to come through the casing, but so I could just tie it into this. So I'll just plug it in at the end of the day. So it has to go through both. It'll have to go through this and that at the end of the day. So first things first, what I need to do is find out whereabouts I can put this. So let me put this back. I'm going to plonk it all in there. It ain't switched on. There's no plug in it. I'm going to unplug it anyway. So, right, so obviously I've put that on. So now, I think what I'm better off doing is taking it from probably that corner one now, the actual corner one, and have the wire poking through and going straight in. So I'll take it from the first one, and then, or I could take it from the back next to this power supply, and then have it run. Yeah, but then no, I need to go through this side really, because I want it. What I really want is this cable sticking out to come up about here, because obviously I've got that other adapter to go on, because I don't want to see no custom LEDs come out of this. So where's that other bit that I did took off? And it will do its job. Because like you said, the time you've got that section coming out and the other bit that plugs into that at the end of it, that'd be more than enough. That'd be more. It should be, because it's got the USB stick. Yeah, it's up here. So basically, the time that wire comes out the front, right at the side there, I've got this bit as well. Or actually, I could actually tuck all of that in. Will that go in? Oh, that won't. Oh, that's a shame. Will it? That will. Oh, it won't. It'll only go so far. Because what I could have done was, that would have been easier to have this wire going all the way in. because then I basically I could have just had one black wire coming out. That would have been a lot easier, because then I could have tucked all this inside, and then you wouldn't see nothing coming out except for one single black wire, unless there's a way I can try and poke that through without breaking it. Oh, that's a shame. You know what's stopping it? It's the bloody the IR. You know this bit here, the bulky bit here. That's what's stopping it from going right the way in. Because then that way I can put all this inside, and I won't have nothing sticking out. I'll just have one single black wire. That would be a lot easier. But obviously that IR is sticking out, so I can't push it all the way in. Yeah, there's 5 and 12 volt. There is a 5 and 12. There is, but I've already took the 5 and 12 volt to do the LED custom lights. The only downside is there. Yeah, that's off the PSU. If you do it too much, you'll pull the resistance down too much on that, and that will affect its obviously voltage going into it, and you could run into problems. I'd rather stick with this route. It will be a much safer route, and it's done properly through the actual board and the controller, so I won't have any issues. That's the reasons why I wanted to stick to this. This will be a lot easier and safer, and it won't cause me any problems on that front. Because if you pull too much voltage down on these Xboxes, they will not like it. I've done them before, and you just run into problems, and you just think, oh God, and you don't want to brick it. It's one thing you do not want to do on here. Just don't break the system. These will break. Yeah, that's a shame that is a shame, because like you said, even if you went, there is no other way of actually going all the way up, is there? Because I thought I could have gone in another way. Gone in at the back or something, because look, that cable's quite long. Because at the time you plug the cable in at the front, right, I'll give you oh no, you can't plug it into that, you've got to plug it into the connector. So you've got the adapter that plugs into that. So the time you put the adapter, you could have gone all the way around the back of it. So obviously that's quite a lengthy cable. So this, I think what I'm better off doing first is try and find where I can run this cable to run it along parallel or something, or to cover that, because I think that then once I've got to that stage, that can all go tucked inside. I won't have any problems. I'll just have a cable running out, which wouldn't bother me. It'll be a lot more neater and tidier, but it's access points. Obviously I don't really want to start splicing into this lovely crystal clear case, which I don't really want to do. Now, if that bloody module ain't on there, if they took that bloody module off, that's what's causing it. That fatness won't go through. Which is, like you said, you'll start breaking the case. It's the way they've designed it. I don't mind the metal shield. I could have got away with the metal shield, but I didn't really want to start cutting and put this crystal case up and that front, which it'll be a shame to do on that front, unless I make one tiny hole a little bit bigger on that front to squeeze this through, because once this is squeezed through, it'll be fine. It only needs to be a certain width for that to go through. Obviously you can see the depth on some of these crystal ones on there. I can use this tool, and it will widen it. It will take it just ever so slightly wide, which will be one of these. I've got a small one in here, which that's what I need. A little small one. That's too big. Yeah, there it is. This is what they call a spader on these fronts. So these ones, they use these for arcades and also sheets of metal. So basically what I could have done was just took the top part and just drilled that a little bit to make a little round hole, not noticeable too much, so I can squeeze this in. I think that might be worth a go. Because once I've got past that, it'll be fine. I can cut the metal bit out. Oh, for crying out loud. That's it, I'll put it on slow. I won't put it. So I want to aim for the bottom one, really. So let's take this out for a minute. Get rid of that. Put that there. So I want to do the top one. Like that. Perfect. Oh, that's undone. And in that way, if you look what I've done on there, right, it just widens that up, just to squeeze that through. Take that notch out. And then that'll help with that notch, and that then should help to go through. Obviously it's going to need a little bit more, isn't it? That, mind you, that's going to need a lot more. Looking at that front, oh, this is going to be tricky, which I really didn't want to do. It makes it bloody difficult to try and squeeze that through. Carrefour, you're powering the LEDs from the USB port. Why don't you just connect it directly to the PSU? You can. The only downside, connect it directly to the power supply unit. If there's a ground to short somewhere, it will take out that PSU directly. By doing it through the actual port, it goes in through the circuit protection. I know what you're saying is you can, like you said, you've got the downside to these LED lights, right? You've got four. You've obviously got you've got 4 ports on the LED, so you've got the blue, red, green and white. Now obviously some of these, obviously the other 2 is going to be for the selection. One's going to be for a selection, so you're going to have a negative and an earth, and the other one's going to be like a secondary to actually go through pulsing, and the other one will be the on and off to actually turn for the infrared. So that's what the 4 wires are. I mean, off the top of my head, that sounds about right for what it is. Now, if you're not bothered about with the controller, now obviously this is the power supply is going to be up here direct, which is coming from straight from these big bunch of wires. So you've got your earths, which obviously, and then you've got your red and your orange. Your orange is like a secondary. You've got your blue and your red. One of these will be standby, one of these will be 12 volt, some of these are going to be, I think the yellow is going to be 5, the red's going to be 12, the orange is going to be like a standby, like a 5 and 3 volt on these, obviously to power the USB port fronts. Now the only downside is you're splicing into this. This is the only thing I didn't really want to do on that front. I didn't really want to start, because you start cutting into these, and if there's a short, say for example, say this packed up, right, and these LEDs won't last. I know what happens to them. These burn out over time. And what tends to happen, if these burn out, that then goes directly to this board from the power supply that's feeding the board and everything else. It could potentially just break the entire system for the sake of an LED going short ground. That's what you don't really want. By doing it the other way, for the USB side, it will just shut off in circuit protection. What's the power it needed, Mick? These roughly, on the top of my head, these are going to be roughly around about 3 to 5 volt at the end of the day. You can run these off 5 volt and you'll have no issues at the end of the day. They're super bright on that front. But I didn't really want to go down and start splicing into the wires. That's why I thought if I go directly to the port and just having this wire sticking out, I could just unplug it and just plug another one of these back in. It'd be just done. I mean, you just have to go through and replace it. That's why these are notorious. You can just cut them and splice it in. But like all LEDs, they don't last. They have a lifespan like all LEDs do, which is roughly around about, I don't know, about 10,000 hours, you know, depending. And for what time this is going to be on, I do use it. But that's the route I was going to originally do, was just do there. Just widen this metal shield up by snipping one of these off, widening that port and just putting that wire straight through and just having this poking through, because then it ain't so bad, because then all I've basically got to do is just plug it straight in at the port and it'll just have the wire coming round, one wire coming round the front. I'm not bothered about that. At least it look, you know, it will have the LEDs, but I didn't want to start splicing into these, you know, because of that issue. So, you know, I've already took 5 volts, 3 and 5 volts off the custom LEDs on the front of that. So I don't really want to put more strain by adding more LEDs onto that wire system, because obviously you're going to lower the voltage, which then it will start trying to pick up extra voltage it needs, and you could cause potential ground issues there. You've got to be careful when you're doing this stuff. At the end of the day, it's like you said, you can do it. It's like you said, you can splice straight into that, but then it's not going to you're going to lose some of its functionality by having, if I want red, I can change it to red. If I bypass that, I can't do it, obviously, because then you've now got to start tapping into rather more than one wire in that front, which I really didn't want to do. I thought this would be a safer option. You can solder it. Yeah, you're right. You can solder it, but that's the issue that you'll end up having. I thought by me doing it this way, it'll be a safer way, and then I've only got to unplug it. So on that front, and it's not hardwired directly. So if there is a ground, if there's a short, I can then unplug it, and it ain't going to take the rest of the system out, because then all that's going to do is just disable this. If I hardwire that in and these go out, that could then create a short from this. Voltage is still going in, even though it's dead, because obviously it's causing issues somewhere else on the board. This is what I'm saying, you've got to be really careful. It wasn't designed to not have it on, but you can do it. But you have to, it comes at a caution at the end of the day. So it's what safer route you want to go down. I thought by me sticking to this route, widening this up, it would make it a lot easier for me, because then I won't have any problems if there is because these won't last. I know these lights, they don't have a very long lifespan on them, like all LEDs don't. I know I've got a Philips Hue TV that I've got to fix. It's got the exact same problem, and them TVs were between £300 and £600, you know, but the principle was applied. Again, that strip is now caused an issue with an internal short. TV turns on and it freezes, and that means you can't alter the function. The TV still works, but it freezes all the functions out because of these LEDs, and they're notorious for going bad. This is what happens if it's internal, which I didn't really want, so I could just unplug it if these lights do go out. I'll have it plugged in the port, and that will be a safer way. By plugging it at the front, it will only give it to its ground, I think, front ports with on top of my head. The voltage will output around about 5.1 volts, and that's what these run at anyway. You don't really want to run these any higher than that, because you will start causing issues, circuitry elsewhere. So you want to not push it to its maximum, but you don't want to go too mad with the voltage, because LEDs don't take that a lot anyway. But I need that gun. So that's what I was going to do, just widen that up and slide that in. That would have just made my job a lot easier. Trust me, it will make sense. I know what you're saying, not ideal, but so basically, just like a little niche on the side there. Once I get that cable through, it'll be fine. I don't want to butcher the case up too much now, because it's like I said, it's only just to get the module to go through it. I don't think that is even going to do, to be totally honest. It's just not. It's going to be too wide. The rest of it's gone through. So you can actually see that most of that's gone through. I know what it's doing. It's that infrared bit that's causing the headache. Let's see if I can do it from the other side. Actually, that might actually do it. Like that. Yeah, it will do it. It's perseverance. Once I got this through, that's it. It's done. See, now it's stopping from the top part of the notch. So that's actually helped to a certain degree. But obviously we've got a notch bit there. Just a little bit more solder. Solder. This bloody phone, don't I bleep a lot? Your package was delivered. Item's been delivered. That's that. I ordered this car protection stuff for your windscreen. It lasts for 4 months. They totally recommended it. It wasn't cheap. It's obviously the amount they showed you. It's on the TikTok, but on TikTok shop, it's actually it's £25. I managed to get 350ml bottle, which is not a lot, a 350ml bottle, but you put it on your windscreens. It stops your windows from all smearing up. It stops it from fogging at the end of the day. And it only lasts for 4 months, so obviously they do use it for the car detailing, because it, you know, it gives off, like when the water goes on, it just runs straight off it. It's like what they call like duck's back things on that. Yeah, done. There you go. So basically what I've done, right, let me move the camera up and I can show you what I've done. Basically, this is why I like that tool. That tool has made a little, perfect little round hole, and it's not shattered it, it's not whilst I'm doing it. That is why I like these tools. This is a lifesaver. I've used this so many times. This goes through steel, aluminium, plastics, wood. Literally, it's great. You know, and they are, you know, whilst ain't on it. But yeah, so now that is now through. Which now, what I need to do now, I can then, all I've got to do is I can add this to a certain degree. I can plug this all the way through, and this would be a much safer way to do it. So all I'll end up doing is just that when that is on, I'll just have one cable coming out. Little small black cable to go in to the front port, and it's done. It's a safer way of actually doing it, and that way you ain't got to splice in no bloody cables at the end of the day. And all I've done was just made a little round hole for that to come through. So if there is an issue, I can unplug it, untake this off, because this is obviously a module, right? So once this plugs in, all I've basically got to do, if them lights burn out, right, I can then, all I basically do is unplug that, leave this on, unplug this, and just put another one of these on. That's it. Done. No hard wiring, no issues. Now the only problem I'm going to have, I'm going to have to cut one notch out on that corner for that to do. It'll work. It won't look too bad. So obviously I want to do, the corner I want to aim for is, I want to aim as low as possible, but I've got to be careful here because there's a power supply here as well, and that power supply is live, So I don't really want to start touching cables, you know, that's going to be live on that front. You know what that could have done with, didn't you? And again, I don't know why they didn't bloody do it. Why didn't they just cut, right? Why didn't they just cut a bit of card and then folded it over so that way it protects the side and the top at the end of the day? I know these give off a little bit of heat, but this is a live power supply. It's 240 volts. Obviously, you're going to have 240 going straight in at the bottom. Then you've got your coil. It's obviously like generating. You've got your capacitor, and then it's obviously you've got another one up there. It's taking the 240. We'll try and now it's going to start restricting it, going all the way down to 12 volts at the end of the day. But I thought that would have just been easier, just to put one of them carbon bits over. No, they haven't done anything like that. I just thought that would have been easier to actually put on, and I haven't got anything to actually put down the side to protect it. What I could do, which I probably will, is take some caption tape and just put over it, basically. Put some caption tape over it, so it just gives it a little bit more extra stickiness on the side, because caption tape not only is good for heat, but also it's for protection as well. So I probably will go down that route. But I just didn't know where to put this strip, because once this strip goes in, I only need this strip to go up to here. So obviously this is going to be the last bit what I need to do. So there's no point, because it ain't going to go all the way up here. It'll only go up to as far as here. The other one, obviously you can see, will go all the way up that point, but you're not going to see it up to here. So there's no point carrying it on, so I can snip it off. So I'm not bothered. Now, what a lot of them do is actually they cut all of the metal shield away, which I probably wouldn't recommend that, to be totally honest. They've put that cage in for a reason, to give it agility. But I have seen people cut this section away, and that section, and they've left the back. But that helps to guide with the lid, because that's why they've managed this. So no, again, I won't go down that route. I won't condone it. So probably I would just go up to about here, but probably stick it halfway. I'll probably stick it halfway, because that would be about perfect. You don't want it going down. You want to try it, or I could go to the top part, and that will give it. No, I would say stick to the middle, like on the second line, and then go all the way around it on the second line. That would then diffuse the right amount on the LEDs. So obviously you've got to get light bleed that's going to come off from the side of it. And I probably would, because if you have it too close to down, most all the light is going to be concentrating. You're going to lose a lot of it. So I would stick with that. But we'll put it on and see where it goes. Good thing is we don't have to worry about that point. We'll put it on first, try it, see what it looks like. If you're not happy, then you can lower it before you put it on, like official. So yeah, that probably would make sense. So I'm better off starting. So this is going to be the last point. So first things first, I need to cut this. Need to cut this out. So I can cut a notch out. I've only got to cut one notch out of these out. Now this is where you want a pair of tin cutters. That is cutting it, but it's tough. It's really, really tough. That's nearly gone. That one's nearly gone. A bit more. Yeah, there you go. She's gone. And then that one, all I can do then is take that, bend it, and there you go. And then she is snipped. So that hole's now wide enough for that to go in, and it ain't done too much damage to it. Just cutting that one small piece out. But the trouble is you end up doing your bloody snippers in, because you really need tin cutters for that, which I have got a pair of tin cutters, but they're not here, they're around my mum's, so not the greatest. Right, so now that should now go through that module. That module will go through there, right? Obviously, that module will go through. It should do. I can't see it. Why not? It's tight, but we ain't got to put that through because I'm not worried about that bit. The bit I'm issuing is this. So this is the bit I'm not worried about. So it'll be this piece here, and it does. It'll go straight. That'll go straight in. So not a problem. So yeah, that's not an issue. So that was about right to take that out. Right. Once all the casing's back in, you won't notice it, to be honest. As long as you do it carefully and don't go too mad. I mean, you don't really want to start butchering this too much, to be honest. So, what I need to do now then, I want to pull it halfway. So, where was that top piece? So, I really want to put it roughly around about there. So that's the route roughly. I really want to stick this down. So I'll go. Obviously, it's got to go this way, innit? You don't want the LEDs going in because obviously the light's going to bleed all inwards. So you want it to go the other way. So what I'm going to end up doing is putting it this way and then use some caption tape. I'll stick with the caption tape idea. Let's put this back up here because this will stop it from going forward. Where's me caption tape? I think I missed a stew. I can't burn me Google. Oh, yeah, it's right in front of me. Hot glue it. He'll get as bad as Mr. Worms. Get the glue out. The glue will do the job 100%. I'm not gonna. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I mean, if Mr. Worms was in the house, yes, 100%. Get the glue out because he would totally recommend doing the glue. So I want to stick to the near enough at the bottom end of that. Get the glue out. Let me go and grab me squizzers. I need the squizzers. I'll cut your things off, Bronson. He's poor Bronson. He just sits there. He's thinking, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Pico, he should be finishing work soon, so he'll pop on. I know he always does. Hot glue it. Yeah, that's a good deal, Mr. Stu, definitely. Right, so that's at the end of the aisle there, which is good. This is what I love about the caption tape, because caption tape's good. I think what I should do first is any of these, what I should be doing is protect these. I don't want these, because obviously these are live. And what I didn't think about, you're pushing it against metal. That won't take too great. It won't be too great because that metal is a shield. It's a metal shield. So I'm going to have to do this quite a few times and to protect it. So what I should do first is cover them ends up like this. Just cover them up, because what will happen, that'll act like a live straight on the metal shield and sort it out. So yeah, not cover it in hot glue. Yeah, you're right. That actually might not be a bad idea, but it'll just be easier just to use the caption tape, because if I use the hot glue, obviously that you're going to get a lump on it. So no, I'll stick with the caption tape. It's going to take a little while, but it'll be worth doing. So I'm going to have to cover every single one of them points. And lucky enough, look, it ain't too bad, because that's all you basically got to do is just cover them up. Just fold them up like that. Then I didn't give that a thought actually. Mind you, well these will act like a short as well, won't they? They got resistors on. Thinking about this, at the end of the day, if I'm pushing that against the metal, I ain't worried about the LEDs so much, because LEDs will give off a little bit of heat. Yeah, I've got to think about this. Obviously, I didn't take that in consideration. See, this is why doing. Yeah, it's not an IP. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not IP rated. The IP rated ones obviously have a coating, right? So it's true what you said. Now, to safeguard it, if you put it the other way with the LEDs pointing in, there's no short. There'd be no short whatsoever at the end of the day. I might have to go in that route. The reasons why is because, again, these have all got little resistors on these, right? Little tiny resistors, obviously for the LEDs. The trouble is, if I push it, reflip it, yeah, the ingress protection keeps it from powering on from inside. Then, yeah, I mean, because if this touches against metal, I'm shortening this out. One, I'm going to cause a problem on the board, so I might have to go down that route by having this at the back instead of flipping it over, because obviously I'm going to run into a problem, and I just know I'm going to run into an issue there. So no, I'll do the ends just to make sure these ends don't touch, but I didn't need to really worry about the shorts on this front, because it's not going to be grinding out anything. Like you said, they do one with a gel coating over it, and they're IP rated. I know the ones you're on about. Oh, fucking hate tape. Get the hot glue. It says, just like Mr. Worms, get the hot glue out. That made me laugh. So what I've done, what I'll do is just that the lights will be pointing in towards it, which then it will bleed the light from all of the direction of the inside the Xbox. That means it will even come out the back as well, because the light is then not being reflected out. Obviously I can't do that because, like you said, these are not IP rated at the end of the day. Them caps will short against that metal shielding and it will cause an issue, which I didn't give that thought. I just thought about it. I'm glad I thought about it now and not earlier on. So yeah, not ideal. Capsule tape is good though, because it does stick. It's really good stuff. So yeah. I thought I was going facing off with the case. It was sitting over there, and it's a remote sensor, so I was somewhat behind in the front faceplate. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know what you're trying to say. He's like trying to put this IF shield somewhere else, like the sensor point, and try and go from there. It made sense to what you were saying, 100%. But doing it this way, obviously, once I've gone this, obviously, one, it won't interfere when I put all the casing back. And then the light will bleed all the way around it, so it won't be too bad. We'll give it a go. We can only give it a go and see what it says at front. That's why I don't want to go too low and too high. Now I'm going to have to put that one on, because that one there, obviously that's going to touch that metal shield, so I'm going to have to cover them. I'm going to have to cover that port up. These metal, because they're 5 volt, see? This is why I said about 5 volts going into these. That way it won't shorten out and I won't have a problem. That'd be fine. So what I need to do is put a little bit of tape in that corner, just a little bit. Let me see, show you. So the issue I want to do is go down there, and the tweezers, get the tweezers, just tuck it in, and just wrap it around. Now do. Just hold it all into play so it just don't come out. I've got to cover that one up. That one's exposed. I've got a port here. These copper ports. Should look alright. I can't see why not. It's going to add. It's going to inject colour into it. Whatever route I go down. Which at the moment it's only got at the front. Now, obviously, if I didn't have that top plate on, right? Say for argument's sake, I took that top plate off. That colour then will all go through the top, because obviously it's not being protected on that front. But obviously, without this top plate, this won't sit right. I mean, it'll only sit on the corners, because that's the idea of that sitting at the back on that front. And it's a shame, because like you said, but can you take them off? I think you can. I'll have a look. I'll do this first, see what it looks like, and I'll have a look on that, and we'll come back to that. I've got to do one there. I've got to protect that one. That one's exposed. That's touching. So even doing it this way, you've still got to cover them bloody copper pads up. well, he's sitting there. I thought, like, this will be a safer way of doing it. Now I want to cover them pins up behind. Yeah, like that. Perfect. So what I'll do, I will then put a little bit of caption tape over that. Tell you what, this bloody stuff's fantastic. I really recommend it. So that covers over there. That then pulls that nice and tight. Oh yeah, that's worked out quite well. It's actually gone quite nice. Let's pull that nice and tight along there. So I need another little bit of tape in the corner. I've not gone over anything, so what let's do now is turn this round. I'm nearly done here. Hold up. Let me think for a minute. Well, I think what I should have done first is done up here first and then done round that bit. So I might have to undo what I've just done. And I'll tell you the reasons why I've done that, right? I've got to pull it all off. The reasons why is because this has got to be done last. This bit has to be done first. I've done it the other way, but it don't matter. The ports still need to be covered because I need to trim this off. This is too much. Obviously, I'm not going to use all of that. Well, that's bloody frustrating. So what I should have done was done up here, right where this needs to be, right? So I've got this port hanging out. That's the idea of that cutting. So I've got to do up here first. What I need to do is do that section. Because I've got these wires hanging over, and this is what's doing it. Right, that wire's got to come over. I've got to do up here. So that wire's got to come in and before that power supply. So I've got to do it right up in that corner. Yeah, up there. So I've still got to cover two of them ports up, which are these two. I've got to cover that copper port and that copper port. I should have done that last, but I've done that first. I did say that I needed to do that first. Never mind. Because I've got to trim that end. That end's got to be cut. It's too long. It's 2 meters. I don't need 2 meters. Can't bloody see that. Jesus, my carrots are really bad. Yeah, that's better. So now I've got them two covered up. Then I can cover that because this one's near the power supply, so I want to cover these up. Wonder how Mr. Worms is getting on. He had to do some trace damage on that on the Atari. Bloody hell. Anyone else streaming? I don't know if anyone else is streaming on that front. Wasn't 100% sure. Got to put one over this section. I need to pop that down to the where the capacitor is and lay it there. Lovely. She lies nicely right in that corner, right where she needs to be. Thank God for that. Mr. Swindon. Can I tuck that right in the corner? Jesus, they've really made this not accessible. Yeah, right there. Nice. Tucked right in that corner, away, just where I wanted it. So I've got a custom LED light there. Cool. Caption staples, this stuff will stay sticky because obviously they use that, obviously stop balls from anything like that shorting out. So we shouldn't have any issues on that front. So I'm going to put a bit up that in now, tighten that up. Nice. So I've got a nice bit through there. Right where that wire's coming. So I've obviously now got the plug up here. This is where the plug needed to be, away from that hot end. I can tape it up after, because obviously I've got to come in and connect this up. But this can be tucked at the top of the plastic, away from it, which I really wanted. That's exactly where I wanted it to be. Obviously we've got the back plate for this to go on, so we don't really want this pinching against anything anyway. Now I can worry about sorting this end out. So now I want a little bit in that corner. Nice. Nicely done. It's not facing that with the LED, so no, that's good. We're tape. I'm going to tape that bit up. Hello, someone's put a card through my door. I know who that is. That's the next door. That's the downstairs next door neighbour. the young couple. They got 2 little kids. They always put a note through my door and say thank you. They're alright. They keep themselves to themselves. I'll never get any. They always say good morning. As the clock capacitor been, yes, that's my friend. It's the first thing I have changed. I put a brand new. I put a much top of the range clock capacitor in, because obviously you don't have to, but I do to keep the time and date, because I don't want to keep turning it off and turning it on, and it don't keep all the time and date scenes. Lucky enough, it didn't. It was just dead, but it didn't leak. I was actually quite lucky on that front. I've got to admit, I was really, really lucky. I'm going to have to do this one. I've got to still cover them copper ports up, because some of these are being exposed. They look like they're touching, because like you said, these ain't being IP rated, so these means that they're all exposed. So for protection, I'm just going to end up just covering them anyway. I don't have any issues. This one's going to be a little bit tricky, because I've got to get right down at the bottom. Might need me tweezers. This one, I'm going to put too many of my fingerprints on it. That'll do. Right, that's good. So we've got that bit. That bit's done. I might just. Can I put a little bit under there? I might be able to put a little bit over. Hold that in. Have you done your? I assume you've done yours, Mr. Stu. Or you took it out. Have you took your clock cap out of your one? I mean, they do recommend just take them out and not bother, but I do like to put it back. It's just personal preference, because I just didn't want to keep putting the bloody time and date in, which is it could be a little bit frustrating. That's held in nicely. Cool. That's better. This is looking a lot better. So I've started off at the right end. So, lot better. Pico, my friend, how's work? I hope you weren't working too hard today. I love Pico. I think he's a great person. It's like Mr. NK. Last night he cracked me up. Started singing. But as soon as he has a drink, he gets very jolly. Oh, I love that. Absolutely legend. He said he's chill and relax. Don't pay tax. That's I thought legendary. He was actually quite good at making rhymes up. I love that. Absolutely. That made my day. That's what I said. I said, you're the best. Absolutely. I said, you absolutely crack me up. I think this is why his streams are more fun. He absolutely does. He's a legendary, that geezer. It's just how he said it. I think because of his accent as well. It's absolutely. I thought that geezer is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He's a top-notch geezer, I tell you. It did not make me laugh. Yeah, MK, he is. I love MK. I think that geezer, he's really, really funny. He's absolutely. When he's had a drink, he seems to be more funny. It's just how he's, Joe, it's just how he come out of it. It's, you know, absolutely legendary on that front. It's just the way he come out. That's what done it. Now, obviously, I've gone right the way round, right? Look. So what I've done, right, tucked it in. So I've got the tucking points. So obviously I've tucked it right in the corner, and I've gone right in at the top. Now, obviously, I've got the plate going on the back here because obviously you've got the hard drive, so I can sit this above, so it can sit on top. So it's not going to be touching that front. It's not going to be touching anything like on there. Obviously, I've got the hole that I can poke the wire through, which is not a problem. But just I'm in there. This is why I should have done this last, because what I do, I don't need to go all the way around the case at the end of it. It's not going to be no point because it's all going to be shielded. So the light will bleed back. So it's only going to come through the vents anyway. It's just that I wasn't using it, so I thought, you know, put it to much better use. I think, what did I pay for it? I think there was about £4.75. There was less than a fiver. Got them at B&M's. Mr. J-Fix, I meant to ask you, have you got anything on the stream on that front? I do like watching other streamers as well. I do. It's an insight. That's what it said. It's true what Andy said on that front. Lately, I said I like watching his streams because he does a bit of everything at the end of the day. And obviously, you want to make it interesting. You don't want to do the same thing. It does get a little bit sort of like... I mean, MK, bless him, and he does. He really tries on that front. Obviously, he gets to the point where... you know, he does his controllers, but he's good at going controllers. So, and I'll tell you what, the PlayStation 4s are not easy to take them, you know, them joysticks off, because they're welded. They're actually welded on there, and they're a bloody nightmare. I've done two, and they was an headache to do. Now on Sunday I'll be having. Oh great! Oh, that's all right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course you did. Yes, the charity. Yes, obviously I'm going out about 7:30. I'm meeting all my fellow workers for the pest control evening. So I ain't gonna get drunk because obviously I can't drink. So I'll just stick with a shandy, and on that front, stick with obviously Mr. MK was having a nice glass of red there. Yeah, I really enjoyed J6 videos on that laptop series. Yeah, it was like you said, it was really interesting. This is what I like. And I forgot, but next week is Christmas Day. It's literally on a Thursday. That's bloody mad, isn't it? It's 1 week from today. That's unbelievable how quickly that has gone round. Now I'm going to cut this because I won't need it. It is now cut. There's no going back. It is spliced. So I didn't need all of that. Yeah, 1 week today. It's a Christmas Day. Wow. The next video I'm working on is communications with a laptop battery. Nice. Well, it'll be interesting to see that. So it's this is nearly done. All I've got to do, I'm going to plug this in. Obviously, now I'm going to leave this because this is going at the back of the shield anyway. You're not going to see it at the end of the day. So. yeah, I'll say Mr. MK is definitely the one for controllers. He seems to be really great with controllers. You guys having to to keep me from going to watch you every single day. I love this community. Thanks, Stu. It means a lot. Do you know what? That means a lot to all us streamers. It's not easy to do because obviously you've got to have content. You don't, you know, obviously you don't. You want to try and keep you want to try and keep your streams. If you're doing this streaming, you've got to have constant material to do because that's the most crucial part. I am, Stu. Yeah, I really like watching everyone's streams. It's the same with me, NK. You know, I think it's the sorry, Jade Fix. It's literally you know, everyone's got unique, different ways of doing things. Obviously, I'm still a noob when it comes to doing repairs because my skills were PCs. Obviously, back in the early days, I worked in Packard Bell and Dell. So I worked with literally two tech giants. Obviously, putting BCs together, and then I went into IT work. It weren't for long because it wasn't for me. It's just that, and then I started having medical issues, which obviously to me now it makes it very difficult to concentrate. And with IT work, you need concentration. You definitely need that. So it's not the easiest thing to do, but now since I've been doing the last coming up to 7 years now, I've been doing charity work, which I absolutely love, and I'm it's one of my biggest passions now. I've got right into it on that front. And the good thing is the charity that I work with on that front, and I've worked with a good 90% of all different charities: Sue Rider, Saints, Bernardo's, the British Heart Foundation. Obviously, the latest one is at the moment is St Francis Hospice. So yeah, I would definitely say that I've worked with quite a lot, and I've done a lot of charity work, and and they have been fantastic because I've obviously the community is a bit like all communities, but the one that I'm doing at the moment, obviously I work with numerous, and I still work with numerous. So all my materials that the broken items that do get donated to me, obviously I repair them. It's a bonus because what I do, it doesn't go to one charity, it goes off to multiple charities. Obviously it goes to, as I explained this before in the previous video, my money goes into a trustee. The trustee then nominates where your money wants to go, i.e. my money goes to, at the moment, the latest one is the Dogs Trust. Obviously I've sponsored Little Woody. So that money at the moment, which I'm sponsoring £10 a month at the end of the day, £10 a month goes to Woody. But I do want to raise some more money for Dogs Trust, is because I've seen our local one down here in the south. They've literally, they've got one about 30 miles away, and they do look after the dogs. And I asked one of the women, could I film it? Unfortunately, she said no. Due to data protection, she said, because it's got personal details, we can't allow you to stream. And it's a shame because I'd love to film it and upload on that front and show. But I did ask permission first, and unfortunately she said no. But she said that I can assure you the money, all what people raise, and obviously the sponsorship, it goes to keep these dogs healthy, clean, and to keep them a comfortable life at the end of the day. And obviously, being Little Woody, spent most of his life in the kennels on that front, which is such a shame. So yeah, you can understand the reasons why on the fronts that I asked first, and unfortunately they just said no. I was a little bit gutted, to be honest, because I thought she was going to say yes, and I would have done what I could have done was done a short video, and obviously I was trying to promote, actually try to help raise money for the Dogs Trust, but it's their wishes. I totally understand the reasons why, and I respect them for that. So that's the least I can do. Is obviously if Mr. Worms can fix me the other Atari up, because the other Atari is my own Atari and it was working until I butchered it and tried to take a RAM figure. Obviously that's why I stopped. I didn't want to make any more pig's ear out of it by doing more trace work, which I didn't really want to do. So Mr. Worms is taking on that lovely job. So if Mr. Worms can fix the other one, that is going to be donated again, will be raised, sold on my website for it will be, the money will be going to Dogs Trust on that front. So whatever I get on that will be great. The last lot that I done for cancer research, I raised £245 on one of the Xboxes that I got done, and yeah, so the money went there. So and I got a little thank you email on that front. Fantastic. I can't show that, it's got personal details on because again I can't, it's hard to phase that out. When you've got all email addresses and other things, I don't really want to broadcast that out. They did remind me, please don't give out any personal. I said no, totally respect that, totally respect. So yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to plug this in. Let's see if I see what this looks like. Oh, before you do that, I have got to plug in the module because it will not work without that. So, and I need that adapter. The one thing about electrical repairs is that you can always never know how much there is. It's always something that you can always learn from each other. That is very true, my friend. It's because, like you said, look at the other day, thanks to Mr. Hotcows, right? Now, Mr. Hotcows really got me out of a sticky situation there because I couldn't get the revision for the issue 4S board. Obviously, great to Mr. JFix. He did, my hat goes off to you, sir, and thank you for your help. That image, it wasn't clear enough to see where them jumper points were going. It was just a bit out of phase until Mr. Hotgirls come along and he come up with the perfect overview of the board, not only in detail, which really helped, but he gave me an undergrowth of that board as well. And lucky enough, I didn't do what I was going to do because I would have ground to short and took something else out. And they was actually anchor points. They wasn't points at all. So that really did help me on that front. So thanks to Mr. Hotcows and that, I managed to fix it. But then we come up with the problem on that front that that the ULA was shorted. So it was just shorted. So I couldn't do nothing about it. But I did manage to fix the trace. So that's one good aspect, because the resistor wasn't getting on. I'm surprised it didn't take the resistor out. So I'm going to switch her on. We've got lighting. So this is my point I was trying to make earlier on, right? Obviously, it's going to flash up red because obviously nothing's plugged in, right, at the end of the day. But this is the point I was trying to get to earlier on about I didn't want to start. I already took voltages of the 5 volts and the 3 volts of the front ports. So obviously, when the casing all goes back, you're not going to see this. But what that will do, that will bleed the light outwards. So that will light all this up anyway. So you're not going to see it over the top view, because it's all, obviously you're going to have this going over the top. So you're going to have light bleeding from it. But what it will do, the light will bleed back from the plastic of the shielding. It will bounce back. So hopefully it then bleed the light to go through to the plastics, which is going to see, because like you said, it acts like a diffuser. So I can't see that not causing an issue, but it was no point me doing all the way round the back. And the good aspect is that now, obviously, I've got to take I don't know if the battery's gone dead in this. It probably has, because it's been sitting in there a little while. So if I put blue, I can now go blue. If I want to go red, I can go red. And the good thing is, you can turn it off. Well, it did turn off. No. Where's that shield? Oh, it's up here, isn't it? So yeah, basically. Well, it's not turning off. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if that's because of the battery doing that. Mr. PT, thank you for joining, my friend. So yeah, basically, I think the battery's cooked in this. Let me check that battery. It won't leave this on, so it's obviously going to flash up a warning because obviously nothing's plugged in. So let me have a quick look of the battery connector. But again, I haven't put none at the back because there's no point. There's nothing going to reflect on that anyway, so it's all going to be down the side. So hopefully what you'll do, you'll see the side will reflect that colour coming from the back shield. It'll bounce back out, and because it's obviously this being a crystal, it's a diffused white anyway, so it'll give that nice glow look. That's why I didn't want to go too low and too high. It will just balance it. Let me test this battery. I think this battery's getting... It's the only thing with these modules. And the good thing is, look, I can unplug it, and that's one good aspect on it. So I could just plug it back in. This is what I wanted to do. I didn't really want to start tampering into wires. The only downside is, like you said, you've got to have a cable coming out. Well, it's a small price to pay. It's just still going to look a lot cooler when it's switched on. You don't. Who uses 4 players? There weren't many games that use 4 players on the Xbox anyway. The fighting ones is players 1 and 2. Let's see if that's pumping out 3.2 volts. It is 3.2 volts. Brand new battery. Absolutely brand new battery. So that's down to the RF. That is down to the modulator then. That's down to this. Obviously this modulator is not picking up properly. But they're crap anyway. They're not the greatest, to be totally honest. Like I said. It won't switch it off. But it is picking up the colours. I mean, I ain't going through the colours. Blue, red. We can go flashing, which it is flashing. Strobe. So strobe. So if you look at the strobe ones, obviously, on the colours on it. So you obviously are blinking. The only thing is, it won't switch off, which is very unusual. It should switch off. That's strobing. You know, I'm pressing the... Do you know what I'm pressing? I'm pressing the Wastane button. It's actually strobing it. Well, that's weird, isn't it? It's affecting the strobe. It feels like the controls are all back and front. Wow. Well, I think the controllers got confused. Because look, I'm pressing it fast and it's strobing. And it's sort of like going mad. But the red's gone to orange. It feels like the colours have all gone back to front. Wow. That's gone back to strobing again. Feels like a disco. That's yellow. Well, the pink's gone to like a bluish white. Oh, that's weird. They're not, like I said, they're not the greatest on there, but it will make it a difference when it's sort of booted up anyway. It's like, and I like the green, like the nice green effect. Obviously, you can see what I mean with the casing though. Look, this is what I said to you about bleeding the lights coming through. So obviously, the light is, once that goes through, that will actually bleed right all the way through it. This is what I was saying about earlier on, about you ain't got to go mad with it anyway. And obviously, some of the back ports all seem to be lighting up because the colour's bleeding through it. So the time you'll put the casing over, that will dampen it down anyway. on the front. Obviously, there's nothing in this Xbox because obviously I ain't plugged hardly anything in it. It's blinking because obviously I've got the drive, and remember I've done the ports as well. So even though if I took that out, the ports still light up because they've been hardwired and they're all multicoloured anyway. So it doesn't matter what port I plug this in because all it's powering is an LED. So that's one good aspect. But I'll keep it on port 4 on that front. By the time you light it all up, obviously once you kill the power, it'll just go to default mode on here, which it will just be like a blinking. And you, like you said, you can actually see it with all the colours. I can't. That's, to be honest, I don't think it really matters. But it looks like a bloody disco in it. It looks like it does. It literally looks like a disco. So I'm thinking that is if I turn that off, unplug that. I'm thinking I think I'll keep it exactly where it is. Take that off. So what I need to do next then is thread all this through the case and put all this back. So first things first, let's put it all back. Put all this back in. Now I've got to be careful, obviously that's hot all up that side, so but yeah, actually that's what Mr. Rusty Russ should have got. He should have just got one of these cheap adapters, and then that way you ain't got to worry about encoding or putting encoder chips in. Just for the sake of 1040, because that's all that encodes at, unless you go to the top of the range chip, which is £330. I forgot what chip it is. Obviously it ain't the Xenon chip. It's not one of these type of chips. I forgot what type of chip it is. Mr. Retro 6, Luke at Retro 6, he sells that chip, but it's £330 without it being installed. It's a very expensive chip. That's without the encoder for the 4K. That is another £179 for it to be bypassed on top. This is why Mr. Retro 6 literally charges what he charges, is because it's not an easy process. And I even see him and he struggles, and he's an expert on it, and he's been doing it for ages. And even he said in live streams, I asked him, I said, on the difficulty of 1 to 10, what is it? And he said it's a 10 plus. It's not the easiest task. He said, because the encoder chip's got to be hardwired into one of the CPUs. That's why it's a bit involving. He said it's not, I wouldn't recommend it for a novice. He said, because the potential side, you could brick it. And I totally agree with that. If you're going down that route, it is dangerous. Looks like a disco. It does look like, do you know what? It actually does J-Fix on that front. But I'll tell you what, it'll look better once it's all put back anyway. I'm hoping it is. It's going to be better than none. I mean, at the moment, only the front lit up, which I've done a little bit of customization. So putting this in, I always wanted to, I was sitting on the window, I went, do you know what? To kill the stream, because obviously no one else is streaming, right? I might as well jump on, I might as well mod it. Do another mod. You can never do enough mods. When it's true, you can never do enough mods on that front. So I've got to put this in first, ain't I? And that's got to go in after. Good. But yes, I totally agree. I think Mr. Pico is right. By watching others stream, you're thinking, bloody hell. Obviously, oh no, we've got the disco. The disco, how did I know this camera, it didn't take long before I had an issue with the camera. Andy laughed. He just finds it hilarious. He said, you're the only one that's had problems with that. I said, don't talk to me about that camera. I've been cursed. Absolutely been cursed. What it is, I want to order the other camera, right? But obviously, we've only got a week to go, obviously, to Christmas Day. Stuff ain't going to start going back. It's a rave night. It's one of those rave moments. I'm going back to the 1990s, ain't I? At the end of the day, it's get the rave going. It's pop some pills. Let's get out of control. No, don't do that. don't do that route. It's obviously not recommended on that front. But yeah, it did make me laugh. This is why everyone streams. This is why I love watching everyone stream. Everyone's got different quirks. This is why when Mr. MK was having a drink, he seemed like he was livening up. And that's why he made me laugh. He said, "Hey, it's Mr. Chill and Relax. Don't pay his tax." I nearly fell off the chair through laughing. I mean, Mr. MK, you absolutely crack me up. You seriously do crack me up. You crack me up. I thought he's a legend. Absolutely legend. I literally choked. I was having a cup of tea. I nearly choked through laughter. Oh dear. Why is things like not so easy to put in? This is what I was saying about when you're trying to doing mods. You obviously not the easiest thing to try and put in, because you don't want to, you don't want to end up like pulling anything out, and I have to be careful here because I didn't want to start pulling on, and it did look like it was catching at one point, but it ain't now. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. So that's in. Cool. I didn't want to trap any of the cables or pinch anything, which I don't. Cool. Oh, great. So what I've got to do now, I've now got to thread all this through. It literally does, isn't it? It's really funny. This is what I love about the streaming community. Everyone's different. It's all about, it's true what Mr. MK said, it's all about entertainment. I mean, all right, don't get me wrong, it is educational. I mean, obviously you're not going to get other streamers like my mate Vince. I think he said my mate Vince. My mate Vince, he don't do live streaming. Everyone, Mr. Pico don't, obviously. You know, respect them for that, but they are very good repairers. They are good at what they do. At the end of the day, live streaming is not so easy. You know, when Joey does it, obviously he's got an audience. And he's a family audience, where us audience, I've put mine, and like everyone else's, is that it's all for adult content only. So you have to be careful what you say. It's like you being broadcasting live if you went on the air on, ITV show. You have to be very careful what you say. And it is easy to slip up. You know, these words will pop out at the end of the day, and obviously your brain don't process it. So it just... The only way to express it is to say it, to get it out. And it may come out wrong, which is not great when it's doing live streaming. So yes, on that front. Instead of the retro logo at the bottom, it's called it, you should have a Furby can. Do you know what? We was talking about that earlier on. Obviously, Andy brought that one up in his stream. On that. No, it was MK. It wasn't Andy, it was MK last night. Brought it up on his stream. He said, "Mr. Chill and Relax trying to palm me off with a Furby." And I was cracking up on the chair. He said, "Would you like a Furby?" He said after about 10 minutes I felt suicidal. My ribs through laughing. I went, "Oh no, that's it. I've started off with the Furby content." He said, "Since I've ever known Mr. Chill and Relax," he said, "them Furbies have haunted me ever since." I went, "Oh no, the Furby revenge." That was it. It's just, I was rolling up. Absolutely, the tears were coming out. I thought, oh my God. It was funny as hell. Literally funny as hell. But yeah, he went, "No." He said, "I don't want no more bloody Furbies." I mean, all right, I don't blame you. They are a curse. He said, "All I hear is that other one when you turn it upside down." He said it give me nightmares. You should do a reason to do a full Furby cam. Do you know what? That's actually not a bad idea. There's a bit of everything. There probably is. If you probably go to YouTube, obviously YouTube's got a different algorithm. There is probably a Furby channel. It's all about Furbies, you know. But obviously Mr. MK didn't want to be reminded by Furbies, because I already put the fear of God into him after that last one. He obviously said, That's it. He said, after knowing Mr. Chiller relax on that front, he said, that Furby is it. He said it's done me in and I'll never forget it. I thought, oh no, that's not an experience I wanted to set off. I thought, poor Mr. MK, what have I done to him? I've now set him off with a Furby, sort of Furby vision. I just sent him one. Oh no. Do you know what I've done on this? Look, and Mr. Rusty Russ should do the same, really, right? Use a little bit of brown parcel tape, right? And obviously, when you're putting these boards on, obviously you've got like components at the back. If he ever, I'm not saying if he ever watches this channel, right? What he should do is, for safety, do what I've done. Grind the back ports out so it does not grind to short, because obviously there's a lot of components at the back here, and obviously you've not got much room between that and touching, so you can actually see it. So I did that in some case. Do you know what? It safeguards it. That's one thing I've noticed Mr. Rusty Russ never did on that front. And look, this is my prime example. If I plug this in, look how close, right? That's plugged in, right? Look at the close point. Can you see how the close that is? That's gone into the front. It's not got much to shorten that. That's only got to be knocked forward. That's then all live components, and that will ground out. So that's reasons why I always do. I do that with anything. I even do it with PCs. It's just pure protection, that front. So right now I'm going to put this in. Yeah, that did make me laugh with Mr. MK. He absolutely is. That's why I love him. He's an absolute. He's a legend. He really tickled me when he done that. He said that Furby's cursed me. No, Rusty Russ. Russ, I was just talking about. I'm glad you're in. What you should do, my friend. Right. Obviously, this is my Xbox. I've just done an LED kit. Obviously, on the back here, and I'll take it back out and I'll show you. I'll put a 2 terabyte in this one, right? This is my original Xbox. And let me take it back out and it'll be easier to show. Stu's done it on these, right? Obviously, the port that when you're putting these on, obviously they're not the greatest, right? And they're obviously not like when you pull these out. Now, there was 2 versions of the Xbox. This is what I said earlier on, you wasn't in the stream, but I'll repeat it anyway. Obviously, when you're doing these adapters, there was only 2 adapters that the Xboxes only saw, that when you're doing the mod on it. And obviously my mod's got the Xenium chip put in, but do that. Well, I've noticed you didn't do that on yours, but I recommend you put a bit of brown parcel tape over and just leave your port exposed, because obviously that's obviously, like, this is all live and you don't want it grinding out. I mean, Stu done it on these and they are great to do. I'll keep that in mind in future, but the adapters I used is the foam installation. Yeah, I mean, you know, like you said, the Xbox, obviously, this one ribbon cable, this is 120mm ribbon cable. The versions that they come with on this front, yeah, you want a 3D print that, Mick? Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not a bad idea. The only downside is I ain't got a 3D print. I could ask Mr. Hot Cows to 3D print one, but he'll want the adapter size. Mine is 2D kit, and it comes with with a pad. Nice. At the end of the day, I mean, I've done that for that reason. Yeah, along with that 40 plus mod chip that you made up. Yeah, literally what that chip that's got into it. Yeah, obviously not. But obviously I've put a little bit of brown parcel tape over because I didn't want it shortening out. Obviously you haven't got much room when you put these in. But this ribbon cable, I had to order that from America because no one in the UK actually had 120mm pin. And this come off a computer. This wasn't, obviously. No, I can send you a print for that. I mean, no, that's all right, yeah. I mean, I'll have to ask Mr. Hotcows first. Will he 3D print me one? I'll pay him for the, obviously, because the plastic's expensive. The reels, they're about 20 They're about £26 for a reel. They are dear. But he would do, I'm sure Mr. Hotcows, if he was in, if I asked him, I'd pay him to do it at the end of the day. And 3D print me one on that. But yeah, I ordered that. That's a computer one. An 80 pin. That is an 80 pin extra long ribbon. I've got the same made up already. So I'll send you. Oh right, okay. There's a few mod chips. Oh right, nice. Thanks, Chris. Well, let us know, brother. I'll go. I'm pretty sure if I'm actually got into your stream, I can. Let's have a quick look. This phone is really ultra sensitive. Right. Let's have a quick. Chris F. Yes, there you go. So let me message. Yeah, I'm on there, Chris. So yeah, you're on that bit, bud. So no worries. Put it in there, and I'll put you my details in if you want to do that. And then what's that? I'll pay for it. What's that? Send me no worries. I will do. Thank you. So yeah, what I've done, Russ. That's how I've done it, because obviously when this closes up, look at the gap. You've hardly got any gap on there. And this is the reasons why I recommend putting a little bit of parcel tape. I mean, Stu's done the same with these. He's done these nice because obviously he's lit up all the green logo. But obviously I've got the clear, I've got the crystal. And again, this is a I put a 1 terabyte in. It is a 2 terabyte Barracuda. And it's a 70, this is a 77 RPM, not the 72. So it's actually a little bit quicker. Speeds up a little bit quick, but they're a little bit dearer. I think these were retailing about 80, 90 quid of the 2 terabyte Barracudas. You can get the Western Digital Black again, but they're about 134 on the Western Digitals. Unless you go like, you know, SSD. But then obviously, but I thought, do you know what? That's quick enough. It's quick. I took that out of an old computer, so. But it was fine. It wasn't hardly any. It's not hardly being used. It's the only thing with these is getting these out, because obviously I've got to be careful here. Obviously I've got the LEDs strapped around this, so I don't really want to pull the LEDs out if I can help it. I've got to have a look, make sure that they're not pinching. I think they're fine. Obviously that's popped out. They're not the greatest, the way they put these in. They're absolutely crap. The Xbox was an underrated, I think it was an underrated system. Don't get me wrong, it really was. I think Microsoft, when they brought this out, obviously there was a cry out for these Xboxes. They couldn't get them out anywhere. And then they started having issues, obviously due to the batch. They had to do firmware update. First of all, people's systems, I forgot what drive's in this. I think this has got the Lighton drive. The Lightons, there was Panasonic, they used Samsung's Lighton. And I forgot what, there was about 3-4 drives they used on these. And there was one of them, the Lightons did have issues. But I haven't had any issues with this. But it doesn't matter. It's going through the chip. So the chip doesn't give it any issues because the chip's bypassing all of the security. So I'm not going to get any problems anyway. So, obviously, not ideal, but this is why I went for the extra long cable. Because again, the 80, I think the 80 pin, that it was 70 or 80 mil. Well, obviously, it was too tight. It was really putting a lot of stretch. I didn't want to go down that route because, again, you're putting stress on the pins. Obviously, it was not quite long enough. The 40 pin was the exact length when they'd done the fold. So I went for the double long one for the PC and went down this route, and it's so much better. because then I can pull it out and I'm not pulling on cables and things. But again, they didn't sell it in the UK. I had to import that from America. The bloke went, yeah, he said, I've used it for the Xbox OGs. He said, absolutely fine. He said, but they're not going to be cheap. I think the cable was about 40 quid, worked in dollars, and then there was shipping and import taxes, which come to another about just over 26, 27 pound on top. It's worth it because again, it was only designed for this one purpose, and it did work it. So I'm not bothered. Yeah, they're on eBay now, Mick. Oh, great. See what I mean? Bloody typical. They weren't when I went on. It's like everything else. You know, it doesn't matter. I mean, I've got it anyway. That's the one aspect. So what I'm going to do now, I might have to take this back out because I've got to get that cable in, ain't I? I've just realised I've got to put that cable in to thread it through. And I have. Because that's what this is. So she's going to have to come back out. I'm crying out loud. It don't matter. I thought I forgot something. Obviously, I was talking about Furbies and everything else. It's obviously got me excited. Right, take that out. Again, take these in. Take that out. Let's go and grab a drop of water. I've got to put that cable through for about 11 quid. Ha! Oh, 7 quid. Oh, there you go. 7 quid. Fuck it, I've been stitched up. Oh, I've all got done there then. Mind you, they didn't have it at the time, so. No, Bronson. I'm getting a drop of water. My throat's hot. Google on the edge. Today I've got summer fruits today from Tesco's. I was in Tesco's earlier and I got me sandwiches. And Bronson wants obviously one of his fucking sticks. So Mr. Bronze wants his sticks and that. Always wants a stick. Always wants a stick. That Mr. Bronson. Look at him. One big goofer. He normally glues me up. What is that bloody Bronson? Wait, Bronze. Wait, Bronze. Oh, I can't open it any bloody quicker. Well, they seal these up, don't they? You can't even bloody get them out. Look at the fucking length of it. Look. Jesus. I mean, look. I'm not joking. The length from my hand to there, right? Look. That's how long it is. Oh, that's it. He's took that. He's buggered off. Right. Well, he's happy. That kept him quiet for about 5 minutes. He's a good boy. Oh, Jesus. Fucking length of these. These are puffed chicken strips. They're about $3.99 at the end of the day. He loves them. Absolutely loves them. I've got some nice corn Linda McCartney stuff today. So, absolutely nice. You have a quick drink. Fucking the tablets I take make all my throat keep going dry. Oh, that's better. Refreshing. Right, let's put this cable through. I might have to. I might have to get the gun on it and widen it up a little bit. Nice. Now that's going through. Just wanted to widen that a little bit. Yeah, perfect. That's what I love. Obviously, I'm going to put that through. Didn't want it like stranded or anything like that. Now I can connect her up properly. Put the arrow to the arrow. That can now go up. Now I can put this in, and it shouldn't pinch any of the bloody cables. Oh, I'm hoping Not much in the Xboxes, no. I mean, one good aspect. These obviously. I sent you a pic. All right. Hold on. I've got to have a look at this. Oh my God. Stu, what the bleeding hell? What's all this lot? Are these all them bloody Xenon chips you've got? Oh my God. How many... Jeez. How many chips did you manage to get? Did you buy a job lot or something? Jesus. Yeah, they are. They're in Xenon boards. Wow. I mean, you know, that's literally... These all different types. Yeah, that's it. One's got a Raspberry Pi Pico. I think that's the one I've got. That one there. That looks like my one. Bloody hell, Stu. I mean, it looks like you've been doing a collection now. I ordered the balls and then soldered all the Picos. Nice. Yeah, I can actually see it. So yeah, because look, Picos. They got Picos on these. Oh, they've all got Picos. Yeah, you're right. Mini Picos. You've got a mini one. Wow. Yeah, because like you said, I ordered all the balls and then soldered it. Nice one. Did you have to program them? Bloody hell, it's a lot now, isn't it? Like you said, actually trying to do that must have took you a while to do all that lot. Wow, you think all them bloody pins you end up putting on? Jesus, nice one. I mean, hang on a minute. How many balls has he got? Jesus. Yeah. I started selling RAM upgrades on the Xbox Fast last year on eBay, but I've just built a stock up for them. Nice. Yeah. You just literally plug them into your PC and drop the files on. Oh right. Like the one I've got then. So you just dump the file straight in. That's what I was going to ask you. Obviously, I've got them. I've obviously got them Xbox. I've obviously got them Xbox Wii U's. Obviously, one's got the 1606 bug. Obviously, it's due to the NAND being corrupted. The eMMC. I did see you put a link in, or is it Stu? Stu might have put a link in, or I don't know if it was you. But putting a link. I don't know. I forgot. I'll have to look back at the stream. No, never done anything with the Wii U's. Oh right. Oh no, then it must have been Mr. Stu that's put that in. Shows you how to get round the issues, and you can try it, but obviously you have to copy the information over and not format it. Oh, it's nothing involving. I see a couple of YouTube videos. I went. Obviously, it's not for me. I'll stick to me retro stuff on this front. Obviously, it's going to be really involved of trying to get any of that done, anything like that. See, now Mr. Bronson's at that now. He obviously thinks now there's a second lot, and you know what happens there, Bronson. You can think, boy, but I'm afraid there's not. It's out of the question. That's fine. That's all sitting not. Got to make. That's the only thing with these. You've got to make sure they sit flat. I just don't like the way these bloody odd. It's just the way they put that adapter in. This has got to be one of the realest, weakest ideas of what Microsoft have ever done to this Xbox. It's not the greatest. Like you said, that custom one they done, what Mr. J-Fix showed. Oh my God, 36k, because it was a prototype. That's awesome. I mean, that bloke that actually made it, hat goes off to you, sir. You are a legend. Right, so this is what I've got to put there. So obviously I've got to put this tucked in at the side. So got to make sure these are actually pushed in, because otherwise it won't make contact. And if these ain't making contact, this won't switch on. you'll just get a red ring. Yeah, no, yeah. So I've got one wire coming out of the side, which is got to go to. Hold up a minute. Yeah, you know what I've done, didn't you? This has got to come back out. The reasons why that will not go through that hole, because look, the port's too big. So obviously I've got to do it from this side. Lucky enough, I can do it from here. So what I've got to do then, I've got it the right way. So basically what I've got to do is put this through this first and then go through that after. I'll get it right in a minute. Fuck, Jesus. So come back out again. Take this back out. That's got to come out. Oh, that's alright, it's come out anyway. Take this back out, because obviously I've got to get that through first before that goes in, and then thread it through. Oh no. Oh no, quick. Oh no, indeed. You're thinking, oh, I'll get there in a minute. I will get there in a minute. Take it out, put it in. Obviously that's going to have to come out. Right, plastic first, right, then yes, so what I need to do first then, plastic first, right, put all that through. Now this is what I was saying about earlier on. Can you imagine doing one of them 3DS's, what Mr. Hot Cows does with them ribbon cables? Oh my god, that would have been pushing you to the point of the extinction. You're thinking, no, and they wasn't the easiest to do. Obviously, you've got to roll it up like that, and then you used a bobby pin to actually put it in. Obviously, not the easiest things to try and take them apart and put together. Yeah, he's got patience. I totally agree. You have definitely 100% got to have patience. So that's what I should have done first. Put it through here, because look, this won't pull through, because I didn't want to make that hole any bigger. Now I can put it through. Then I can put all this back. There you go. Like that. So what I'll have to do is then I can plug all of this in like that. I'll put a bit of caption tape over it. Keep that in play. Watson's pissed off there. He don't want it, you know, because he's at his bone. You think, well, I ain't getting any more. I'm going out in the kitchen. Ha! Yes, he's got out in the kitchen. Bless him. Ha. Blimey, Chris, I didn't know how many of them Raspberry Pi things you had. The chipsets. That was a lot. That made me laugh when I see that lot. But hell, how many's he got? Yeah. Really, I want this round the other way. I want that round there, right? So this then ain't putting strain on the other side. That's what I should have done. There you go. Much better. And now I can keep it the angle I wanted to keep it. Because then I can keep this up there. Keep it all posed up. And then that keep them cables out the way. That keeps that straight. That's it. Fucking hell, Tell you what, you have got no room for error in here. None. Absolutely none whatsoever. I need a pair of, where's my pliers? I just want to pinch this up. It's pinching on that cable. It's the only thing with Xboxes, they've got literally no room for error. None. That's it. That ain't pinching in that spot, is it? Nope, it ain't. Cool. Right, now we're good to go. So that can now go into that aspect, which can go up there. And then I can pinch that cable to go round. That can go up. That can go up there. Crawl round. That then can go. Really, this one's coming undone. Right. Fucking caption tape sticks like it's like anything, can it? It really does stick well. You've really got to indicate. You've got to really engineer all your your wealth and all the cables. They've all got to go in a certain way. You feel like. All this just to do a bloody custom job on that, just to put bloody in, you know, some LEDs in. Wow. Now I can put this in because it's now the right way. The arrow's pointing. That can then go to. I can actually put that on the top. It should indicate to go to the top of it. So I can't see why not. Right, that's in there. I don't like that floppiness with that IDE slot that you know like the SATA port this slots into. It's dog's crap. It's absolutely appalling. But that's how Xbox have designed it. They're absolutely a joke. Right, let's put a bit more around that end now. Bodson, what on earth are you doing? Bodson. What are you doing, mister? Right, that ain't pulled out, is it? Because otherwise this won't boot up if that is not in that port. Right, so now she'll go back. Because obviously... Well, obviously I've not put the screws back in. But what I want to do is just see what it looks like. The indication of that wire . It's not clipping all the way down to the bottom. I know when this is clipped because there's clip points and that is something's preventing it, and it's got to be down to that wire. It's actually forbidding to clip it all the way down, or something at the top it's not allowing for it to go in, and I'd say it's that that's causing the issue. It is. It is that was causing it. Just stopping from the top to go there. You can't. There's no like error on these to actually put these in. If you're trying to look for clearance, there ain't none. This has got to sit really. This has got to sit flush. If this don't sit flush, this don't go in. Still not clipping in, so something is still forbidding to sit that in at that point. So we still got an issue here. That point. So right, that's got to be. These wires have got to be tucked in. These were flattened down, so I'm not bothered about that. That's plugged in there. I think the issue is it's got to be that module. And that's come out again. No surprise. I think that is where the issue lies. The issue is lying here. That this cable's got to go in first before this one. Because this is not allowing this to sit straight. They've allowed for the error. Bit of plastics broke off that bottom leg, as I thought it would do. Let me take this out. Hold up, guys. This is obviously causing a bit of grief. Let me take that drive back out. That plastic's broke. It was that plastic lug there that was causing the issue. I want that bit of plastic to come out. Oh no, it's all going wrong. And that bit of plastic is still not come out somewhere. That's what I'm trying to look for. I hate bits of plastic rattling around. I know it won't hurt, but that drives me nuts. That's fine. Right. Is that in? Really, I should bolt this in. I only want one bolted in. Yeah. So what I'll do, I'll put one bolt in. That'll just hold it into play. Let me put one bolt in. Not the one with a bloody pin on it, no. No, it's fine. Because otherwise this is going to fall out. Hey, you know, obviously Mr. Rusty Russ was having issues with the finicky. They are really, really finicky. The Nintendo Wii's. Oh my god, the combination is just getting everything right. They are an absolute nightmare to work on. The Wii U's obviously are no different than the Wii's. They're a little bit more complex. There's more screws. Yeah, I use a flat-end screwdriver, so that won't come out again now. That'll stay exactly where that is. Just make sure that I've got that bloody bit of plastic out. Oh yeah, it's attached right at the bottom. I just found it. Lovely. I hate bits of plastic floating around. You think, oh, that's going to annoy me. You think that's got to come out. Obviously, it was here. I know why. They keep the wires tucked in nice and neatly. Obviously, Xbox, when they designed this, there was no room for error. None. I think they could have. I mean, that concept design was beautiful, but it, like all concept designs, like when they build these gaming consoles, look at the PlayStation 4 when they showed you the concept. It looks actually quite nice, and then obviously it was nothing like it. They all stick. Don't you tend to find that when they're building these gaming consoles, they all look like bricks at the end of the day? Well, look at the Xbox 360. Obviously, when Phil Spencer, the co-founder of Microsoft, actually tried to put done the Xbox 360, did he say in one of the on the live streams that he done, he said your console has to be constantly connected to a live server. If it's not, it won't log you in and you cannot use it. There was uproar about that. He got so much backlash on that front. I thought, what is he bloody playing at? At the end of the day, you can't do that. What if someone ain't got the internet? And that was the argument. He said, what if no one ain't got the internet? Then that's no good. You can't use it. He had to go back on his word and go back to the redevelopment team and then come up with a different architecture that didn't require that sort of aspect. But again, bad mistake. That really costed him on that front. Never known anything like it. If you ain't got a connection, you can't use the Xbox 360. Wow. No, that's why it's not sitting. This is not sitting properly. That's better. It's sitting nicely now. Yeah, I think that's what was causing it, for the case not to sit. Yeah, that's much better. That feels a lot better now. She's not only flush, but really, that wants going at the back. That's what it needs. This wants going right at the back end. Wrong way. Yeah, that's all right. I've done. Yeah. I've just realised on that front. What it is, that is stuck on there, and I'll need to pull that through. Then that can then come up here, then travel down. This can then go at the back, and then it will go. It'll be enough. Like that. That's what it needs. It needs. Alright, guys. Sorry guys, that was me mum there. See what I mean with the Steam Decks? They are great. You just mute it, just push a button. You ain't got to go in and double things on it. It's so much easier. Right, the reasons why it wasn't going in properly, because one, that there was the hole not going right the way in that was causing the issue with that. So that was causing a problem on that front. I'm just hoping that this now should sit flat, nice and flat. The cable's slotted all the way in. That front, cool. Now it looks a lot better. We shouldn't have any more bloody issues. The back plate wasn't sitting down. This has to sit. This has to sit flush for this to work. So obviously, I'm gonna have to move the cable. Move the cable over, so then I can pull that in. That then pulls that down. So it's still catching that now. So I can feel it. Something is still catching on that embankment. It's not pushing it all the way down, and I think it's because, one, that this is causing an issue, right? I'll tell you what's causing an issue. This obviously got lugs right underneath here, right? See this lug? You've got them all the way along, right? If you have a look at the rail, got these all the way along, and that's what this channel's for. Keeps it so it snugs it down. So again, I think that's what is causing 90% of this issue here. That's what it needs. It needs something like that to push it down, and then it'll slot in. Obviously, this cable, obviously, it's not the best way because it's obviously got excessive. I think that's what's stopping that from the back from slotting. Well, obviously that's not helping, because again, pins were bent up at the front, all of these pins, so we got pin bent up. See what I mean about you've got no room forever? You've got to be, when you're doing any mods or any of these Xboxes, they are a frigging nightmare. Something's obviously forbidding it, and it ain't that part that I put in. Feels like it's something else. It's at the front. Something's not right at this front end. It's not clipping. It's not clipping in. Because sometimes it feels like it's just something's blocking it. It feels like the protection's up here. It's definitely something stopping it from going in. So feels like this is not going all the way in. So I wonder if it now is it the cable? Which I'm going to straighten out right now once and for all. Might not be because there's too many bends in that connection, and it's what it's doing. It's knotting. It's not allowing it to squash all the way down. That's it. Something like that. That looks a lot better. I think that was not helping his situation. That feels better. It's more straighter. It's not all knotted up. Oh, hold up, guys. Fucking sorry guys, that was the partner. Wanted to know what if I was streaming. Is he on the phone? Yeah, I am. I can't hear him. Can't hear anything. This is the reasons why I think this is why Mr. Swindon wants to get a Steam Deck set up, because obviously it was just someone just asking about. Obviously, he was having a PC issue on that front, so. Otherwise, he shouts out my name, and then everyone's going to know my name. There's only a few people that know my full name on that one, and they won't give it out because I told them not to. So, otherwise, they'll all be calling me by my first name. I'll be hammered. So, yeah. All right being called Mick, because that's not my name. Oh, this is... You know what it is? It's these bloody... It's these things here. It's these bloody metal bars. Oh my god. They are a frigging nightmare. Oh right, okay. He's on the phone. Right, I'm going to bend these up, because these are supposed to go over. But again, it's stopping right here. For some reason, it just don't want to clip in. Got the front to clip in, side clips in, fine. Get to the back, no. It's stopping right where that pin's going. And it ain't that ribbon cable. Just don't want to clip in right there for some reason. So something's forbidding. Wow. So I mean with Xboxes, it seems like that centre pin is getting stuck here. And it ain't the cable. Far from it, it's definitely not the cable. So why is that being stopped? Don't get it. Should not be an issue trying to get a bloody top back on. This is why Xboxes are a nightmare to work on. It's still not going in. Wow. It's right where that knot is. It just won't slot down and slot right in. And there's nothing in the way. Yeah, the fingers of the lids are all straight. Yeah, that's why I was just... Do you know what? I was just looking at that, Chris. At the end of the day. Front's gone down. It's this. It seems like the issue's up here. For some reason, what it is, it's supposed to go into the little hole. So it slots in the slot. But as I said, that's all nice and flush along that edge. There's nothing risen up. So it's not causing anything on that. The cable is nice and flat. Right? It's folded. All neatly folded. It's just that for some reason, that does not want to go into... Well, it ain't that side. Feels like it don't want to go in. Because, again, it gets to there and it just stops dead. So, feels like it's all along the whole section, right in the centre, them holes seem like they're just not slotting into the other hole, so it's supposed to go in and gives you that guide to push it all the way down. This is why consoles are a bloody nightmare. Is it in yet? I'm trying to get there, Mr. Swindon, so I'm trying my best, sir, at the end of the day. Obviously, like all consoles, they do push you to the brink of thinking, oh my god. But this is the joys of owning consoles. Nothing wants to work. Or you're thinking at the end of the day, why don't you bugger, why aren't you going in? See, that's in, that's slotted in. Back's in, and I think this is what's causing the issue. And it just don't want to have it. It just doesn't want to go. That back will not slot in. So the front's gone in, like you said. Front's clipped all the way in, which these do. So that's there it's got, but that back won't have it. And there's nothing in the way of it, nothing. So to me, it's alignment. There's nothing in the way of that one. It does push your patience, so I'll give it that. Wow. It's not the sides, because there's nothing on the sides. It's literally that the back seems to be causing the problem, and there's nothing in the way. There's no hole there, right? That's a screw hole, right? That's just to anchor that down, right? So the only holes that you've managed to got on the here are this one and this one. These are like guide pins. So obviously, the only guide pins you've got are one here, right? Because that's how you put the screws in. And you've got one here. Literally up this end. And there's nothing in the way. But no, for some reason, it does not want to go in. Everything else is dead flat. You've got to make sure that this is flat with this point. So this is all nice and flush. You don't want none of this sticking up at the end of the day. For some reason, it's not having it. It will not go. And it ain't nothing to do with the mod that I've put on. what if you try to clip the back first? That's actually a good point. I'll have a see if that can. It's literally this the only thing with these Xboxes, you know. And you know what happens with these poxy things? You start tinkering with them, and then they don't want to have it. So let me try the back first, see if we can get the back in, and then we can aim for the front. Because it's the back you see it, that's causing the issue. It won't push down. It seems like that's where the issue is giving me the headache. There ain't nothing on them holes, nothing stopping on that hole. There's none of the holes are blocked, so I can rule out that for definitely 100%. So it's definitely not none of them. I've never had this before where normally these just slot in. I think, oh, that's all right, it's done. You know when your patience just wears thin and you just think, put it in a bin. Put it in a bin, that's it. I've given up. Turn it off. It does push it. It really does get to you. Working on console sometimes. It becomes really, really frustrating. And this is why when you end up having, you're thinking, oh my God, Russ found that out with the Wii. You're thinking, oh my God, yeah, that's true. Is it the top shield? What it is. Obviously, like I said, you've got the guide pins here, right? And you have, when you're putting these Xboxes back, you must keep all six, literally all 6 of these holes free. You cannot keep any of them because you've got the 6 stands that come off from the shield. These shields go straight into them holes. That obviously countersink it down about that much. That then pulls that canvas all the way down, so then you can put all in big deep screws, which are these ones. You can put them straight through, and it binds it in. But that's not going. For some reason, the cable's nice and flat. It's not causing a problem. It ain't none of this because again, it's all nice and flat. So I don't quite get it why this is not going for some reason. So I just thought it might have been something that's causing it to stop this from going in. And it ain't. Just having a look at the back. Thought, is it the fan? Is it the fan stopping it? No. That's the idea of these curves, to allow them plugs to come out. I'll do more than that. I'll probably never touch another one again. I know it. Yeah, I know what you mean, Russ. They are a nightmare, my friend. The top shield edge is not the guide pins. No, they're not. All they do is just hug. When the lip goes down, it just hugs to make sure it gives it a nice snug fit at the end of the day. Have you done a case swap? I've done 2, and normally I don't normally have this issue. They just clip in. Not yet, but I'm planning to do this one this weekend. Well, that'd be interesting. Be great to see. Definitely, 100%. But that should not stop this from going in, because there's nothing in the way. Obviously, if these are not folded flat, because this is why they, obviously, but that would not stop that. I mean, obviously, you can see that there's probably about that much clearance. The time that sits, it's going to be about that much that it sits. So that's not going to cause it. That will just give it a nice thick foam. But no, actually, I can't see the reasons why this is causing issues of this not going on. Russ, that's what I was saying to you earlier on. I said, you want to grab yourself one of these off eBay? these are HDV converters for the original Xbox. So basically, you just plug it in at the back and then you get your HDMI straight output at the end of the day. On that front, you ain't got to worry about encoded chips then and putting them on. I had a look on there to try and do the board, swap the chips over on this. See, it's not shifting. It's here. It's definitely here that's causing the problem. There you are. She's on. Yay! Snapped on. Done. Yes. Oh my God. I have never in my life had to endorse anything like that. Never. Never ever had to go through anything. That was the biggest pile of crap I've ever known to go through. That's never again, Russ. It never does it. The HDMI that gives you, is that the same results? Yeah, basically. All it does. I missed that. Can you do that again? No, I don't. I really don't. I'm not going to tempt fate, my friend, because I know what'll happen. It'll go out the window. I've got no bin. Stuart's got the best idea. Literally put it out the bin or literally just say, no, it's going out the window. Sorry. Goodbye, Xbox. I'm dealt with you, right? I'm done. That was them epoxy guide pins that won't go through because, like you said, you've got no tolerance. And the cable is, like you said, oh no. The only issue is, it's now not sitting out the front. Oh, for crying out loud, seriously. Freaking hell, shove us then. The front's not sitting straight. Oh no. Look, the fucking front was sitting out, now the back's done, now the front's not sitting. Freaking believable. What is... I hate Xbox. Can I ever go at Phil Spencer for this and say, Phil Spencer, what have you done to these Xboxes? Seriously. Oh, we are. Oh, thank God for that. I only just wanted to clip it down. Oh, fucking God, Jesus. I never want to open this back up, ever. Full stop. I want to leave it shut permanently on that front. Now, obviously, I've got one wire sticking out and it can stay sticking out. I don't care. I'm not opening this fucking back up. He's seriously done my head in. That is seriously got to me. I didn't think that was going to be an headache. I've spent the last 30 minutes trying to put this together. I've never had that. Never. Oh my fucking giddy aunt. The only thing is, guys, it looks like, I don't know if it's got a problem, but the LEDs are not lighting up. I must have pulled the connection. I don't freaking believe it. Oh God, give me an hammer. I'm just going to whack it over the head and just say, Xbox, I'm done. I am done with the Xboxes. Seriously. They must have pulled the connection because now I've got no, it's not lighting up. It's nothing lit up on the side. I can't see no power to it. Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah, no power. I reckon the cable's been pulled. The dog's come over, he's thinking, I can see the green light. Like, if I turn the light out, you can see the green light at the side, but that's the chip. But I've got no, it's not lit up none of the sides on it because obviously it's pulled on the... Yeah, that's pulled on the cable. Pulled the cable out. I don't believe it. Turn it off. I just want to go back to bed. I can go back and forget all about it. Literally, this is why when you're doing things on live stream, it never goes to plan. I mean, as As the A-team always says, as B.A. Baracus, I love it when a plan comes together. Oh no, that was, I used to love it when he used to say, I love it when a plan comes together. I don't. I seriously don't, and especially not to these Xboxes. They want shooting. So I'm gonna have to, it's gonna have to come off again. But obviously I've got that issue. Obviously he's pulled on the connector and he's ripped the connector out. I ain't getting on to play with you, you're crazy fool. I literally have. Seriously, I have never known anything like now. You know what that means? I'll take the top off. I'll spend the next 30 minutes trying to get the top back on. Has he ever broke you back into it? Jesus. Seriously, Pete, I've never, my friend, I've never known anything like it. I thought, oh, it'd be a nice, easy mod. Yeah, the mod's gone easy. Oh, that dog's farted again. I've got the dog farting. Oh, gee, that is disgusting. Hang on, let me get the Febreze. Oh, he's dropped one. Oh, no. That's Mr. T. Ponson just sits there and looks at me. He's thinking, yeah, what have I done? Look, he just sits there. Look, he honestly thinks that he's done nothing wrong. That big goofer. That smells better. I can get the Febreze. I can get the Febreze smell. Oh my God, when he drops one, he really does. He really drops it, and you can near enough taste it. It gets to the point where it's not nice. No, not nice at all. So obviously we got to the point. Is that in? I can't see that. Let me have a look. Where's my torch? Let me go and grab my torch, guys, because I can see from here if that's plugged in or not. Oh, Bronson, I know what you want. I'll get you a drop of water. Unbelievable. Go ahead, Dick. We go for a Jimmy Wheel. I'm not giving you no more. That's it. You've already been farting. Stumped me out, Bronson. Let's get a torch. I can't see a damn thing. It's not dealing with anything else. Not a fan. Don't know what that was. Found out on the floor. It looks like the connector's in. No, it was in. Let me plug it back in. Right, I'll leave this out. I'll plug this back in from the front and see if we got any lighting on it. That makes sense. It should have just powered up. It looked like that was. No, it's not lighting up. No, not at all. That's strange because message retract. Stop retracting your messages. That's it. I've told you now, Mr. Swindon. You tell everyone else in the stream. Stop retracting your messages, you little shit. I don't care anyway. You can retract as many messages as you want. Obviously, it makes me laugh when I hear that. Right. Obviously, I've had an update. Hold up. I've had an update on me tracking, on me things. Oh, right, it's already told me. Import customs clearance completed. Right, okay. That's obviously for the power supply. I'm waiting for the shock when it comes in. Obviously, Mr. Mr. PCDD's had to cough up 60. I guarantee I've got to cough up more on that front. It ain't going to be cheap. Mine won't be 60 pound. It's going to be probably in the mid 70s region. That's not powering up. Now that's strange because I honestly thought. See what I mean by hardwiring it? This, what did I say earlier on about doing hardwiring? You hardwire it, right? This is the headache you're going to have involved. You cause a greater short circuit and then it's all got to come back off. This is why I didn't really want to do that. Let me just plug that into. No, it's not on there, is it? That should have worked then. Now all I can put that down to. Why did that work and not work? I'm baffled. We've got nothing. Absolutely, it's gone dead. It's literally gone dead. I'm now thinking, oh, for crying out loud! All right, let me take the 300 layers of you know, the caption tape off that I managed to put on. The wires ain't pinched. Absolutely, I cannot make this out. Have I killed the controller? But then if you... Oh, now the TV wants to turn off. Yeah, of course it does. So normally, when you plug without the controller on these, obviously it would have just powered straight up. This is why these LEDs are shit, basically. Oh, I did state that, didn't I? I said doing it all fancy and trying to boss it. This is why I did not want to splice in any wires. My point exactly. If you've got an issue, I'm not killed anything. The end of the day, and I haven't got to undo and solder all the wire points up just for the sake of it. It did work, looked like a disco, and then all of a sudden it just decided to stop working for no apparent reason. I honestly do not get that. I'll tell you what, does that still pick up? Yeah. Now, one good aspect is, if you look at the controller, see it flashing? That's how you know your controller's working. So, I know for a fact that this controller is okay. So, I can't blame it on the controller, because obviously you see the blue pulsing light that it picks up the frequency. So, rather, this LED controller has gone kaput. Bye-bye, at the end of the day. Or something else is gone, and it can't be anything else. I've not known it to, because that feeds to 5 volts straight in. Let me try a different port. I reckon that controller port. I reckon that controller's gone dead. The LED controller. That's fucking unbelievable. Literally, after all that work I've done, and for what? Let me turn this off. Right, I've got an idea. Let me see if I can move this up. Right, I want to plug it in to the USB port and do it direct. It is. Right. Now that powers up. So, it ain't an LED port. Have we just killed the ports to the back of the controllers? because obviously you can see it lighting up. So it's not an LED controller they're shooting. Unless this has gone faulty, I don't know. That's not good. Let me try that again. Plug that in. If I remember correctly, the Xboxes have to be, you have to complete the circuit for it to be detected. I'm guessing, I'm going to have a stab in the dark on this one. Like, I've never had this issue before. Obviously not. No. It's weird. I'll let it stop flashing. Just let it get to this boot cycle, because then it'll just stay. Yeah, now it's gone to a solid. It's gone to a solid light. That means it is now booted up. It's in there in the menu, because it's pretty quick when it boots up. It only takes a few seconds. So obviously it's not an LED issue. It seems like it's not pulling enough power in there for the LEDs. Weird. So it wasn't nothing I'd done. What I should do is test the ports, plug a controller into this to have a look. I might have to do that. Clear the table. I'll power this off. Right, it's turned off. And plug this into a TV. Sean Conway. Hi all. Thank you for joining, my friend. Dog treats, anyone? Well, I'm going to have to clear the table. I'll set up the TV. Well, that's weird, isn't it? It did work. That did work on the actual port itself, but obviously not now it don't want to work it. You by doing an RGB mod sort of going round it, you think, yeah, that'd be alright, fine. Thank God I've got this little TV. I need the leads for that. What did I have that? The judge and the jury. Right, that ain't one. Who don't like a little bit of Bananarama? I love the 80s channel. Play some really good stuff in this. Shouldn't not play it. Get copyrighted. Well, that's not it. No, Bronson. I know what you're after. You want more bloody grub. Never stop. That's the amplifier. That's not it. I still ain't done my bloody Steam. I've not done my Nintendo Switch yet. It's still sitting there. It's like everything else. Put it on the back burner. Wait for it. That's the only thing is having too much gear that you can't find nothing, and that's the biggest. That's got to be one of the biggest letdowns ever. Got bloody boxes of leads and everything else on that front. Thinking, it's got to be somewhere. That ain't it. The Xbox has got one of those weird sort of connections. What's that? Oh, fucking bit of it. Oh, I was looking for one of them. Oh, we have playing ones. That's I think that's what Mr. Stu was on about. It's one of these Pandora boxes. Look, 3D Pandora Wi-Fi. This is the one that works lovely. I can map the buttons, but I can't get no sound out because it's bloody muted and I can't turn the mute off. There's an option on it. That one's got alright. That one plays it alright. What the heck is that? Whatever that is, it looks like the dog's at it. Jesus. I've got another webcam here. I didn't see that one. It's another Logitech. Bloody webcams. I've got webcams coming out my ear holes. Oh, look. Okay, where's all my pins? Look, half of them all come out. I was looking for some of them earlier on. Right, keep them out. Cable ties. What are they all doing in the box? They must have fell out somewhere. I've got Atari ST mouse. I thought it might have been in here. No. Just obviously. Code is. Yeah, it's a shame I can't turn that off. That really frustrates me, that. You know, it'll boot up, it'll have sound. Go into a game, mute. And I need to turn the mute off. And for the love of God of me, I cannot. Even the settings will not land. I resetted it to default and it still makes no difference. So it's internal on the actual box itself. And I'll tell you what, it's frustrating because you can't turn it up. Obviously I've turned it down, I don't know how to turn it up. I was pushing buttons because obviously I was trying to map a button. I think, well, this is going well, isn't it? Now I've turned it off, now I can't get nothing. Ha! I thought, oh no. I thought, gee, oh well, for crying out loud, I thought, yeah, that's done it. Well done, Chill. Yeah, this is going well tonight. Fantastic. Do a mod. Yeah, that'd be the easiest thing you could ever do. Yeah, I could even... Just stay. Don't move. Stay there. For the love of God, I cannot find the bloody wire to the Xbox because it's buried with everything else with 90%. I'm going to say that's partially fixed. It was working. Obviously, it's not working now. But obviously, I can't find the bloody wire to it because I need to test it. This is why it pays you to keep wires all together, but obviously I have got wires together. Not for that. I don't know where I put it. I thought I kept it all on top of it. Clearly I didn't. Could have shot that tear. Unbelievable. Got flat batteries down here on them PlayStation 4 controllers. The batteries are completely flat. They need charging up. I don't even know. I think the batteries are knackered in them personally. I think they're just not even holding a charge. Well, that's a bummer. They are somewhere, but I can't find it. That front. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this back out. Holy smokes. Right, there wasn't nothing holding this, was there? No. So, let me take this back out. Let me pull that wire back out. Right. Pull that back out. I'll pull that pin out. So obviously I need to find out of that was working from the port. I mean, I can't see it not working from the port because obviously it did pull the information through. These bloody connectors, they are a nightmare trying to. I really don't like that finicky idea of that going in like that. It's just appalling, absolutely appalling. Rusty Russ. There you go. Went down a certain way. Oh, that dog's farted again. Oh my God, that is disgusting. He really keeps farting. I don't really. You should go to the toilet, Bronson. I mean, you know, I'm not just saying it. Nasty, absolutely nasty. Would help if I did it the right way. We'll just spend the last 20 minutes trying to get the bloody top on, which it wouldn't go on before. So the front clip's on. It's just that bloody back. Now there's nothing in it to literally hold that in, and it still won't clip back properly. Wow, yeah. It just about clips in. I don't get that. That's weird. Let's put the screws back in. So I put the LEDs in. What I need to do is find the need to find that the wire for it for the TV. Where's the last one? Oh, it's up here. Oh yeah, there was another one as well, wasn't there? There was 6. Well, I made it 6. Well, I've only got 5. Then unless there's one fell out. Oh, gee, I can't find nothing on this table. Is it working now? No. I can't find. Well, the LEDs are not lighting up. The only downside is I can't find the bloody wire to plug it into the TV. I've got boxes of bloody wires everywhere for so many consoles. There's got to be about 4 boxes filled up with power supplies, and I am not pulling it all out. Obviously, mind you saying that, I had this, didn't I? It's alright, I can plug this in. Alright, no worries. Let me pop this back. Let me just tighten this up a bit. Obviously, we've got an issue. I just want to test that front port. Just see if it's actually working on that front, but I need... I was looking for the other proper wire for it, but it don't matter. I can plug this in. Oh yeah, here's the other screw. Just want to screw these up. That, unbelievable. Seriously, never known anything like it. No. Where's my green bag? Just want to actually put these in. Can't believe you've done all them Pico things. In Raspberry Pi Picos. I can't believe how many you've done there. That must have took you ages to try and do that lot. That's why I like the clutch ones, because the clutch ones stop it from over torquing you and then splitting all the plastics inside. So yeah, the clutch ones are the best ones to go for on that front. Hold up, that says that's HDMI, isn't it? That TV is not that old CRT is not HDMI. It's only SCART or aerial lead. You ain't even got the bit on it, so am I going to solve that one? That's the... Let me put all these back in. Put them out, take them in. Put them out, take them back in. I have got more consoles there, but obviously I know they've got problems now. Some of them are not going to be fixable. Like the red ring on the 360, you need a rework station to do that. Obviously, and the chances are, I tried reflowing it with hot air. It did work for about 30 seconds. It went straight back to red ring. So it obviously is to do related with that. I could plug it into the TV. Mind you, I've got to find the controller. Let me see if I've got... I don't even know if I can find the bloody controller. Again, these Xboxes, you can't plug in a normal controller because obviously you need to have the original one. That's the only thing with these bloody Xboxes. You can't win. They're so finicky. I think there might be one of these might be in a box. Look, this is what I'm saying about a box of controllers, right? Obviously, oh here, speak the devil. Fair one. This is what I'm saying about wires, controllers. I've got boxes of these things because obviously I've got so many of them, and these are weighing close to nearly like 13 kg. So they're really heavy. You do these. They're filled up with just controllers and everything else. You think, oh, for God's sake, seriously. Right, where's the... I've got to see if the controller is actually working it. Now what I'll have to do is leave it on, leave the PC on, unplug it from the HDMI port. The only way is I'll have to go into my phone on that front, and then go into the live computer, and then I can see it that way, and then I can then see what's going to go, what's actually happening. So go to live, go to that, and obviously there you go, and then I can actually see it for myself, and then that makes it a little easier because then I can actually see it. Otherwise, I won't be able to see because I've only got one HDMI port on this TV. That old TV that it hasn't got that. I want to see if this actually is working. Right, is she switched on? She is. So let me unplug. Let me move that keyboard out of the way. I'll just knock it out of the way, otherwise it's just going to get in my way, like a majority of things always do. I need an HDMI switcher really. That would make my job a lot easier. She's in. Right. Let's have a look. Yep, she's working. So the user port, so it seems to be all right. So yeah, I don't know why that is obviously. It don't seem to be coming through. The user port is not having it for some reason. Select. Hold up, play settings. There you go. Well, it should do. Normally I clicked on that. Let's add another user port. Let's just put one. I forgot how to bloody get back into this. Normally it should just click it when it says press the green button. But I did press the green button. Sent to images. Contents menu. I'll turn it off. I'll turn it back on. I'll try it again. For some reason I can't seem now to log in. Is it because I've unlocked it? Well, you know what they're like with these Xboxes, they're a bloody nightmare. Yeah, don't seem to want to go to. I know the profile. Should load into it. I've never had this issue. Yeah, it is going here. There you go. Let me come back out. There we go. So obviously I've got a few games on there. RoboCop. I don't know some of these. I don't know if I've actually configured some of these. It's Black. It's a great game. That is. I love this game. This is the original Xbox One. Black. I think it was one of the best games they ever come out with. Yeah, its controllers are working fine. Not having any issues. I don't think this is configured now. If I remember correctly, I can't seem to get into this. I tried it before. Checking your disk. Yeah, it does. It's one of the. I think it was one of the Xbox's new #1 games that they ever wanted to play. Obviously, I put a few games on it. Yeah, it seems to be working alright, guys, to be honest. So I don't know why it didn't work from the port then. So what I might have to do then is take it directly from the the 5 and 12 volt rail, like you said, and do it that way. Because obviously that did work on the port. For some reason, now it don't want to work on the port. I don't get that. Let me come out of this, go back into that, and I'll go into YouTube, and then go into my channel. True. Yeah. There you go. And then I can see the chat, Chris. So yeah, obviously I can see the. Have we got sound? I don't even know if we got sound, have we? We got sound. Obviously, this is like a full motion video. This one, black was the original one, the best one to have it. Obviously, I have to keep it down because of copyright. Fucking last thing I wanted to do is flag it up. But it was one of the best games I ever played, and it was only designed for the Xbox original. It wasn't put onto anything. I did see it for the PS2. They did do it for the PS2. It was an import over on that front. But yeah, really great to have on that front. But yeah, ideal. We can't even get out. This is just fucking loading it up. Jesus. You can't skip it either. Actually, that's another point. You can't even come out of it. Let me come out of it. I'll turn it off. Right, let me turn it back on. It's working, but like I said, I wanted the LEDs all lit up. So I might have to hardwire it in directly. So that mod I've done on the side, lucky enough it ain't hardly done any damage on that front. So, but all the LEDs are in. So all this I've got to do is really just splice into the wires. I'll pull that cable round, that's it. It's about a 3-second delay looking at this. I don't know why I can't get into my, for some reason, I don't know why I can't seem to get into my profile. Which is weird. Because the port's working. So obviously the port is not powerful enough to pull 5 volts into the LEDs. So let me go into that. Add user. The users should be there because I did create a default account, which is there. So basically, it says on that, load profile. There you go. It is loading. You've got to press it to go into it. Oh, no. That's obviously going into that front. Yeah, that port, that user port should be already there, but for some reason, which is the top one, where it says add user, that's when I created it. It just goes back out of it. So if I click on that, see, it's coming up. That don't make sense. More settings. Let's see if we've got more settings. Obviously, you've got all the appearance and everything else. This is how you enter all your network. But again, I should be able to just press the green button, but for some reason, it's not having it. Replace all locks. Well, that's weird. That one's got me on that one. So I can't get into my top profile, which has got everything all saved. But I can select the one I just selected, and it comes up with this. So, and that's it. You just click load, and it loads it in. But I couldn't get into the top one for some reason. It won't have it. Weird. That might be because I unplugged it. Obviously, these things don't like being unplugged. But he saves it because it's all partitioned on the drive anyway. So I don't quite get that. Obviously, applications, he'll have to load everything in from the previous. So I've got all the others on here. So all the, like, I've got Linux. I put Linux on there. There's a couple of, I ain't put no emulations on. Homebrew, there's no homebrew stuff. I just really wanted to use it for games. So obviously I've got Night Fighter, Black, Takedown, Cave Story, The Chronicles of Narnia, Half-Life, Half-Life 2, As of the Dead, Jaws. Yeah, there's a few. Shenmue, Simpsons Hit and Run. Obviously, I've got a couple of Star Wars ones. The Warriors, absolutely, it's one of my all-time games that I love the most. I think it's one of my. It really is great. I think it was actually quite. Again, it was only on the Xbox, and then they did import it on the PS2. So, which it should load in. Yeah, that encoder, Russ, what you was asking for, is broadcasted in 576i at 50 Hz. I've just seen it at the bottom of the screen. 576. It's a bit of an odd resolution, so it's not even in 720. Obviously, then we should have sound. Yeah. So, great game this is for the Xbox. If you haven't played this, obviously, just like the film, absolutely, they took this off from the film there and that one. It's one of my time favourites.
It's still on, and we're going. Cyrus sent an emissary.
Well, I'll turn it down because of copyright. I don't want to get done. But absolutely legendary game. If you've never played it, play it. And that front. Now the Xbox is fine, so I might have to hardwire it directly from the. That means I've got to splice into the wires, which I really didn't want to do. And there's no other way of doing it to light up all the sides. Obviously, it's looking at the Xbox on there. It stays like a. It just stays at the purple light anyway, so you can actually see it on that front. But yeah, it's playing all right. It's absolutely, there's nothing wrong with the playing on with the games or the things on it. The only thing is I couldn't select the profile, and I had all the profiles set up. But for some reason, that might be because I unplugged it that front. But she seemed to be working all right. But the only thing is, I wanted to light the LEDs up. The LEDs are now in. I ain't got to take them out. That's one good aspect. So let me turn all this off. Fine. Bit of an odd resolution though. 576i. Because it wasn't even broadcasted in 720 by the sounds of it. So let me take that out. Turn that off. Yeah, that is weird. Oh, I wonder the fucking camera's fell down. Sorry guys, I didn't see it. It's the only thing because I've unplugged the camera. I've only got one HDMI port in this TV. There you go. The camera's back up and running. And we're all back. So we're good. So we can cancel that. Looking at that RGB strip that in my Xbox. Looking at my RGB up there. Exactly. I'm not being funny, Chris. They're an absolute bloody nightmare on that front. This is the odd resolution. I still want to install an HDMI chip. Yeah, you will have to put an HDMI chip in if you want to get it up to 1080. If you want to go for the 4K, you will have to spend that £330 encoder out. I forgot what it is. It's actually on. It's on his website. He does do it, but he's really expensive. You'd have been. I think you'll have a bill not shortchanged from nearly £500 because obviously. You know, mind you, it's a great machine. I can't justify £500 the time you buy the mod chip and redo all the work and Retro 6 will charge you. I'm afraid he's not cheap with his prices. You know, he charges by the hour, and that's what his work is. And he does get work, far from it, but then obviously not everyone's got 500 sobs to come up with to actually have it all properly encoded out. So yeah, if you do put the encoder chip in, then you'll output to 1080. But the game will output to 1080, but the games were only up to 720. So all it'll do, it'll upscale it. But you'll still see it'll just give it a cleaner image, but you won't get you'll output to 1080, but the games weren't broadcasting in 1080. There was only broadcasting in 720. It's the way the Xbox was. So that's a bit of an odd resolution though. 576i at the end of the day. So yeah, literally putting that back together. Oh my god. So like, the LED strips in, but I really didn't want to start splicing into bloody wires on this Xbox, because obviously I thought I killed the ports. I thought, you know, obviously, and the mod that I've done, obviously I've put it there, so it's not too bad. So if I do ever want to come out from a wire, I can come out from that port on that front. But yeah, don't know why for some reason, I don't know why I couldn't select my profile. It might be because I unplugged see what I mean though, Russ? You unplug the drive, and even though it wasn't powered on, I still lost my profile settings. It wouldn't allow me to get in it. This is how finicky the Xbox is. These are a right nightmare to do. Yeah, nice 8-bit. Yeah, it's nice 8-bit now. A guy who owns a game store nearby just called he's just called me and have offered me his repairs. Hell yeah. Nice. That's great. I mean, like you said, that's what you need now, isn't it? MK's just said, evening everyone. I like MK, he does make me laugh. He's so funny, that geezer. I nearly choked on my tea when he said that. When he was, I think he's even more funnier when he's drunk. I honestly do. So, yeah, there's a bit of an odd resolution. 576. It's not even in 720. But then the games weren't whilst aimed anyway. But the Warriors, go and get the game for the Warriors. And Black. Oh my god. I think that's one of the 2 best games that I've ever played on the original Xbox. I mean, I don't play much games anyway, but I do like playing that because obviously I've got the Laserdisc player there. Actually, come to think about it, that's exactly the next time I want to do. I want to clean the Laserdisc player. I haven't. She's really dusty and dirty, and she needs a clean. I ain't even opened that up. I'm hoping that's all right inside, so it wouldn't hurt just to open her up and have a quick gauges to see if she's dirty or not, like dusty. Because again, lasers don't take too kind to dust. I know what they're like. Let me go and grab her. Obviously, I've got the Laserdisc records on that one anyway, so. Yeah, she is dusty. Oh god, what's it? Bloody wires. Everything's wired. Right, let's take these wires out. Chris and Beto, exactly, have not had to deal with customers directly. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like you said, it's nice to have that now. Did I have Jaws on here? I don't think I have. I don't think I've got Jaws. I would have liked to got that. I've got the Fog. I've got the Abyss. Long Good Friday. I've got Tightrope. Obviously, I've got Sean Connery, The Hunt for Red October, Dustin Hoffman, obviously the Sherlock Holmes, then I've got the Warriors. No, I didn't have Jaws. I would have liked to have got Jaws on that. That nice. That would have actually been really good to have. What? Fucking hell, these laser discs. Look, I can't even put it in a shot. These laser discs, they are absolutely, yeah, she is dusty. Just not too bad, but I'm going to open up. I haven't opened this up, so I want to have a look inside and just have a quick clean and see how dusty she is. Yeah, and it should be a regular income for the repair jobs. Yeah, that'd be great, Mr. 8-Bit. It's like you said, always do with a little bit of work. Fucking these laser discs. They're obviously, oh yeah, she is a little bit dusty on that front. I'll tell you what, it's the only thing with these Laserdisc players. Obviously, they use 12-inch records on the Laserdisc, and over time, the arcades used them for the original Dragon's Lair. The one I've obviously got the arcade one-up version of the Dragon's Lair. The original version of the arcade Dragon's Lair used a Pioneer. Forgot it was the 3000 series. I'm sure it's the Pioneer 3000 series, and they had the Laserdisc record because obviously that was the game, and all the controls went onto the module at the back. But they obviously started to rot because obviously laser discs over time they had what they called disc rot. The disc rots on them, and you can actually see it. It goes corrosion on the edge. And it obviously it goes out and then it goes into it, and then you don't get a good. They're not the best of images straight away on the front. I think the broadcast. What's the broadcast on the records? Let me have a look. It should tell you on the back. Some of them they didn't output great to start with. Let me have a look at the Warriors. Let's see what she was broadcasting in. Obviously. 625 lines. So right, well that primes it in. So this was obviously the same time as like the Xboxes. So obviously output on that, and that was PAL on that front. Obviously being in the UK, we would be PAL. So 625 lines. So these are not even in 720 on that front, but they did broadcast some in 720. I'm sure they did. They didn't even put them on there. Obviously, this was 1970. This was 1983. This record. Please store in a cool, dry place. No, again, made in Great Britain, and it actually says made in Great Britain. So obviously, some of these won't put the digital, because some of these were on there. This is obviously the Dustin Hoffman's one. This is 134 minutes long, but it normally tells you what they was broadcasted in. Some did, some didn't. This one's got 3 sides, so this is a twin record. Again, nothing. Absolutely nothing, Zada. No, don't even tell you. Right, which is unbelievable. What about the Hunt for Red October? 130 minutes. 3 sides to this record, so obviously this is a twin LP one, but again doesn't tell you what it was broadcasted in. Just says laser discs. Normally not many of them broadcasted it in lower resolution. Long Good Friday, I'm not sure. Great film though. 2 sides on this, so this is only a 1 record. Mono. Again, most of these were in mono. These weren't even in stereo. So these, again, even if you had a great Laserdisc player, the records wasn't broadcasted. It depended who's doing it. Obviously, that was obviously done by Pioneer. This was done by Warner Brothers. So Warner Brothers would have actually put more effort into the record, the actual Laserdisc itself. Obviously, this is being 1984. But again, broadcasted, No, don't even, it don't tell you. But again, most of them made in Great Britain. There was only one that's told me, and it was the Warriors. That was the only one that's been broadcasted. It says in there, 600. The lines in there. The Fog. John Carpenter's The Fog. 20th Century Fox. Again, doesn't tell you. But they've all got made in Great Britain. Wow. Obviously they're copyrighted, so they are protected on that front. That's all I've got. And Beethoven. Obviously someone's put like a record in that front. It's all over Mr. B himself. With the notes. It's actually quite nice. That is a 7-inch record. I have never seen a 7-inch record. Wow. It's the first 7-inch on there. Beethoven Symphony No. 6 in F major. Wow. Do like a little Mr. B. Bit of an added bonus. It was thrown in. Obviously, when it all come in with the Pioneer side to it. Oh, there must have been parts of this because it's got part 1. Obviously on this front. So, yeah. So the only one it really did broadcast in 520, or was it 520? Was it actually was 625 lines. So basically the only one it told me was really the Warriors on that front. So obviously nothing else on the front. But like you said, these records will suffer from laser rot. So you've got to be careful because these will corrode over time. Bit like 90% of most all records, they will go on that front. So again, not even 720. So it wasn't even broadcasted even 7. So that was just like the Xbox thing. Obviously, you're not going to get a great signal. They didn't even put it in a lower resolution. So they thought, we won't even give it 720. We'll actually give it into 625 lines. Right. Obviously, these bloody laser discs, they are so super wide. It's astronomical. I think it's one of them laser disc types that but this is what they did put in the arcades. They did put them on to some of the Dragon's Lairs. It's like you said, because they had the records, and obviously you can buy them when they're available, but you're going to be paying through the nose for them at the end of the day, and they are very, very expensive at the end of it. Obviously, they didn't have much connections on the back. They didn't even, this one didn't even have a SCART. They normally 9 out of 10. So the early models did just have a SCART in it, but I can see already the dusting. I don't think this has ever been opened. To be totally honest, I just don't. Oh, it has got a SCART. I thought it did. This one did have a SCART. It's right over in the corner. And it's obviously got a pack testing when this was last done. So when was this done? 28th of the 2nd, 2012. And it was last serviced again in 2013. So that's it. They didn't do no more after that. It didn't get, obviously it didn't update it since 2012 and 13. Right, let me open it up. Let's have a look. Jesus. Why do these laser discs take up so much room? Have we got any at the top? One. Oh, that's alright. We can take that out. I mean, obviously, I've never opened this up. So it's like a lot of this stuff. If you don't clean the dust out, dust won't do it any good. Which, obviously, is not great. dust can be your enemy on certain things on here. Let me, fuck it, Jesus, even this, it kills, it's just dead weight. That's 90% of not all of the problems with this retro type of stuff. It was well built, and I can definitely vouch for that. This weighs quite a few pounds in weight. I mean, again, you drop it, you're going to end up damaging it. It's that heavy. I don't know its history on a lot of this stuff, so I don't know what they've done to it, or is it at a service. To be honest, I'm actually amazed it still works. Oh no, there's another 2 more. Great. There's another 2 more at the back. Yeah, of course there would be. They've done that sneakily so you couldn't see them. Bit of an odd resolution again though. You'd think they'd broadcast this in 720. Mind you, this would have been at the time when all the CRTs would have been out, so there you go. And what did the CRT have? 525 lines, literally. So yeah, I suppose that would be composite on that front. There wouldn't be much on it. Oh my god, I'm glad I opened her up. Look, it looks like the foam's disintegrated. Look, the foam's all gone. Look, just put my thumb on that. Now I've left imprint prints. Well, I've left my fingerprints in it. Well, I grabbed it. Yeah, perhaps I should have done that. Now, obviously, I've opened it up and now put my grubby fingers in. And obviously left me fingerprints straight in it. Now it's all gone over the bloody board, look. It's literally gone all over the bloody board. Look at that lot. Yeah, this needed a clean. I'm glad I opened this up. Now look, I've covered the entire section of all the laser disc. I might have to get the brush. It's got hairs in it. And right, okay, yeah, she needs a clean. I can't believe I just done that. Put me grubby finger meat parts and I've left 3 fingers strapped to the back of it. What was that? Yeah, I can see dust build up on that. She needs a clean. Right, Hoover. Let's go and grab the Hoover. Hoover. Watson, you follow me around and I haven't got nothing. Ding dong. What we got? Bloody hell. Right, I'm tripping over everything here. I'm tripping out. Right, let's grab me. Oh yeah, she is a bit grubby in there. Cameras, the bloody camera's in the way and I can't move. I've got to get all that foam out. It's all like bits of bloody foam there. It's all like... Obviously it's not great, but it's a lot better than what it was. I still ain't done that side yet. Oh no, oh, Mr. Hot Cows is in. He's literally. But, you know, that's it. Yeah, I put my grubby fingers in. Nearly broke it. But no. To call this channel the cleaning channel. It's like literally. What was it? What was the other channel that they had? Like they sold you every bit of crap going on that front. They're always trying to sell you something, and half of it weren't that great. Yeah, I need to get the blower. Where's the blower? I'll get the blower. I need to blow some of this out. It's still in there. The Hoover won't get it. Obviously, I put my fingerprint marks in that now. I won't get that out. Cool, that's done. Mr. Hot Cows, thank you for popping in, sir. You have been a legend to some bits because you have really helped out on the community. You helped me out on that, getting the schematics for that Spectrum. It's just unfortunate the ULA on that front was just completely cooked. And the ULA's outweighed its value point, obviously. I can't believe I took this out because this needed a clean. I've never cleaned it. And what did I do? Look, put my grubby fingers in and left an imprint on the actual thing itself. And then all the foam went all over it inside. I went, hang on, what's all this foam stuff in it? I never had that before. Oh no. So yeah, obviously that didn't go down too great. And then I tried to do a mod, and then the mod, it worked, and then it didn't work. And I thought I'd done all the board. No, lucky enough I didn't. It didn't get to that point. But obviously, I don't really want to start splicing into bloody wires because I know my luck. You start splicing into things don't work. And I don't want to brick my Xbox. It's the only one I've got. Obviously, this has never been cleaned out. It wasn't too bad, but obviously it did need cleaning. Bloody hell! I've got some MOSFETs on here. We got some inductors, and we got how many MOSFETs we got? We've got we got 4 MOSFETs on that one side alone. So yeah, even the bloody size of this thing's absolutely ludicrously big. This is why, and that's zoomed all the way out. I can't go back any further. These laser discs are mental. They are so big, these things. This is why they weigh quite the way they do, because obviously the size of the 12-inch records that they use. The mechanism is astronomical. It's really, you know, I'm amazed these still work. To find these still in working order, obviously, they're like a ticking time bomb, like all this retro stuff. It's waiting for it to go wrong at some point in its life. But you won't get to see it, because these obviously are getting more demanding where people do want them. But you won't stop the records from actually getting, even if you've got a working machine, the records are, you know, they ain't made them today. I went in HMV. I said, do you still do the Laserdisc records? Oh no, sorry sir, we stopped doing them years ago. That's the trouble. Such a shame, because they are beauty. You see the mechanism is involved, is work of art. When do you think that Laserdisc was touted to be like all the end of the modern age of its future at one point? It's true. Well, this was, believe it or not, this, what you're seeing in front of you, this was the Blu-ray of its day. Obviously, I was just having this conversation. Obviously, the Laserdisc, the Laserdisc records, this would have been at a time where, obviously, this, obviously, I'm not 100% sure, but 1981 were the Laserdiscs, so these would have been early, before the VHS times come out, because obviously VHS got better. Because I looked at some of them Laserdisc records, 625 lines, so they wasn't quite even in 720 resolution at the end of the day. So yeah, it probably would be about right. So to have these, obviously from 1981, these would have been like at that point, coming up to where the Betamax would have got even launched. So yeah, I mean, obviously, how much was one of these was in? If these were in roughly 1983 to 1981, how much would these would have cost in the 1980s? I'd hate to think. They've got to have been around in the region of £600 to £700, even £1,000 and above, to own a Laserdisc in the 1980s. You wouldn't even thought of. Obviously, no one. Obviously, because Thatcher was in power at that time, mass unemployment. You know, no jobs for everyone. Everyone was looking for a job. You couldn't get a job in the 1980s. I know that. Obviously, I was quite lucky. I moved out of one job and got in straight into another. I didn't have any issue on that point, because I went straight into Woolworths. The Betamax and the VCRs were the first released in Japan on the 10th of May in 1975. There you go. Mr. Pico's done the math. That sums it up. So this would have proved the point that these would have been. Google says the Laserdisc was first released in the US. Wow, was it? In 78. Wow, I'm really surprised. MCDA, the disco version, and with Philips, the MCA launching its technology was the first fibre optic disc format to consumers, to the laser industry. That's unbelievable. The first VHS video, the home system, the JVC H3, the 3300, was released in Japan in 1976. So that goes to show then, doesn't it? So if that information is right, so this come out before the VHS, if I'm reading that right then. So obviously the US had this first before it got, so it would have been probably what, a year after that the UK would have got this. Probably would have been around about that. That's what according Google says. Yeah, I don't doubt it. So this was before VHS at the end of the day. So that proves it, didn't it? Wow, that's unbelievable. I mean, like you said, they made this technology back in as early as that. And that does make sense, because the records they've actually got made in Great Britain. They wasn't made abroad. So they must have manufactured these, got these shipped over. Would have been made in Hong Kong or something like that. If I can get the information, it might tell you where this was made. Made in Japan. There you go. It sums it up. It's actually got it on the back board. Made in Japan. So these were made to order, then imported over from Japan into the UK. And obviously the UK then made records, the Laserdisc records for this, because they've got made in Britain. Because I've just looked at them, they've all got made in Britain. They're not been manufactured abroad. So there must have been a company in the UK that manufactured these, the records for these, and then that's it, they distributed them out. But they imported these from Japan. which makes sense because it's got made in Japan written on it on that front. But that goes to show this was its first era of the Blu-rays that ever got produced. That's unbelievable. Yeah, the first Demonage as the prototype in So that's, if that is true, that I would say that is the same age as me. Wow, that's unbelievable. That goes to show, 50 years plus. That goes to show that the industry was obviously. How is this thing still working then? If that is right, how have these things not blew up or packed up? The laser's not burnt itself out over time. This one, I think it's been well looked after. Obviously, there's no oil on the shaft on that front. Really, these I would say these needs greasing, but it works. It works flawless on that front. But that's unbelievable. Yeah, imagine owning the original prototype. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that bears that don't even bear thinking about. I mean, the prototype now would have been worth a small fortune. This is what I'm saying about retro stuff. It's funny, innit, that you don't get to see it until someone owns it, and then they show you it, and you think, bloody hell, I haven't seen one of them since I was a kid. It's like the Furbies coming back to old Mr. NK. He didn't get over that last night. That killed me. Through laughter. He said, Mr. Chill and Relax trying to palm me off with one, and I did. He said, no, I had nightmares with it. he said that in the stream. He said, no, that's it. He said, I don't want nothing to do with Furbies. Everyone jumped in on the Discord, and as soon as they started coming in on the chat, it was all about Furbies. So he was getting Furby bombs. Poor Mr. MK. I don't know what, I must have traumatised him on that front. I didn't mean to. I just thought, this will make an interesting stream. Yeah, 10 minutes after he felt suicidal. He went, turn it off, it's just doing me head in. So he thought, no more, please. And he brought that up last night as soon as I came in. Which did make me laugh. It was all good fun. But again, what I said about with these, right? Look what's happening. Look, can you see like the disc, the chrome is starting to rot. This is the issue that you end up having. If this thing's as old as it is, right? If obviously without checking up this specific model, actually you guys might be able to do that. On the Pacific model, can you tell me the exact age of this model? Because it doesn't tell me at the end. All it says that it was made in Japan. This pulls 33 watts of power. Actually, let me move it up and you guys can see. So it's obviously a Pioneer. Let me type it in. It's a CLD 1200. Right, that's the model. CLD 1200. It's a Pioneer. Check the manufacturer's date when this got launched. I'm going to have a guess that this has got to be about 83, 84. It's got to be. It's mid-80s. It's definitely got to be mid-80s. It sums it up. If they broadcasted it in amongst 1979, this might have been a later model. $1989. Wow. Really? So they were still going around from 1988. So this would have been at the end of the 80s era. Where you look, your thumb was. Really? No, that was just when. No, that. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right. Mid-September 1988. Manufactured date. MFD. It stands for your manufacturing date. September 1988. It's right. It's even stamped on it. Wow. So, when did these end then? These must have ended in the mid-90s. So if they've been going, if Japan actually had these in 1979, bloody hell, they've been going around for over 10 years. That's impressive. Yeah, you're right. It's actually saying that MFD, manufacturing date, 1988. Wow, I didn't even notice that because I didn't look. So these must. When was the last manufacturing date of all of the Laserdisc players? They must have stopped these in the mid-90s. They must have, because then it got phased out. So they've had a good run then. If they've had 10 years, getting out to 10 years use out of a Laserdisc player, bloody hell. That's the longest I've ever known. The VHS, the VHS didn't last as long as 10 years. Oh, I don't think it did. Because there was a battle between, obviously, I took a screenshot and I zoomed in. Wow. So if that is the case, though, Mr. Otcows, like you said, how long did the VHS run for? Obviously, the VHS is obviously the mid-80s, and it went up to the early 90s. Because so this had a good run then, by the sound of it. If they'd done this in 1979, when they manufactured these, and obviously it was in Japan, then it come to Europe. They got broadcasted in Europe because obviously they did. These must have stopped at some point where they just said, we're not making any more. They got discontinued. The Pioneer CLD 1200 was introduced in 1988, and it was scheduled to arrive in stores in around October between October and December in 88. The sales period was part of the Pioneer late 1980s, the lineup of the Laserdisc and the CD and video, and that's the video players, yeah. Because like you said, you don't just have to play. The thing on there, the DVD players started at selling the VCRs around 2000, 2002. So that's what obviously when they started the VH, right? So that makes sense. So the DVD players started at selling the VCRs. So the DVD players obviously must have been around about the late 1990s, and then obviously it's good. So according to the available records, the Pioneer CDL12 were manufactured about from 1988 to 1991. Wow, and that model you listed to manage was 88. So this was coming up to the end of its era. So that's had a good run. By the sound of it, from 88 to 91, it must have sold a few thousand. Yeah, that was almost the first batch of the consumer. Yeah, exactly. So obviously there was difference because they weren't just Pioneer. There was JVC. There was other tech giants as well, all jumping on board on that front. But if like you said, right, that if the DVD players started outselling the VCRs obviously had near enough the same run as what the Laserdisc players had. Didn't have a great, from that point, from 1988 to 1991, for the manufacturer's date, obviously it was a few years. They must have sold a few thousand units. So to actually have these fully running, obviously you don't get to see many of them there because, like you said, one, that these are obviously, there is loads for sale, but working, well, that's a different matter. I'm going to say that it was used for schools and college purposes. Yeah, and for obviously of that pack tester and the stick inside for 2012, it probably would make sense. Because the schools did use something like that. I didn't know the schools actually. I mean, I went to a few schools and I've never known them to use Laserdisc players. They had VHS players, but not Laserdisc players. So I would say I've not known schools to use it because every school had a BBC Micro in. 100% had a BBC Micro in. And they always had an old Ferguson TV, colour TV, and a VHS underneath, which my school did. And that's obviously new in the front. I've never known them to have laser discs in that front. But obviously, due to the bulky region, these things weigh quite a few pounds in weight on that front. But even so, the history that this goes back, it slots right into it, and it's proving it from 1988. So this was coming up to the end of its era from the early 90s, and then it obviously got phased out. People didn't buy laser discs anymore. And then obviously the production dried up. Said there's no point keep continuing making records for it. at the end of the day, and the machines were obviously having issues, laserdisc issues. The Ferguson takes me back for the re-lessons with the TV and the and the VHS player on the big. I know the ones you're talking. There was also a Philips one that had what they called the piano keys. You have to push it down and it manually ejected up, and then you slotted the tape in and pushed it down on that front. So again, the Philips and the Fergusons were very similar on them fronts. But yeah, but it's still nice to actually see these. But I thought these would have lasted a bit longer. The top loaders. Oh God. The only downside to the top loaders, right, was that if you don't put the tape in, the mechanism jammed. So that if the tape had movements by the side, so as soon as you put the VHS in, what it was, the tape used to jam up, and once you pushed it down, it wouldn't eject up because of the top loading mechanism. It was literally plagued with problems because of that looseness on the side. The guides were worn, and the tape obviously didn't sit properly, and it locked in, and then you couldn't release the mechanism. And then people tried to use screwdrivers to lean them out, and then they broke them and just threw them out. Obviously, shame, because now it's a bit like this. This got to the point where this is an end of its era. You will never get to see them. If you do, they're very rarely working. I can't believe I've done that. Put my fingerprint marks in that, and obviously now I've left an imprint mark inside. I thought, Jesus, you know, fancy me doing that. But what was that? Feels like a sponge. Yeah. Well, it was a little bit dusty inside. This has never been opened up. These things don't like being opened up. They still surprise me, no? So really, for the end of its era, these are still fantastic machines. Alright, the quality ain't great, because if they're only broadcasted in 625 lines, so these weren't even in 720. I thought they would have lasted a bit longer in its period on that front. I thought, yeah, well, you know, looking back, because I like looking back at history and see how long some of this tech lasted for. And by the sound of it, it didn't last that long. It got phased out very quickly, and I know that by consoles. Consoles are a prime example. They don't seem to last long. You're lucky if you can get 10 years out of a console. The only one that done well was the Xbox 360. It's the only console that done well in its time. It sold millions of units. It's reproposed as like the pot, yeah, like the pottery wheel. Yeah, exactly. Don't check up the solid prices of them on eBay. Why are they expensive? I didn't even check how much. What did I didn't pay nothing for this because this come in for the hospice. This wasn't working. So all someone basically done, because I bought this broken, like 90% of it. And the issue, someone cut the wire off, right? Spliced it right off from the point to the back here. So what they done, they cut it off, and obviously it was going to go to the e-waste. And I said, don't e-waste it. I'll buy it, right? I'll put a donation in, like I always do. And so yeah, what happened? The cog, there's a belt underneath it. The belt had snapped, and it jumped off the belt was driving this cog, and the cog slipped off, so it wouldn't open the drawer, and then it come up error. They're cheap, honest sir. so yeah, I had to order a new belt, and I ordered a new cog. Lucky enough, I could get a cog for this, and they did do it. I ordered a new cog and a new belt because it come up error on the screen
and the drawer wouldn't open. Obviously, it was trying to spin to open it, and it come up error. So all they done, they cut the back of the wire off, and you just pull it out. And they donated it to the shop. But why would you donate it to a shop with no wire? So what was they hoping to get by that? And my governor went, well, that's going to have to go in the e-waste. And I said, no, I'll buy it. I said, like, obviously, she went, yeah, by all means. And I did. Took it apart. I found the issues straight away. It just wanted a little bit of it. Send me, yeah, send me my way. Yeah. Trouble is, these do bloody weigh something. Lucky enough, I got this in me. I had to leave this to one side and then get my car because I couldn't carry that home, even though I'm only round the corner. And I went, Jesus, I can't leave that. Fucking put me back out. But yeah, unbelievable. Shame though, but glad I saved this one because that's all it wanted. Because these are belt driven, so I know for a fact that I put a new belt on. It was fine, absolutely nothing wrong with it. Put a new belt, sorted the cog out, back up and running. The error went away, and it opened up and it played. But whoever used it didn't use it much, and I think that's what snapped the belt. Bit like on them old record players, them old linear record players that I've got. Double check, make sure she is. Now I've blew all that shit out of it. There was a little bit, it wasn't too bad actually. But again, just give them a little bit of a service, they do need that. Obviously, the these bloody record, these laser discs absolutely are not no slouches. Yes, it plays CDs, laser discs, and CDVs. So what's a CDV? CD video. CD video. What was the format of the video saved on the discs? Yeah, it actually does say it on there. So it's CDs, so it plays CDs as normal CDs. Laser discs, obviously the big ones. And then the CDVs, is it CD video? Am I reading that right? I think they did do CD videos. Can you, well, obviously, if you put this, so, alright, if that's the case, the Pioneer CDL 2950 Laserdisc sold for whopping 315. Oh my freaking God. No, they don't fetch that much, surely not. So what's this model worth then? The CLD 1200. I ain't even got a remote with this. This didn't have a remote, so... Fuck bloody Nora. They don't fetch that much, surely not. God, they're sought after. You surprised me there, Pico. Absolutely surprised me there. Bloody, why is this tech? I mean, what I don't understand, why is this stuff getting now, why is this getting so expensive all of a sudden? It's now creeping up to what the original prices were back in the early 80s. Obviously, once upon a time, people were throwing this crap out. They didn't want it at the end of the day. Now it's skyrocketed, it's gone through the roof. 1 up to 4. Jesus. Oh, no way. No way. No, not nearly 500 sobs. Jesus. Or best offer. Freaking hell. That's shocking. No, that's absolutely shocking. Look inside that drawer. It comes out and it takes your chest out. So you've got a middle bit here. Obviously, that's the mini disc ones. So what was the idea of that? Was that a record holder or something? I think that was. Because that lifts up. I've never seen that before. I think that holds the record in. If you had like a 7-inch, like obviously there's different sizes. You can actually see the sizes. Mr. Official, hello sir. Bloody hell. Mr. Hotgirls, I didn't think they was going to fetch that amount of money. That is daylight robbery. If they're asking nearly 500 sobs on that front. Time display. So we got. I can't even. I don't think I could even get the original remote for this because I tried looking for it. This Pioneer Laserdisc. They're analog video discs, yeah. Yeah, that's why they're frequency moduled signals. So the audio code is analog or digital. Right, makes sense. Link in there's a link in the Discord. Time to add in. Oh, Jesus. So what's this one worth then? What's this specific model? Is there any of these for sale? The Pioneer CLD 1200. They're not fetching that type of money, surely not. I would have said no way. No, stick a disc in there. Let's see it working. Yeah, actually, yeah, I can stick a disc in and show you. It does work. It just wanted blowing out. It was just dusty. Put the earpiece. The Warriors. Oh, I grabbed the Warriors. Let me grab the Warriors. Hold up. Where's the Warriors? Ah, the Warriors. We love the Warriors. Do you want me to plug the Have we got a SCART on the back of this TV? Does that enough make my job a lot bloody easier? Hot Cows. Come out and play. That's great. I love that film. Come out and play. Yeah, we got a SCART. Actually, guys, if I can actually leave the HDMI in. This has got a SCART. Let me go and grab a SCART. Let me turn this off. Right. Let me go and grab a SCART. I've got boxes of. I know where all my leads are. Right. I can plug a SCART straight into the TV, and then I ain't got to unplug all the bloody TV again, and that do my head in. Let me go and grab a SCART lead. I haven't obviously booted her up for quite a while. I'll put a bloody cable tie over it. Don't worry, I'll cut it off. Yeah, you can do it. You can dig it. Look, do you know what? If you're not a Gen X and you have not watched The Warriors, you have not lived. Totally have not lived at all. One of the best films I could ever say. Go and watch it. I've watched it so many times. I even know half the lines because obviously I've watched it time and time again. It's like Rita, Sue and Bob 2. If you haven't watched that film, go and watch it. It's fucking hilarious. It's one of the funniest films I've ever sat. It's so mid-80s, it's unbelievable. It's all set up near Manchester. Yes, or Clockwork Orange. See? Yes, a classic. That film was so good. Actually, I might have to get a bigger lead because I don't think this lead's big enough. Rita, Sue and Bob 2. Do you know what? That fucking film had me in stitches. Especially because it was all up near the West Midlands. It was so typical 80s, run-down council estates. It puts me in mind. That is a classic 1980s film at the end of the day. Obviously, nothing to do in the 80s because it literally summed it up. Obviously, Bob, being a dirty-minded old git, he obviously, that's what the girls were like back in the 1980s. They just wanted to look for fun. But, fuck it. Please, go and watch it. I couldn't stop laughing. It literally it split my sides through laughing watching that.
He said, "You dirty old man." You dirty old man. Right, I can't see round the back there because I'm trying to do it fucking blindfolded. He did. That fucking film, I tell you, seriously, I've watched that so many times, that film, it still makes me laugh on this day. There's some right good classic films. I'll tell you another good film is also Kess. It's about the boy with the kestrel. It's actually, again, 1980s. You know, why can't I fucking do anything? Why can't I find anything or do anything? I've got to flip everything upside down because I can't bloody find. It's so tight around here, it's unreal. It's because you're putting it in the fucking wrong section, you crank. Jesus. There you go. Right, thank God for that. Whew. This lead is not very long. That's a 1 metre length. And obviously it ain't gonna, I'm gonna have to move some of this shite. Shut it up the end. 6 foot table's obviously not big enough. Jesus. It's obviously not big enough. And that's no exaggeration. I should have built a 10 foot table. Even that I probably would have still jumped up. You can only see that obviously there's tools and there's bits everywhere. Yeah, of course, 6 foot's not long enough for a 6 foot table. I can fill it up, guarantee it. I don't want to knock the flux over. I'll have flux everywhere. It'd be like the flux capacitor. I thought, oh no. Fucking going back to the old days, getting the fucking SCART leads out. The SCART leads, that one's like a monster SCART cable. You can't bend it. It's absolutely junk. Right. So, we're good to go. I'm actually amazed tonight. The fucking camera's not played up. I'm shocked. I am really, really shocked. What? What's happened to him? Oh, I think I've knocked the controller. Hold up. I have. It's come up SCART. HDMI. Oh. Yeah, it automatically come up on the thing on it. Hold up. So I've got to go into SCART. So if I go into the SCART, it's opening this up. How does this? Where's the button? There. So obviously, okay, here we go. Fucking more wires everywhere. Cut out. Won't see anything. Let me just go back into that for a minute. Let's just make sure I've got a display. I've got to go back into. No. Yeah, that's fine. So what I'll do. Obviously, I ain't put this on for ages. It did need a clean out, obviously. How do you open it? Just to show how long I've used the plugin. I've used a laser disc on one of these. Obviously, we've got side 1 and side 2. So, fucking Jesus Christ! Look at the size of these bloody things. They're like a mirror shine. Now, this is what I was saying about earlier on with the disc rot on that front. I can actually see. I don't know if you guys can you see that middle? Can you see that layer? Like right there near my thumb on this side. It's got like a ring round it. Bloody hell. How's that fucking thing fit into that? Look, they must have made that like a glass or something. You need a bigger desk. I think, Jesus. I think you're right there, Mr. Pico. Definitely 100%, sir. Bigger desk is the most definitely needed in that front. You're going to need a bigger desk. Obviously, it is plain. Right, let me spin her up. Let's go back into analog SCART. Oh yeah, we got a little bit of graininess. Have we got a little bit? Can we have sand? Wow. I'm amazed this works. It's grainy as fuck. It really is grainy. It's not the great. Do you know what it puts me in mind of? Like an old VHS. It does. It seriously does put me in a mind of that. We got sand. We have. Fucking hell, I've got to turn it up to 60 just to hear it. Jesus. Fucking hell, I'll tell you what, I can feel this vibrating. Jesus. Copyright. Copyright. Yeah, you're actually right. Actually, let's turn it down. I'll put it up to 10. Copyright, copyright. Copyright. 30 seconds, copyright. Yeah, you know it's true. So it's all right, I'll talk over it and sort of like, and that way I can go. It's grainy. It's not the greatest of quality. And I don't know, you guys, I don't know how well you can pick it up. But can you see like, there's like specks going all up where it looks like the laser disc. Obviously, it's like a snowy effect. Obviously, like, that's what you can see. Obviously, this is supposed to be 625 lines on this front. Yeah, you're still displaying it now. That's all right. Yeah, it's fine. So I can talk over. I'll just turn it down, right? Just turn it down. That way I won't get copyrighted. I am assuming that it's also the camera quality that it was. Yes. So looking at the, obviously, I don't know how well I can zoom this in, right? But you can actually see the quality of the quality of this thing itself is not the greatest. Obviously, like you can see like a snowy effect, and obviously you can see like little tiny dashes of lines. That puts me in the mind of just like how the VHS used to be on that front. But yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say it's like the greatest of quality on a laser disc. Obviously, this being 1988, I can't wonder at it. I'm actually amazed it still works. To be honest, it looks like it's a sum of this distortion going on. I think that's what it is. I mean, obviously, this being the original, what's the chances are that them capacitors on that front obviously do need to be changed at some point in its life. At the end of it, like I said, I'm actually amazed this thing's still working. Obviously, SCART's going to give you the best option of outputting the image on that front, which you can clearly see with the Warriors. But it's fine. But I wouldn't say wow. But from 1988. This must have been the wow factor. Obviously, like everything else, you don't get to see that was going to be the best quality you're ever going to get. But I wouldn't say it's like it's definitely there, 100%. With the like, but a little bit better than, I would say, probably a little bit more better, sharper image than what of VHS of when it first got launched. Probably I would say it might be the something like that. Yeah, check your Chitschool pics on that. Yeah, we'll do.
But she's working. You can see it, guys. Absolutely unbelievable. Let me have a quick look while that's going on. She's quiet. She's running beautiful. Like I said, didn't really have any issues of running. She just wanted a little bit of a cleaning, so it didn't help because I didn't bloody... Let me go into the chat. Chat. Carrefour. Mr. Carrefour. What we got? Oh, look at that one. Fuck me, who's lit that up? That was Stuart. He sent one of his Xbox. Sorry, guys. What the fuck he's done to this Xbox? Oh, wow. That's the dog's nuts. I like that. That's what I call a lovely Xbox. How he summed that up on there. That is beautiful. Yeah, I like that. That's really, really nice. Yeah, the laser disc port on eBay. This is obviously working. Oh, he's got the remote with that. It's size. That ain't the same one. No, it is. Oh my god. No friggin' way. Yeah, that is obviously. And what about the record then? Fucking £45 for a record. Jesus. You are kidding. That is absolutely bonkers. That is absolutely bonkers. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. Seriously. Jesus. I'm sitting... Don't realise you're sitting on a bloody gold mine, didn't you? Oh my god. 500 quid for a fucking Laserdisc player. Are they for real? I see those cheating. It's not mine. That was a lovely piece. Whoever done that Xbox original, I would say, hat off to you, sir. On that one, they done a custom job. Fucking 500 quid for a Laserdisc. And £45 for a fucking record. For a Warrior-Disc record. Wow. Well, I know where I'm going. I'm going over to Ace. I'll sell up. I'm going to move over to Australia. Fucking hell. So, if that's going on that then, am I right in saying I'm better off just holding on to it? Just literally holding on to it, because obviously these are obviously going to go up. Fucking size it. I mean, literally, I'm fighting to touch the record. Unbelievable. That's shocking. You guys absolutely shocked me up. I'm not normally stumped, and I don't bother checking up. I just like looking at the issue. I mean, I don't even mind. I don't even use it. It just sits up there gathering dust. It's like everything else. What other gear have I got in the cupboard then? It's worth money. By the sound of it, bloody everything. Them record players. I was shocked when Mr. Pico turned up and he said that 1950s record player. I paid £15 for that. All it wanted was a bloody stylus and a clean. £45 for a record. Wow. Not for a video disc. I would have fed that. No way. Just no way. And not for 500 for literally for a working CLD 1200. Oh, I ain't got the remote, but yeah, even so. All it wanted was a belt and a cog. You know, I'm better off just hanging on to them. The price of these are going to go up. They're getting... So if I'm reading it right, the price of these are going to get to what they was first launched in 1980. Because how much was this in 1980? How much was they actually selling these for? £500-600? Well, it's not far from it now. So I'm actually surprised. Obviously, not many people didn't pay that in the 1980s because they didn't have that type of money. Because obviously you must have been bloody rich to pay for that. £45 for one. So what's the others worth then? I mean, that was just on one alone. Wow. All I say is wow. Yeah, I'm gobsmacked. I'm fighting to bloody. I'm like Mr. Pico. I'm fighting to bloody touch it. Obviously, when you start getting to that point, it's like that bottle of brandy. You think, put it back on the shelf. You fucking put it back. Don't touch it. You literally are. I mean, that's just one item. The Otcals missed the consumer models dropped from 300 to 300 to 500, ranging by the 80s and 90s, but the end models exceeded $1,500. Oh my God! So in money, $1,500. If that's right, you're looking about £1,300 in back in the night. Well, actually, if you ask it, it probably will tell you what that is in the UK money. You know, fine. I'll put it back on the dusty shelf. I am not touching that. Not for that price, I won't. Leave it up there. God almighty. Fucking hell, I didn't think them Laserdiscs fetched that much money, you know. I'm shocked. I'm stumped for words. I cannot believe. Yeah, he was right. Copyright. Fucking hell. Seriously. That is seriously going some on that front. The 1980s, in December 1980, the rate was approximately 0.42. So it was 0.42 pence. So it's 42 pence for every one United States dollar. So that would have been in a total of roughly around about $2.38 for a pound. Wow. So right, if that's the case, then that's when you need to do the sums. So obviously, in the 1980s, like you said, would have been right. Would have been just $1 would have been near enough, just over double. And it does fluctuate on the it does fluctuate on the market. Fucking hell. Even so, that's impressive. That would have been half, yeah. So if that was 1,500, that would have been half of that 1,500. Even so, that would have still been roughly around about £700, give or take. It would have been about right. It sounds about right, about £600-700. The people couldn't afford them in the 80s. Obviously, they didn't have that type. Remember, it was a mess. Remember, Thatcher was in power at the time in the 98. No, Scargill was in power at the point, and then obviously Thatcher come into play. But even so, still no jobs. People couldn't afford. Obviously, everyone wanted to try and get a job. There was no cash in hand jobs, and if they did, you had to be watch out, because obviously they was clamping down on that even in the 1980s. I've actually got I've got a 1980s film, and it's called Boys from the Black Stuff with Yossi Hughes, and great film. Actually, it's a documentary, a small documentary, but great. They've done it in 3 parts, and I've got it. I've got it. It's got Virgin Media written on it. The 3-day works coal miners strike and regular power outrage. It's exactly it. At the end of the day. Unbelievable. But that's what it was like. It was struggling. Blimey, I was only a teenager at that time. But I was helping my dad. Obviously, my dad was working for, in the 1980s, he was working for a wood company, and
he was the governor for this wood company because the boss that worked up there was up in he was literally it was up near, where was it? Fucking hell, it was miles away. It was somewhere near the north. He couldn't make it. In the end, he jacked it in, and my dad became the foreman of this wood company. And I used to go in there at weekends and give him a hand, and at the end of the day, and it was actually quite cool. Massive wood farm places was like timbers and all other bits and pieces. Look at this fucking state of this. This is right butchered up. It was like you said, so it's all like, but you sort of interact. I know because I took my chopper to work on that front. Oh, that dog's farted again. Oh, he keeps dropping one. Hang on, I've got to spray this in. Fucking hell, he keeps dropping his guts. That's unbelievable. The smell's unbearable. That's better. It's literally, I can't take much more Bronson if he keeps dropping one. Drop the camera there. Now, fucking hell, that's it. Kill the camera. There you go. But yeah, seriously, unbelievable. But that was just how it was like on that day. Obviously, not much work around. So you had to improvise and do what you had to do at the end of the day. I used to be like the Goonies. I used to just go out with my mate, just going on my bike, going on adventures and see what it was about. And who didn't play near the railway tracks and things like that? Obviously, danger didn't mean nothing in the 1980s. That's what I said. If I come off the bike and stood there crying, my mum would give me a belt and say, "What are you crying for? I'll give you something to cry about." And she did it all. No pity on there if you come in with scrape marks down your arm or your legs bleeding. You come off your bike at the end of the day. It's just how it was. Get on with it. They was tough. A belt was a belt, mate. You know, not like today. You couldn't do that to a kid today. You'd get arrested. They give you something to cry about. We don't like Bonsall. Bonsall's tonsils. No, that Bonsall's keeps farting. He's stinking me out now, Bronx. That's disgusting. Yeah, that was tough love. I'm afraid it was, Stu. Parents back in the days were just like kids. Obviously, like, you know, didn't take... You cried, you'll have something to cry about. That's all I say. And it's true. Gen X is obviously one of their most toughest situations. The 1980s wasn't easy. You know, it was bad enough as it is trying to get work. If you're seen and not heard, etc. Exactly, totally agree. But you had that is a prime example. It's just what it was like. It's not a lot you could do. So don't sit there and cry about it. If you go home to your parents, you're not going to get sympathy. You'll get a belt. They give you something else to cry about. Think what you sitting there crying for? You ain't done nothing. Or you've done something. They think you've done something wrong, and you get another clap. So yeah. Yeah, he's taking crap off it. Oh, fucking state of the back of it. Looks like someone's been doing ice skating on the back of this. You think, no, quick. You think, yeah, that's it. Let me go. Let me get the Cartique. This is probably from the old Cortina I had back in the early 80s. So probably would have been about right. It was when what did I have? I had a Cortina. I had the original Cortina. I had an Escort Mark 1 on that front, and then went on to a Capri. I wish I could bloody kept them there because all three of them cars are iconic, and I was gutted I got rid of them. Obviously, it's like everything else, and then I moved on to I had a Ford Orion on that front, and then the Vauxhall. What did I have? I had an Omega, Vauxhall Omega. At the end of the day, bloody powerful car. That was a 3-litre engine in that. Fucking went like a rocket. Obviously, I didn't know that at the time. That they was worth serious money. Bloody wish I kept them now. Lotus engines, nice. Yeah, proper cars, mate. Proper cars. Not like the shit we've got today. It's absolutely diabolical. I've got a Ford Focus, right? Obviously, it's a Mark III of the later shapes, because obviously it's a 2012 model at the end of the day. It drives like a bag of spanners. It's not like an old motor, mate, I'm telling you. Put your foot down, you've got no guts in it. It's like fucking... The cars go backwards. It looks fancy, but... literally, no. I've always stuck with Fords, unfortunately. I've had one Peugeot. I had a Peugeot 406 Estate. I've had some cars. Yeah, I've had a few. I had trying to think of my car history I've had. It's mainly been on Fords that I've stuck with. I've not. I didn't really stick with any other brands because obviously I've always been a Ford lover. It's probably my heritage right back from the early 80s. On that front, and it's what you get used to. I won't get one of these EV cars because you're just throwing your money away. I love my Mark 1s and Mark 2s, Cortinas, the GIEs, yeah, lovely though. The only one that my dad had, and I loved it, and he traded it in and got an Escort Estate. It was a Mark 3, nice one. It was pure, it really looked after, but he had the Granada. Fucking hell, the only reasons why I got rid of it because it was a 3.5 litre engine. He was moaning about the petrol in the 1980s. I know the fuel was cheap, but there was hardly any work around. So he actually traded it in. Got this 1600, this model he bought. It's nice though. He kept that for quite a while until the engine went. Something went on the engine. Fuck me, what a difference. Fuck, it's just a bit of polish. Literally. Alright, I've got all the I ain't got all the scratches out, but I'll tell you what, that's buffed that up to a mirror shine. It's amazing, and look what it does. Literally, you can see all the dirt that's on there. Literally takes that off. That T-Cut seems to do a much better job than what this stuff does, and that don't cost hardly anything. Obviously, I've probably had that since the 1980s or the early 1990s. That T-Cut, because it looks like it's seen better days. But yeah. Them old Granadas, fucking hell, they drunk the fucking fuel like you wouldn't believe. Twin Webbers they had on them. You know, but then the auto, they were over a 3 litre lump. Mind you, also the ones that drank the 2 and 3 litres were the Rover P1s, the PD ones. Lovely car, I like the shape of them. That's what they had in Rita Sue and Bob 2. That was a PD one. On that one, really nice. I really like that shape. Never owned one though, unfortunately. Now the mega money, you wouldn't be able to afford one. Obviously, they don't come up too often. Yeah. Oh, that's it. The SD ones. That's it. Yeah, the PD ones. The SD ones. Sorry. Thanks, Charles. Yeah, you're right. The lovely shape. Absolutely beautiful shape. Some people class them as ugly, but alert. Pioneer CD is currently listed. What? No. Shut up. Seriously. £1,700.
Oh my frigging God. A CDL 1500. Company listed for 1,000, nearly £700. The Capri 2.8 and the Cosworth bottom lines were the race. Yeah, they were. They was obviously racing cars. And I loved the Capris. Well, I had the Mark 1. It had the 1.6i at the end of the day. Bit rusty. Needed seals doing to it, which we did. We got the seals done, but it was starting to get too rusty at one point. I only owned it for about 6 months. Got 6 months use out of it and then traded it in. Someone fell in love with it. They said they was going to restore it. And I traded it in and got I got an Escort Mark 1. So obviously that the engine wasn't too great in that, but we had a spare engine that we took out from the previous car. So what we done, I got my cousin to come down, and he's pretty handy on mechanics, and we took the engine out, swapped the engine over, fine, because that's all it needed. But lovely car, it was really immaculate. It's just that the engine was shot, needed new rings, the bearings were gone at the bottom. It was just not worth it. I had a Cortina Mark III in British Racing Green. Oh, lovely. Yeah, we didn't have cameras back in the early 80s, so obviously I couldn't take no pictures on it. The Mark 1 Capri was my favourite. The grills on the side, yes, they are. I like that sort of shape, that they had, that sort of nice look. It looked like a racing stripe down the side of it. But that's just how they come standard. They all look like that. They was beautiful. They was the cars, mate. They was definitely the cars. That's what I said. I wish I kept half of mine. Gutted. Absolutely gutted. The last car I had in the early 2000s that I wish I now kept was a Ford Orion. That was the last one that I had. And again, the engine went in it. Wasn't great. Yeah, these shapes were great. That was the only last car I can ever that I had, and I on that front was the actual Ford Orion, the Cortinas, the Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. Well, yeah, but they was just there wasn't too many of them, and also the Cosworths. The Ford Cosworth was absolutely, again, they literally wanted. I think the kids wanted to nick them. That's why the insurance went through the roof for them Ford Cosworths. Obviously now, you won't be shortchanged from 10 grand plus on that front. If you ever get a Cosworth, if one ever, and that will need work doing to it. So yeah, any of that range, I've seen them. I know how much, even the Cortinas, in poor state, they will fetch anywhere between 6 and 8 grand. On give or take, and that will need work doing to it, even at that price. Would even dream of, because again, rarity factor. It's a bit like this stuff. The more rarer they are, the more, literally more demand there is for it, because people would want it. Even the number plates in the 1980s, wouldn't have thought about that on your car. Now they're worth more than near enough than what the car's worth. But so you think how many's been scrapped? That just the number plates alone, if the car was wrecked, the number plate would have been worth more money than anything else. Unbelievable. Shocking. It's a true fact. This is what I said. The Gen X regions, it was just one of them. It was one of them eras. That it was a good era. It really was a good era. Out of all don't get me wrong, the 60s and the 70s was great, but the 80s were magical. I've just found that the 1980s just had something about it, because the tech was moving along, the stuff was coming out, the cars looked great. I do like the 1960s cars, and I do. So there is some really beautiful bangers out there, and you think, Jesus, that it's even for its age, it still looks good today. At the end of it, totally, like, and it's a shame because now you don't get to see it. If you look, exactly, the OG original minis at the end of the day. Look, mum, I've got no computer. He had that mini, and he actually made a jig up for it, and he'd done all the floor seals, he'd done the struts and the windows. He actually redone the entire engine on that front, and he's still using it today. Obviously, he did have issues of. He tried to do some runs in it, and it was having problems. But even so, there's not many people that still got them. But if you have got them, I can hang on to them. And I did. When Mr. Pico said about the price of that Laserdisc player, £1,700. He'd never get that. Obviously, he's put that on there because obviously that's, you know, I've seen prices that actually go on that and they go ludicrous. Fucking Jesus, that's got dirty. Fucking hell, that's got some grime off that. Right. That's what I said to you. You know, you bring something back to life. That's all it needs. If I'd just known then, right, to actually just say put them in a barn, right, and forget about them, right, and then come back to them 2025, right, 100%, you wouldn't even need to touch them. But you would literally be sitting on a small gold mine because you've only had to sling them into an auction, and literally the price would have sold 5 to 6 times it was original value just by sitting there and leaving it. Even if it was half rotten, it wouldn't have mattered at the end of the day. The Fiat the mini Ferrari ones, yes. That was Jesus. The 136 horses, really? Bloody hell! That was again. That was the Dolomite. Yes, the Dolomite Sprint. Yes, that was the Triumph Dolomite. Yes, I used to like the Triumphs. Again, great little cars. At the end of the day, I used to again. They used to go. Bloody hell! Even back in them days, 136 horses. That's quite a lot. Most of the cars, the 1980s cars. From the 16s would have produced no more than 90 horsepower at the end of the day. So to have 136s on them, that's actually quite. It's like the Alphas, the Alfa Romeos. At the end of the day, again, they used him for the. If you look back at the history, hang on, that's wrong. What the? No, what on the actual. The mini Ferrari, the main Ferrari ones, the Dolomites. Yeah, was that the Triumph Dolomite? Oh, I've got those. I've got the horsepower. Well, so the 1.6 that would have been 90 horses, wouldn't it? I'm sure the Fords didn't have great horses, just the standards. There wasn't without the racing history ones because obviously the Fords did put some racing histories on there. I've got the horsepower. They didn't have great. The 1960s cars, anything about 3 litres had some poke. You put your foot down, you fucking get glued. You do 120 all day long. Like the Ford Granadas. I don't know the horsepower, but the Fords didn't put a lot of horses in some of their cars. Well, let's fucking polish that up. I'm sure that the Fords didn't put a lot of horses in some of their motors. They wasn't very. So I drove a couple and I thought, fuck mate, these are sluggish. They ain't got no guts in them. The 1981, the Fiat 131, the main Folds, the Sport, is not the 136. My mate had one. So even so, right. For the Fiat 131, so they had like a little. What did that have in it? A little 1,000 horsepower engine in. Not the 1 litre. I should have meant not the 1,000 horsepower. Obviously, it's not a Bugatti They're like the 1 litre lump in them. Yeah, there's only 25 left now. Wow. I'm actually amazed there's still 25 going. I took it back, and then I come back when the exhaust was glowing cherry red. Jesus. Fucking. Oh, I'm actually shocked. There's still 25 in this existence. Wow. You surprised me there, Mr. Rockgales. Really did. I didn't think there'd be any going that front. The only way I see them there is at classic car auctions and classic car shows. But they go for ludicrous money. But some of the Fords, they didn't have great engines in. They kept it to keep the cost down. Like that little Mark 1 I had, that Escort Mark 1, they only had a little 1100 engine in it. It had no guts in it. I put my foot down and I thought, Jesus, it looked nice, but it just had no guts. Obviously, it's just the way they designed them. I think some of them were only like 70 and 80 horsepower. Even that was pushing it. That's probably when it left factory. Probably not now. But what a lot of them did, do you know what a lot of them was doing? They was taking a lot of the Ford engines out, and they was putting engine mods in, and they was putting like big engines in these and overpowering them. The value of the plane is non-sporting mode. The Ford Escort Mark II can range from anywhere approximately. Hold up, that said 7,000. What did that say? 7.5 grand. Was I reading that right? Did you just say 7.5 grand for a fucking, not for a price of one of them? Fuck. See, I knew I should have kept mine. Bloody knew it. I was gutted. I traded it in. Fucking hell. No way is it fetching that time, mate. The 280,000 Ford Escort Mark II, right? That's the Rally Sports, right? The 1800 onwards, the same family one for 50 years sells for a record price. 300k. I mean, that's supercar money. I mean, obviously, you're now going into, well, you're not going past the supercar. You can, obviously, you're now going into hypercar range money. Obviously, between hypercar and supercar range, you can get some hypercars for 300,000. That's mad. That's absolutely mad. Never the value of that, the full-blown Mark 1 range is approximately 3 grand for a project. But even so, even for 3 grand, it wasn't even dreamt of. So a project car for over 20 of that is excellent condition, depending on its heritage. Yeah. So even if you had, even if you kept that car from the mid 1980s, right, left it in the garage, let it rot, right, you'd have still walked away. You would have only got like, well, you would have got nothing. You'd have had to pay in the 1980s. You'd have had to take it down to the scrappers, or the scrappers will charge you to come pick it up. Now they would have fetched that type of money. There you go. Paid 50 quid. Fucking hell, now you could have left that in the garage. You'd have been sitting on a small gold mine. Fucking hell. Seriously, literally, you don't realise, do you? You obviously don't realise that we was all sitting on fucking gold mines at the time. Now it's like this retro stuff. Because it's now gone, we can only talk about it. But to actually physically see it, you're thinking, fuck me, I haven't seen one of them for donkey's years. And that's a prime example of what I'm talking about. It's the same with the cars. Obviously, the cars would have been worth 20 times more value of what all of this stuff was. Literally would have. You know, there you go. You just summed it up. The Mark 1s would have fetched anywhere in poor condition, would have still fetched 3k at the end of it. 3k. You wouldn't even get 3k in half this stuff. So there you go. It proves it. So classic cars are obviously people wanted to, because that's without them doing it all up. They, once they're fully restored, they can go anywhere up to 20k. But you keep one in that condition, the value of that would then be classed as a classic. So one, you can get classic car insurance, and then up front, I've had the current value of the Vauxhall Astra, the Mark 1, particularly the GTE, significantly based on the condition and mileage. It's typically ranging from 8 to 28. Yeah, do you know what? I do not doubt that for a second. I know what I know what them classic cars does. It's absolutely, that's mad. You literally, for 28k, right, you could buy a top of the range car, brand new, a 75 plate, for less than that, for what that classic's worth at the end. And someone would pay that 28k, right, because they know the value of that will only go up. It will never go down. Right, it's all right owning a brand new car. You drive it off the forecourt, you've lost a couple of grand. It did in the 1980s. You took it off the forecourt, if you ever bought one, straight away you lost about 3-4 grand off the price. So, but obviously now it's gone the other way. Classics now are a classic. The price of them don't go down, they only go up. So whatever you did lose out when you drove it off in the 1980s, kept it in mint condition, you'd now have figured, I ain't bothered. It's now worth nearly 20 times its value, maybe even 30 times its value. So you just don't realise it's only now we only look back to thinking, bloody hell, I wish I would have kept that. Well, it's like a lot of things I wish I kept, but it's too late. You can't, obviously we can't go back. And it's a bit like this stuff here. It's a prime example. Once this is gone, say for argument's sake, I could sell all this tomorrow, right, and end this channel. Just end it. Sell everything off. Just say I'm gonna go to Australia or something, move abroad, right? That's it. It's game over. You'll never get you never get half this stuff back, and it's a bit like them cars. My dad purchased his BMW Series 3 years ago, 3 years ago. So he lost half its value during driving it off the forecourt. It always does. It's Ford. It doesn't matter if you drive it off a Ford forecourt or off a Mercedes or anything else. Cars are, if it's not a classic, a modern day car value is now pittance money. It's literally not worth nothing. And these battery cars are literally pointless. They are a complete waste of money at the end of the day. Apparently them hybrid cars, the batteries only last for about 3 to 5 years. The batteries on them can range anywhere between 6 and 15 to 20,000 pound within that price range. Now, depending on the car and make and model on that front, but even so, that value of that car, even if you kept it 80% of its value of its battery, right, and you charged it up carefully and all that, you still won't fetch half of its value, because it's literally, no one wants these cars at the end of the day. They take too long to charge up, and again, the value of that car drops dramatically if that battery is dead. This is why petrol and diesel cars always win, always. But obviously, you got people like that Sadiq Khan and making it nigh impossible because they want to get all these cars off the road. Literally. And he's doing a bloody good job of it, because that's exactly what he's doing. He's forcing the cars off the road. He's taking perfectly working good cars and getting them off because he wants everyone to go battery. And then what does he do? Bring in pay per mile. So you're not even safe on that. It's all about, this is what I said to you, it's all about making the money. It's alright for these big fat rich cats that's sitting above everything else. They don't have to scream and scrape and try and pick this. There's honestly hard working people to trying to earn a living. And all they want to do is, the travellers are the worst. They're the ones that, I know people don't like the travellers, the travelling community, because of what they do. No, I own nothing, but I'm happy to pay for it now, and pay for the tea for you. Well, we do. We've got no option. That's just it, no, Stu. We've got no option, my friend. You have to pay for the nose. If you want it, we've got
I mean, people struggle through life. That's just it. It's all right for everyone if you've made it comfortable for yourself. If you've worked hard and you've put a pension aside, then yeah, that I'm not jealous about. It's just that you've got the genuine other people, obviously that try to. They work through their life. They work 90% of their life, and they've hardly got anything to show. You know, obviously they don't even have a family, and I've known it to happen. You know, and to me, it's sad. They've really put in a lot of effort onto it, and they've got nothing out in it. And today's society is actually the complete opposite. Obviously now, the employment figures, they've said the employment figures have gone through the roof since Labour's been in power. Well, sorry, I blame the people that voted Labour to come into power. At the end of the day, you know, we had all this right back from the 1980s. That is why it feels like deja vu. It just feels like we've gone right back to the 1980s again. You know, mass unemployment. Our people are they're struggling for money, can't put heating on, can't pay their bills, obviously can't put food in their cupboards. Just like the 1980s. Obviously the 80s was just a little bit more better than what this modern era was. But again, the principles were the same. And it was funny because it was all right back from that earlier period that when Thatcher was in power, she'd done her job, she did. But Labour, they were. Labour are just, they are, totally agree. So the policies weren't different right back from the early days. We're still struggling now. So what's changed? Nothing. Yeah, exactly. It's literally nothing. And you can look back 30, 40 years and go right back. And that's not a long time to go back. But the policies were the same. Nothing's changed. You know. But what do we do? There's only one side of the party or the other. In the end, I don't vote for no one. But it don't make no difference. Because your vote still counts. But you'll still get people. Even if no one voted on this planet, literally, they would still vote it and still win with the parliament anyway. So, you know, obviously, we're just small sheep compared to what, you know, our words don't mean nothing. It's a shame because, like you said, it's you know, we're going backwards. We should be going forwards, but obviously we're not. All they want to do is keep eating us and hurting us our pocket. You've got people like Pico working all the hours, right? You've worked all your life, paid in, you've paid taxes, and obviously the taxes have gone. We've always paid the taxes, always, right back from the early 80s. All right, it wasn't as bad with the VAT, but it was still a hit because it was still hurting people's pockets in the 1980s. Sugar, the bread was all going up. It didn't pay a lot. But we didn't earn a lot because obviously there was a recession on in the 1980s. But guess what? There's still a recession today, so it ain't made a frigging difference to start with. It's just that it's got 20 times more expensive because you now can't afford it. So nothing's changed on that front. It's really it's a shame that we've now got to that society, but it's got to stop. It literally is. Well, that's just it. We've been told, but we're, like you said, we can sit there and moan about it till the cows come home. But all they're doing is just taking off the rich and giving it to the rich. You know, and you know they're taking off the poor to give to the rich, and then they're doing the same to the rich as well. They're just lining their own pockets. They're obviously not lining their pockets. Obviously, at the end of the day. So Mr. Pico's putting all the hours in. You know, at the end of the day, and all he's doing, the taxes he has to pay, like everyone else has to pay. At the end of the day, I know because I've had to do it. They take a big portion straight off you. At the end of it, you can't win. You can't get out of the system. There's no way out of the system. This is even Australia, as fancy as it is, it's expensive. At the end of it, but they do pay more than what the UK pays. But again, it comes at a premium price. Message received from Worms. Oh, don't tell me he's fit though. Is Mr. Worms? Oh no, wait for it. Mr. Squish is put rubbish picture taken for the eyes picture of the microscope using the phone. Lol.
The socket and the top traces are fixed. Yay! Still quite a bit to do on the bottom of the board, but may take a look again. Oh, he's an angel. He is. See now look what Mr. Worms has done. This is why I love the community. Absolutely legend. So obviously he's done that with a microscope. So obviously this was this was part of that trace damage. This is why I stopped, because this is what I'm saying about trace damage, obviously, due to the socket, because this was a top and bottom link, and that's why it wasn't working. It obviously, I've torn the traces, taking that off. So now it's had to have trace damage done to it to put the socket in. That was my working board. That was without the working board. This is not the this is the one that was working, and obviously I destroyed it by trying to take out the socket to put in a socket. That's why I stopped, because I thought I'm going to delaminate the board and cause issues. So 100%, he is one legend of he's done his magic as he usually has. Hats off to Mr. Worms. I totally agree. At the end of the day, he will get rewarded, don't worry. You know, he said, because I said, if you can fix the other one, I want to fix it to sell so it can go, the money can go to Dogs Trust. So, yeah, no signs of hot glue. It's true. It's true, Mr. Stewart. Now, up front, it's no hot glue involved. Absolutely none. But yes, I will have hot glue onto the mask as well. You see, literally, I'm thinking, oh no. Discord. He's a legend, isn't he? He did say he can do it. That's why I said, yeah, fine. I didn't even answer. I'll wait. I'll pass him your way, Mr. Worms. I wish you'd have done a video on it, though. I would have liked to see how he had done it. Right, you know, he could have filmed it, put like a tripod up. Oh, yeah, I could have even passed one of these way and said, can you film it? I would have liked to actually seen it. Well, she is squeaky clean. Mind you, I ain't done the sides. Just to polish the sides. I like bringing all my toys back to life, especially all these. These foam pads do marvellous. That, I'll tell you what, that's got some serious talk to it. I mean, you can't talk it down. There's no settings on this. It's one setting. Fuck me, does it do the job? Seriously, just buy some pads and a little bit of T-cut. Fuck me, don't strip it down. It really has got, I can't believe how dirty that is. They took it off that console. That was clean. Unbelievable. Seriously. I'm glad he's fixed that, because that was my working one. But once he's got that on there and he sorts that out, then what he can do is take the RAM chips out, right, out of my working one once he's got it booted up, because I said it will still boot up. You'll still get a post. You'll just get a noise come through because the keyboard's not plugged in, right? So you'll get like a buzzing noise because the keyboard's not plugged in it, but you'll still get an image, right? Which you will with the Ataris. But what he could do then is then take the RAM, because the other RAM's all socketed, take the RAM out, and I guarantee he's going to find issues. That what he could do then is just put an X on the RAM sticks, which ones have gone bad, and then see if I can try and source some RAM sticks. And once I've got the RAM sticks, if I can get the other board up and running, then I can order the parts, and then I'll auction that off, and the money will go to Dogs Trust, which I wanted to do anyway. Oh, guys, I forgot to tell you. I showed Mr. Stewart. I don't normally do this, but did I show you how much I've raised for charity on that front? Let me go back. I don't want to give any personal information. Selling. Yes, there we go. So, I'm going to cover this up, obviously. this is what I've raised for charity so far. Right, I'm still going. That's what I've raised. So I haven't done too bad when it comes to charity at the end of the day. That's gone to 7 different charities, from cancer research to children's funds. It's gone to about 11 different charities. So, and I'm still going. So I'm getting there. I got there, and I have got a lot of thank yous. I can't show you the thank yous because it's got personal information on. So yes, I'm really proud of that. I didn't. When I checked the other day, I went, "Have I really raised that amount?" So yes, and I'm still going to carry on. So this is why I want Mr. Worms to work on the other one. This is why I love doing what I do at the end of it. And I'm really surprised that the others didn't ask me, because I would have loved to have done a bit for the charity on that front, which I'm still doing. So that's obviously took 7 years to get to where I have on that front. So, which I'm still going. Obviously, it's not going to happen. Things are slow progress on that front. This is why I still got stuff on there for sale on that front, and they obviously slowed down a bit, but not everything for sale on that front. And obviously 90% of the stuff what they've donated and the charity on that front just keeps going up on that front. So yeah, I think I've done really well, and I can pat myself on the shoulder on that front and think I'm glad I did. So I've done quite well on that front. Yeah, and I still want to carry on. I do love doing what I'm doing up front, but I don't normally show it off because I don't want to boast and say how much, you know, what people do, you know, on that front, and I wouldn't do it if I didn't get enjoyment. I'll just say no, but I do, because they reward me in other ways. Obviously, I go for, especially for the hospice, they put on. We have an anniversary once a year for all the volunteers, to actually say thank you for all the volunteering and charity work they've done. I've had my certificate, me 5-year certificate that I've got up there for dedication and work, and the thanks that I've got for it, and the thank, that's without the thank you. So yeah, I'm actually quite proud in that front. So I'm totally. But I don't want all money going to one charity. I want it to go to all different charities, because it's not fair. There's more than one charity at the front, and obviously the ones that get left out the most are the dogs, and they're quite dear to me. So I'll do this next one, that whatever I get on that, if Mr. Worms can fix that other one, the Atari. Now the Ataris, if fully working, should fetch roughly around about what, 130 to 150, but because it's charity, it might bump the price up a little bit. So whatever I get on that goes straight to that Dogs Trust. So that will get distributed to all of the Dogs Trust. He's not going to one Dogs Trust, it's going to all of the Dogs Trust. So I will break that up. They have got 12 Dogs Trust all over the UK. So I will get the trustee to break that up, whatever I get, and that will get a small portion to all of the Dogs Trust. So it's not going to go to dedicated to one area. It's going to go to all of the Dogs Trust. And that's what I like to see. It's like the charities, like I always dealt with. I don't want it going to the one. I want it distributed to all of them. So they all get an even small portion. Even though it might be £20, £30. It doesn't matter. That means then, if that one trust has got it, then it's obviously not fair on the others, because I like it to distribute out to all of them, so they all get an equal amount, and I think that's a fair system. So and that's where I've always dealt with. So it don't just go to one; it goes to all of them on that. So depending how many branches they've got, they all get a small portion each. So which is great, because obviously some areas do better than others, some do less. So that to me feels like it's a more even system. So I think it's the same with the Dogs Trust on there. We did get told some areas are actually, they don't do very well. So that is the reasons why I've always distributed more even. Even though it still goes to the fund itself, but it just goes to, like, some areas are obviously, you know, don't do so great. And which some areas don't. They don't. And it depending, you're up and down the country. So to me, I think it's a fair system to do it that way. But yeah, I was actually quite surprised how much I raised. I thought, bloody hell, I don't normally check to see how much I raised. I just put it on there, sell it, dump.
you know, and then because I don't always check the emails, and then when I check the emails, I've got all these nice, kind letters that from the what they've sent me, and they said thank you for what you've done. We really appreciate you for all the hard work and your dedication. And I went, yeah, you know, I thought, well, I just love doing it, and it's a bit like these streams, obviously, bringing these back to life, sell them, and it looks like, you know, that's it. Bit more to go to the fund on that. I mean, it's like this one. This one's got the drawer missing on this one. This one didn't have it. It says on there, no battery cover. You can actually see. I paid 20. It was marked up for 25. They let me have it for 20, and it says on there, no back cover. Now, if I had a 3D printer, I could have 3D printed that. That would have been nice to finish that off. But obviously, I don't know the bloody size for it, and you can't get the covers from on these. But that is looking right back to where it's glossed up again. The officials, I'm just here, and I just had you in the background whilst building a bike for Christmas. That's why I'm quiet. No, that's all right, bud. No worries, my friend. You're building a bike for, oh, lovely. Building a bike for Christmas. Yeah, that's why I'm actually quiet for once. No, it's all right. It's like you said. It's just nice to have a stream on, innit? So on that front. So she's all squeaky clean. A bit like the a bit like that Laserdisc player. I'm actually shocked with that Laserdisc player. No, you shocked me on that. Didn't think they'd be fetching that type of money. It's absolutely mad. I've got another card today, so obviously I'm getting a collection. I will get a lot of cards Sunday because I'm meeting up with all my fellow workers I worked alongside doing the pest control, and there's going to be about 20 of us, so I'll probably have about 20 cards coming back. Obviously, like, you know, we all meet up, so we're going to go into the pub first before we go into the carvery. So we're all going to jump in the carvery because most of them are all vegetarian, so they just like the veg, which I don't mind because I'm a veggie myself. So that's nice. I'm glad I finished that. And I'm glad the Pioneer Laserdisc player needed a clean, because it did. It didn't help. I put 3 of my grubby fingers all over it. That obviously didn't help. Ouch. Ouch. I still haven't done me... I've still not done me Nintendo Switch yet. It's still sitting up there. I put the bloody SD card in. I didn't finish it off. So what's on the next item you've got planned? Well, I would have liked to got this sorted out. Obviously, thanks to Mr. Otcows there, obviously got me the plans for the Spectrum, the 4S. So obviously I need a PLA. Obviously, I put all my grubby fingers all over it. So one, I want to give this a quick clean on that front. I really do want to do that record player at some point on that because obviously I've got that linear record player. I'm still waiting for the chip. The chip is still in China. I'm not going to get it now till over Christmas, past Christmas. So it's going to be in January. So then I can put that back in the other linear record player and get that one booted back up. Obviously, I do need to order them caps, because obviously now we know it's a cap issue because we can't adjust the pots. So I will have to have a look to try and get the capacitors on that front. I don't know to order them off DigiKey, but the trouble is with DigiKey, they're based in America on that front. But that might be my best guess, because I don't want to get this cheap Chinese shit. They're just crap. They don't seem to last long on that front. So so what I'll do, even though this is now repaired and it is partly working, again, that was my first time doing trace repair. But the Atari, you need a microscope and you need a very steady pair of hands. Mr. Worms has done fantastic on that front.
So he will be rewarded. He is not doing it for nothing. He said he don't want nothing because he knows one's going to charity, but I don't care. I don't expect no one to do nothing for nothing, even though if it is going for charity. So he's got a little surprise coming his way. He's obviously I ain't gonna say what it is because I don't want to spoil it. At the end of it. So if he fixes that, he's still gonna get a surprise anyway, regardless. So yes, this is the. So what I'll do, I will advertise this and sell it for spares and repair, and it will go to the parts of the Dogs Trust funds. I want to try and raise roughly around about between for the Dogs Trust, because they've only opened up a new centre up in the West Midlands, and they've had to raise £25,000 to open up one of these units. They're quite expensive on that front, but they said that that's obviously still not enough, that we do need to raise more money, because again the upkeep, the dogs are what the trouble is. There's dogs donated up and down the country, so they have to be distributed about, and they're trying to rehome them at the end of the day. So I'm going to try and aim for, realistically, I'm trying to aim for roughly around about £300 plus that I'm trying to raise, which I probably won't be far from it. Obviously, something like this, these will fetch. I don't know what these will fetch without the ULA with the chip, even though I've repaired the trace. Because once that goes with another ULA, this will work. So if these fetch anywhere between £30 and £40, I'm being realistic. If it fetches that, probably about the £30 mark. It'll be a bit more towards the Dogs Trust. So I'm hoping that's what I want to do. Get that done. But I always like to give her a clean first, and I'll make a listing what work this has had done, and also what has gone in it. So that way, I like to be honest and open with all my stuff on that front. That is why I've listed a lot of them consoles that they do need spares or repair. Not everything, it's like I said, not everything can be repaired. Not everything is repairable. There is a certain portion of most all electrics that can't be repaired. Yeah, no, you'd ever part from him that he was rehoming Bronson. Yes, I mean, I wouldn't anyway, bud. I mean, I really weren't going to get no more after my 2 Rotties passed. Obviously, I was going to say no. Obviously, I'm quite busy. I've got quite a lot on. So to actually have it put onto me with the bloody door, said, here's his lead, here's his papers, take him. We don't want him. Obviously, he's been spoiled rotten since I've had him. I do that with all of my animals. I've always had dogs. Always had dogs. I've never had cats, never had guinea pigs, never had goldfish. I had marine fish. I did have marine. I only had them for about 6 months, but they was bloody hard work, because obviously you're dealing with marine stuff is really hard to you got to get the conditions right, and it was really difficult. But in the end, I just took them back, and he just gave me money back, and he resold them, and he sold the tank, so it wasn't a loss that front. I just stuck with owning dogs at the end, and they've always been big dogs. They've never had a small dog, never. They've always been medium, large, or something like that. I'd call that fate. Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, but Bronson, obviously, they just wanted to get shot of him. They just didn't really. They took him from a pup, and then obviously, growing up the size he is. To be honest, he ain't no trouble. Since you don't hear him bark that often on the front, and when he does, he frightens 7 bells out of anyone. But he's just the way he is. And I wouldn't change his name because it suits him down to the ground. He's named after, his papers have actually got Charles Bronson written on it, named after the Nutter. Well, they named him well on that, because he's definitely that, his character at the end of the day. He has quietened down a bit, believe it or not, though, Stu. So when I first got him, he was very boisterous. He didn't do it to me, because you've got to show who the alpha male is at the end of the day. If you don't, a dog will dominate you, like all dogs will. They will push you to try and take. So you have to be a little bit dominant on there to actually say no means no at the end of the day. And just by raising your voice and shouting at them, they will then bow down to you, and then they will look up to you as the leader pack, because that's what they are. These were descendants from the wolf family. That's what dogs are. So you have to be the alpha male. You have to literally put your foot down with any animal and say no means no. That's what how the pack will always works at front. And it's a bit like in the human species. You'll get the quiet ones and you'll get the loud ones. It depends on how loud your bark is at the end of the day. But they don't even do that today, because now they just probably pull a knife out on you. And then you don't say who's the alpha male is. You just say it's game over, because that's all these kids want to do now. Just pull a knife out, because it's the cowardliest way to do. They don't use their fists. They're not like the Irish, where they used to fight with their fists and just say to you, you know, fist fights mean fist fights back in the days. No, they just think they would do it the coward way. God, look at the state of that. That's got to be clean. Fucking state. Here, look at the state of that. Jeez. I would say that needs a clean. That is obviously the Denon. That's the Denon, the NAS, the network one. I'd say that needs a bloody good clean. Let me give that. That really is. That is grubby. That's disgusting. That is really. That is the dirtiest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything like it. Right, let's get the teacup. I ain't even had my sandwiches yet. What's the time? Fuck me. I'll have my sandwiches in a minute. No wonder Brompton's sitting there behind me. God. That fucking teacup. I think that's you're not, Stu, you're not kidding, right? I kid you not, mate. I seriously, I haven't seen anything that grubby. It looks like it's been left there in the elements. The camera don't do it justice, but the eyes, it's scuffed like you wouldn't believe, right? And it's really, really nasty. So I can smell that tea. It smells like tea coal. Yeah, I do wish that I kept some of the stuff back from the 1980s now. I'm lucky that I have got 90% of that back. You know, because some of this stuff I wouldn't have even dreamed about owning again, because I thought I lost it. To be honest, I didn't think I was ever going to see it again. So I'm quite fortunate there from the hospice on that. And alright, 90% of it wasn't working. This is what got me into doing, restoring and bringing things back. I'm glad I did, because this would have been on the e-waste. What a shame. After this, what you would have seen would have even existed. It would have just gone straight into the e-waste department. It looks like it's been cleaned by a green Brillo pad. You're not kidding. Seriously, I have never seen anything like it. I think what I'll do, I'll put that grubby pad pack on, right? Look at the state of that. I'll put this one back on. I'm not going to clean it. I'm not going to get fuck it. Oh, that's this. Well, that took some dirt off, didn't it? It's like bang, and the dirt is gone. It's silly bang. Fucking Jesus. What have you been using that as a face mask? Wax on, wax off. Fucking Jesus. That is gross.
That is seriously, that is some grossness on that. That's how much dirt he's took off. Do you reckon it had a clean? It looked clean, didn't it? Obviously you can't see, all you can see is a shine because obviously it's just glared everything over, but action speaks louder than words. You've only got to see that for yourself. You think, friggin' hell, let me go and get the vinegar. I think I'm gonna need it. Rotten rot. Oh, seriously, I cannot make that up. Bad that was. That is the most grossest thing I've ever seen. You need to take this shape. Oh, I think you need more than that, my friend. Definitely. That was nasty. This is what half this stuff is. Obviously, I haven't got. This does work, but I just didn't get round to cleaning it. I thought I'll put it on the list. This is. Oh look, they're still taking dirt off. Look at all that. It's just. There's layers on that. This is why I didn't put it on for sale, because obviously I can't sell it like that. No way. All I smell is vinegar. Well, I've got to admit that I'm still taking dirt off it. Wow. How much dirt was on this? I mean, obviously it looks a lot cleaner now, but I'm still taking layers of dirt off. And like I said, I'm using vinegar, white vinegar. Vinegar cuts in for the dirt and grime. So I don't want to use that polisher yet. I want to get all the top layer of the shit off it, and then I can give it a polish after. I'm still pulling dirt off. Wow. That is gross. Seriously, some serious grossness. Look, I'm still taking dirt off it. You can actually see it. I mean, how much what did they put on this? That is no exaggeration. Grime as anything. I mean, now you look at the difference between. Obviously, that looks a lot better. Then I could give it a polish after. That's I've never seen anything like that. Not that dirty. Bloody hell. That's some serious grime. It didn't look it because Silver Eyes only had the dirt up. I can't see anything now. It's all shiny. That's it. You're thinking, oh no. You think, oh, well, that does make a difference. Look, I mean, I have took it. Obviously, that light oversaturates everything like it usually does. Fucking hell, that is nasty. But if I can get all this cleaned up, this is another one I can put up. I don't even know what these fetch. Some of these stuff don't fetch a lot. It fetches about 20 to 30 quid, you know, but it doesn't matter. It was only going to go in the e-waste. So I thought, like, you know, as long as it works, someone can obviously, you know, it'll go to someone. Fuck it, I can't get over that. Right, now let's get the polisher out. The model, hang on my friend, let me tell you the exact model. I don't even know what this fetch is, it probably don't fetch a lot. It's the model number. It is a DN for Norman, P for Peter, dash 720, A for Apple, E for Echo. It is a Denon. So obviously we got the, I sorted the Wi-Fi antenna out, it was all bloody loose. Tightened that all up, which is a lot better. It's got a MAC address on there. So now I'm going to get the teacup. Ain't that going to be? It ain't gonna be cheap. It's going to be worth a few. Oh right, it's going to be worth a few pennies. Yeah, you're probably right. It probably ain't. Denon's good. Normally it's good. It's good entertainment system. Denon. I think Mr. Stewart's right. Oh, I had an inkling it weren't going to be worth a lot. I'll try like to save. One sold, the Denon E720A with a network audio player with the remote and manual. Pre-owned. Bloody hell. Did they really? It's in a new or Windows T prepped opened one. I've got a wireless connection, people that love this stuff. Told you, pal. Bloody hell. Even something like this. Well, you surprised me. Well, actually, I'm not. I'm not surprised, actually, come to think about it. Well, the way I look at it, every little helps. The bigger texture is still relevant Norway. Fucking hell, look, I'm still taking the dirt off. I just took layers of fucking dirt off this and he still took all that off. That's astronomical. They can't keep taking dirt off it. How much bloody dirt has this thing got? Now you see it, didn't you, right? I took that pad, that was black, right? I cleaned that, then it went black. Then, I was still rubbing dirt off it until no more dirt come off, until I've rubbed that on, and it still took dirt off. Wow. I'm running out of bloody pads. Jesus. Seriously, that I've never seen anything like that. Never. Mind you, that's brought it up pretty clean. I'll tell you what, that's spotless. Fucking hell, look. I wish I can get my hands on that stuff. It's like to fix and flick or flip with a long day. Like, yeah, you literally can. You could do a killing on it, literally. All this, Stu, most of it was all going on the e-waste. All with you. She didn't even test this because she didn't have a lead for it. So she said it goes on the e-waste. If we can't test it, we can't sell it. So what a lot of them do now is they pass it over to me and they give it to me. And that's a scam. Yeah. Yeah. Seriously, there's no exaggeration. Most of all this would have ended up on the East Waste. Look how much Mr. Pico takes in. Like you said, he managed to fix that other one up. He done it all up nice, got it all up and running, but they're not worth nothing. But it all goes on the e-waste. You get more on the e-waste side than what you would try to sell it if it was working. Don't make sense, does it? There's obviously a lot more precious metals and components inside. And remember, it doesn't stop there, because 9 out of 10 is when it gets sent off, it goes to process yards, and obviously then it gets into containers, goes overseas, so it goes to third world countries, and then the third world countries, once they get it, you know, it's always the higher up, and then it goes to the lower ranks, and then someone else makes more money on it than what they paid for it. It's the cycle's never ending. Where you think it ends, it doesn't end at the end of the day, and that's just it. I can't get over that. I'm still taking dirt off it. It goes back to China, and it went back from the AliExpress. Back from AliExpress, back for sale again, and we end up buying it. It's true. He's literally thinking, oh no. you buy it from AliExpress, it ends up at AliExpress. You think, that's right, take your China crap back, we don't want it. It don't work. It's true. The amount we really for what we spend, right, on our consumer, on their stuff, it does. That's actually brilliant. But it's true, isn't it? For what we buy from AliExpress, right, it lasts a year or two. What happens when it all goes wrong and it packs up? We bin it. The UK is a wasteful nation. We throw so much stuff out at the end of the day. So much gear gets donated through charities, but a majority of it goes to the e-waste side. So it all ends up back in recycling anyway, which I'm all for. I am all for that. I do like the recycling side of it. It's good, because it ain't going on landfills, which we ain't got enough room for landfill stuff anyway. Do you know what? I can see a shine on that, and it's all sold back. It's sold back to China. Yeah. Well, it does. It don't just go to China. It goes to third world countries, places like Africa, India. Obviously, and I've seen them. And I've watched documentaries, it's actually quite sad, because a lot of the chemicals that when they burn off, I'll give you for instance, if you take a cable, right. What a lot of them do, in scrap value, the precious metals are always going to be out inside. So the copper will be inside. They get less if it's actually wrapped in plastic like this. So they can't sell it, right? And it's no good to a scrap person. So the idea is that you've got to strip it down for its precious metals. Now that's all right if you've got time on your hands to sit there for hours at a day to strip it down, right, to take the precious metals out, and then they buy it by the ton load, right? But what a lot of them do, right, because people in the UK haven't got the time or the facilities to do it because it's time consuming, they will send it to places like Africa and India. They're the most two that are known. Now, I've seen it on many documentaries that they get kids to do this because the adults won't do it. Because remember, these countries are corrupt, like Africa and India. They're very corrupt nations. Not all of them, but a majority of the portions are. And what they do, they get kids to burn this stuff. So straight away, right, and there was a documentary about it somewhere in India, and they was getting these kids at the age of 9 to 10 to burn this stuff. Right, so one, they got toxic chemicals coming off this, burning the plastic which they're breathing in, just to get the precious metals. But the adults take the reward, they reap the rewards, because then they take the precious metals, bulk it all up, they soak it in chemicals to bring the copper back at the end of the day. So, you're doing it in Leicester. Well, but it's true. This is what I'm saying.
it gets recycled, but they're doing it at someone else's expense. Obviously, and I've watched that. I have seen that, and that is true. They definitely do something, and it's a shame because the kids, well, obviously they're breathing in all these toxic chemicals just to take the precious metals out. You saying about breathing in toxic chemicals? I think I've breathed in fumes, vapors. I've got a vapor machine there. Obviously, that don't do no much good. It blows it towards you. It's supposed to take it away. So, fat lot of good that does. But it's true. That's exactly what goes on. It's been going on for years, generations. But then if they're doing it in corrupt countries, obviously the government's going to turn a blind eye. They don't care. You know, and then parts of them places, they're not bothered. India is actually a very resourceful country. If you have a look at India, India is very good at recycling. Very good at recycling. They have got some very big recycling centres in India. They've got one in Delhi, a massive recycling centre at the end of it. Some renewable energies, right? Renewable energies, but they do burn the e-waste to actually get it, but they burn it in a clean environment, so it doesn't give off. Remember, it's not like we're not going back to the cold days from the 1940s to the 1950s. You know, at the end of the day, where everyone used to just burn all their coals in the woods on their log burners, so we get all that smog, because that's what it did. It brought all the smog. That's why London calls it the smoggy London. Because that's exactly how it was in that front. And until it got obviously bombed by Germany, then it was a different matter altogether. But even so, now we got told now we got a bloody freeze. We can't turn our heating because we can't afford it. I'll tell you what, that's come up really clean now. Just for the sake, this is why I love restoring. I get more enjoyment of restoring something, bringing it back. I think that looks literally, comparing when I first touched that, I would have touched it with a barge pole. I think, fucking state of that, where's that been? And it's come up really good now. I mean, it's really, that bit of polish, that bit of clean, it's come up like new. So now I can get this one advertised and get this sold. I don't care how much I get for it. It was only going in the e-waste side. But she's got a shine. There's a few marks, but I'll tell you what, that polishing cut on it, you can now see, look, it ain't done bad. Comparing on it, when I first got it, it was fucking grubby as hell. Literally grubby as hell. Well, you see the amount of dirt it took off. And she is now squeaky clean, even at the front. I'm quite proud of that. So that is now ready. I can put that. I source a lead out. Alright. Source a lead and I'll get that advertised. And put that obviously as put it on a bidding system and see what it fetches. Sold. There you go. So that is a lot better than compare. I couldn't sell it like that. It was obviously, I don't sell all my stuff like that because it's obviously on that front. I don't even, are them dot printers, them dot matrix printers, are they worth anything? Because if not, I can give that back to the hospice. They can have that back because obviously I've got it stuck down here. I can't use it. Give this one a quick clean. I think it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Wait. A dot matrix printer, is it? Yeah, it is, yeah. It's an old one. I don't have dot matrix printers worth any more money. At the end of that. Now, this one ain't too bad. Look, if you have a look. it's not great. It's just dull. You know, it could just do with a little bit of a pep. Let's have my sandwiches because I'm going to forget to eat my sandwiches. Oh no! Speak of the devil, look who's come to life. Trouble. Look, it's bloody hell! They got stink. Boncy. That Boncy. Look at him. He's nothing but trouble. All right, Bonsals. Bonsals. Hello, Bonsals. 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 Yeah, Bonsals. Always wants a sandwich. Always wants a sandwich. He's never happy if he ain't got a sandwich. Bit different. It's like, give me it already. Yeah. That pizza you give him, it didn't last him long. It obviously did. This one's already listed. I've already listed it, but the only thing I didn't do, I just give it a wipe over. I didn't give it a polish. I will give it a polish. Just give it a polish, yeah, and that will take it up. Let me grab another cloth. This one's covered. Oh, this is bad. I might want another polishing pad. Let me go and grab another polishing pad. Obviously, I can't use these ones. These ones are fucking grubby as hell. Look at the state of them. That's how much dirt it took off. It's like silk bang, and the dirt is gone. It's literally like that. Oh, he's glued me up. He's got me up the side, that Bronson. He's glued me all up one side. Oh, he's a nightmare for gluing. Oh yeah, that's that bit. Right, you monkey, leave me alone. Obviously another 2 rolls in there, but let's give it a wipe with the old vinegar first. I think some of my retro stuff is definitely worth keeping at the end of the day. Even if I never use it, leave it in working order. Obviously, drives the value up. I have got some of it insured now, so that is one good aspect. There's a little bit of grime come off that, not much. We'll soon find out because I'm going to get the tea carnet. He enjoyed that, he sure did. I won't mind, but this is for a bloody car. I don't know how old it is now. Obviously, it must be, but it's still good. It was in my dad's garage. It's been in there for years. It's got a scratch remover. That front.
Yeah, I have a dot matrix printer. That was it was a Commodore, so I kept it. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, they did do one for the Commodore. I think you're right. Wow. If you have, keep it, bud. I think I can't even recall the ones for the Commodores. It still took a bit off that, you know. Michael, thank you for popping on, my friend. How you doing? Yeah, I remember that as a child. I had a C64 with a Star NX10 with a dot mate. Oh, nice. That's what I love bringing back the old memories with the old retro stuff. Regardless how that was cleaned, right? Look at how much grub. Look at how much that grunt that took off. And that looked clean. It looked like there was nothing wrong with it. Wow. I mean, it wasn't like super dirty, not like the other one. But even so. I mean, I'll have to use some vinegar now. It's enough to clean it up. I'll tell you what, that polisher is blinding. What a great little polisher. I'm trying to think of that bloody channel. I remember the printer was very loud and it's very annoying. Is that the one that goes... Oh, you think, oh, for God's sake. The dot matrix printer, literally, it was a, like, you used to watch it. That's why I got told off in school, because all I got told off in school is don't waste the paper. It's expensive. Like, he went into the office trying to get the paper. Yeah, that's that tracking paper. That's the one that had the line down the side of it and you used to peel it off because it had all the holes down the side. Well, I'll tell you what, it's a lot. Just that one polish alone has brought that up like anything. Yeah, I've just looked up mine in the Commodores in MPS 803 dot matrix. Nice. Yeah, that's their preferred tracks. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's. Do you know what? That's actually a nice one that you got there, Mr. Pico. At the end of the day, it's like you said. They're probably again collectible. Very, very collectible. Well, I'll tell you what, that brought that up really nice. It was already clean, but that's made that even cleaner. You can actually see it. It's obviously like a few little marks on there. I just love bringing old stuff back to life. I think that's what I love. I just love bringing all the old classic gear, giving it a new lease of life. That's what I like. I remember my printer needed some kind of interface card and the dip switches. Yes, they did. I remember the ones you have to flick them up or down or something. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, I've really, I have no idea of the value. I was keeping it because I wanted to get a Commodore 64 again. Yeah, that's why do you think I kept mine? I mean, I've done a bit of mod on it. I'm going to bring that out in a minute because I've got to try and repair that back piece that keeps coming loose. I do want to sort that out. Again, the Commodores are dear to me because I grew up with all this stuff. This is what I was saying about earlier on.
when obviously this. I mean, it's like this is what I said about retro stuff. Bloody retro stuff is now getting really expensive because I suppose there's not much of it left. A bit like the old cars back in the days was when we was talking about the old classics. That's come up. That's look, and I still took dirt off it. Wow, that has come up a lot better. Obviously, this is up for sale on this front. It's obviously the Quartz synthesizer stereo tuner, and this works lovely because I tested this, and obviously on that front. So yeah, she's on eBay on that front. Would help if I took this off now. Thank you. Quite a load. I didn't take that off, did I? Yeah, we would sit there and swap fluff with this, copying him stuff for hours. Exactly. It's like you said. That brings back the good old days where we was sitting there on that front. The Amigas. This is where the Amiga was doing well when it come back in. Yeah, the Commodore MPS 8 Docs mate was around about 30 quid on eBay. What? No, it's all they fetch. Nice little tuner, that. Yeah, it is, Pete. It's actually it is. It's a nice little. It's a really nice one. It's getting for its time. You surprised me here, Mr. Hotcows. I thought that would have fetched more money than that. Wow. So not all retro stuff is great money on that front. But there's so little left of it now. You wouldn't think for something like that's been left that long, right? That obviously you don't get to see ever again. It only fetches that amount of littleness, which I'm really surprised. But it varies. Oh right, okay. It varies. It's because it's there's one on those for around about 80 as well. So again, it's that price range, isn't it? It's what it differs on that front. I'm gonna dig. I'm glad Mr. Pico mentioned that because I haven't got round to fixing that yet, which I'm gonna do right now before I forget to do it. One thing I did want to fix, and it went right out of my head until you reminded me. Which I'm going to do right now. I did want to get round to doing this, so this was another one that I did want to finish off up front. So I'm glad he brought that up because that completely went out of my head. I've just stuck it, put it on there on that front. I did do I've done a few mods to this. So on this C64, again, I've got a mark on that which I can't get off, which is bloody annoying. This come in the hospice. It wasn't working, but it was gonna. There it is, lol. Yeah. So the issue that I've got, obviously, the latch is not latching it at the end of the day, and I did do a mod. So I've put a reset mod onto this, and I put it at the back. Done it all carefully. So you've got all the ports at the back of it. These things are a thing of beauty. I did try to retro brightness the best I can. Obviously, the badge was all bent up. This had multiple issues. It did partially work. The picture wasn't great, but it was due to the ports not having the thing in it. Yeah, I used to have the reset mod on my old one. Well, I put that on there.
Well, obviously you've got to put a chip on it, and I'll open it up and I'll show you, because obviously I've got to fix this anyway. I'm glad you brought that up, and I wrote on there video, because I didn't know which one the bloody video was in. On that front, well, it's actually, we've got one screw missing there straight away, so that ain't the greatest to start off. So yes, I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Pico, because obviously I didn't get round to actually doing it. Another person down the street and their dad had the reset mod. Yes, there's always someone in it. I think he had a laser display. He was obviously going down and bloody hell. Do you know what? If you had half of that back in them days, wouldn't you? They must have thought you was bloody rich. Oh, that's too funny. He was literally coming down here thinking, hang on a minute. You sure that geese? He sounds familiar, you know. He goes, he said, you sure you don't know him, dear? So there she is in her formal glory. Let me undo the... Yeah. So I can take this out. And I'm going to take that out. So what I've done to this, I've done a little bit of a mod thing on there. So I'll show you what I've done. Obviously, I haven't touched the RAF shielding on this. I've just left it as standard. So again, so I managed to put in a module for the reset mod, right? Now, I've put it on a, obviously you've got to be careful because, you know, I've put it on a plastic foam pad, which it don't come with. I managed to put it on a couple of plastic foam pads to keep it off the stand, because obviously you've got components sitting on there. So that then comes in, because this ain't soldered. You think this is soldered, it's not. So basically all this does, the glitch, it's like a form of glitching. Because you're thinking, well, how does it work then at the end of the day? Because if you have a look, it has to be soldered to the point underneath the board, which I've done, right? So there's two wires. The wires go right up in that corner that go underneath this point here, which I soldered. Let me move the camera up. So I soldered, it goes under the board and then it goes right up here, right? So this is where I soldered. You can actually see where I soldered on there. I put caption tape over there. It was 2 points on the actual cartridge. So you take it from the cartridge end, and it's just 2 ports. And that's it. That's all you do. You don't. Yeah, that's the only 2 bits you do. That then, the purple and the white one is then your reset, and that is your data line and your reset. So one's a data one and one's a reset. So basically, that then goes back to this controller, then goes back to the switch, and when you press the button, it resets it as if you've turned it on and off. Because the only way to reset this, which I don't never like, you have to keep turning it on and off to reset it. I think it's a really bad design for Commodore, which when they designed this, when what's his name, Jacques Shamel, when he designed Commodore itself, someone did say that, oh, we was going to make another Commodore that we was going to put a reset switch in, right? And on the, obviously this being a revision 1, this was the very first of what they call the bread bin revision, because obviously you had the VIC-20. Now the VIC-20 did have a reset. The VIC-20 did have a reset, a little reset button on it. The Commodore didn't, because it obviously changed. Such a shame. Yeah, wait, one pin 33 and pin 1. I can't remember that. It's where you soldered it to. I can take it off and I'll show you. Right, it won't take long, and it's I'll have to be careful, and because obviously this is all tucked in. So let me take this out and I'll show you. I'll show you exactly how I've done it. I've done it all properly. It was all properly done, and it's all because I have to take this out, otherwise you can't. I'll show you exactly where I've soldered. They give me, I've already done these. I've done these a few times, so it's not too hard to do because I've done a few Commodores. This is what I said. This is what I love about this. I used to do this back in the early 80s, so it really didn't make no difference to me, and it ain't changed since. Again, this is what you learn over the years of when you used to have the old consoles. Hold up. Let me read your message. I can't see them. I'm bat-eyed. Yeah, I've seen your Epic Fast Load cartridge on your 64. I had one of those. Yes. Again, I've got a couple of them. I've got Kung Fu Flash, and I've got one of them ones as well. So right, I've got to take this out because this board will not come out. So obviously, let me take the board out and I'll show you exactly where I soldered. I've done this before I got into streaming, because otherwise I could have showed you it when I was doing it live. But it doesn't matter, I'll show you. Don't take that long. I'll give her a good clean inside. This has been fully retro brightened. Finished that bike. I'm back with you now. Oh nice, you finished it. Well done. I can't believe we've got 1 week to go. 1 week to go for Christmas Day. For this 1 week from today is Christmas. It's going to be Christmas Day. It's gone around that quick. 1 year. Wow. It was only a short while ago when we was all sitting out in the bloody garden enjoying the sunshine. Ha! Now we have to sit down into bloody pitch blackness and we have to close the curtains at 3 o'clock because it's too bloody dark. Tell you what, the Commodores is literally these, and they've got some. They have seriously got some. There weren't no more. Let me double check to make sure. See, I have missed that one. They have got loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of screws in the Commodore. And it's one thing I say. There's another one in the corner. So I mean, another one in the corner. They did have some screws. I give the Commodore that. The hat goes off to them. So you can obviously see that I've retro brightened this. It's the best I can get it. Left on for a few days. So the issue that I end up doing, I had to do a mod on here, and this is what I had to do. So basically, what I've done, I took it off. There was a jumping point, right? So first things first, this doesn't affect, rule number one, this doesn't affect the tape cartridge. It still works from the tape cart because I plugged the tape cart in, it works lovely. All this does, it gives it the reset glitch. This is all it's doing, it's tricking the actual CPU to think that you've turned it off and turned it back on again. That's all it does. So basically, let me grab a screwdriver. I've took from, I forgot which pin this is. This is obviously the back of the tape cart. So I'll just count it down. I always count it down from the bottom. So it's pin 2 going up to pin 7. That's one small black wire to that point. And then I can't see because they're bloody clear. Of course, I can't see anything. And then there's another one coming off. No, so I can't see it properly because of the way it's got. Right, no, this pin didn't go to that pin. So this pin come over to here. So that was pin 7 going to pin 2 on the same line. Right, that then gives that bridge. Then I took pin 2 that comes off, that went down onto that board underneath where I've soldered it, and then onto pin 1. So basically that then comes all the way over from that corner all the way over to here. So you have to do 2 lots on that board side. So, and then that then comes into these small components. Obviously They're just resistors, a couple of resistors and a few capacitors at the end of it. And I'll just put a little bit of caption tape and mount it up to the board. And basically, then that goes, injects in, builds up a bit of voltage because it feels like it's like a form of shock system. Then it comes back out straight in to the pin where obviously I have now got into that. So that's what I'm saying. The 3 wires that I've attached, then that's where these go in because that goes directly to the board. So obviously the output, so this is going to be your input, this will be your output because obviously once you press it, it resets. It's actually quite straightforward. Good little hack though, and it works flawless. It took me a little while, but I've done that obviously before I got into streaming. But otherwise I would have streamed it and showed you guys. I had the guide, but I didn't need the guide because obviously I've done these ones before for the Commodores. I had one for the VIC-20, exactly the same way, because the VIC-20 is virtually a Commodore 64 anyway. Well, my brother, interest is in fast. I don't even remember seeing him. Cool. How do I know about the C6? How do you know about the C64 mod? Well, the good thing is, being Gen X, obviously in the mid 80s, you learnt it off your mate because your mate's seen it, do it off his friend, and it was a friend of a friend of a friend. So and you're thinking, bloody hell, it can't be that easy, surely not. And that's how I learned. So I just know roughly where these go, and it works flawless every time on that front. So I went straight away. It's years of knowing. It's just years of knowing when you had these back in the early 80s. And obviously I did. I had a lot of these consoles back in the 80s and I lost them. They all went out of existence. I'm just very fortunate that I managed to get 90% of what I lost in the 1980s. I've now got back, which I was very lucky to do because obviously I didn't think I would actually get any of these back again. But I just thought it's one of them eras that is thinking it's gone and it's gone forever. You can only remember them on that front. No, I was actually quite fortunate on that front. And the ports on the legs on these are nice and gold. They're not scuffed. It's hardly. There's a little bit of carbon wear on that. I can see a little bit of blackness. I could give that a quick clean while I'm here, and give that a little bit. Just rub a little bit of IPA and get that off. But fantastic. These are one of my all-time favourites. If you can't get a Commodore 64, go and get yourself a VIC-20. Very simple, because they've got the same architecture. Exactly the same architecture. The only difference was these had better chips. The sound was better. The graphics was a little bit better, but virtually the same architecture. I think the C64 started to fail in half the keys that wouldn't work at some point. Well, they did, yeah. I mean, it's, like you said, you know what does that? It's the carbonated tracks that when you push the key down, it wasn't making contact. Because again, these had the exactly same issues of the Spectrums. The membrane that picks on, they fail over time. Now that one's in pretty good nick. It wasn't being used much, so it's been looked after. I don't even know what these fetch. I've not even looked up. I've hardly looked up with any of the price of any of this stuff. I don't. It's like you said. All I do is just put them together, clean them, and bang, they're working. The VIC-20 was used by the bomb squad for the robots for disarming bombs. Yeah, there you go. That's a fact. It's what a fact that is. So the bomb squad obviously used them. That's quite a task, isn't it? Yeah, I totally agree. What a bloody what a turnout that is. Bloody bomb squad used it. Yeah, look it up. I will do. I don't even know what do actually Commodore 64s fetch now. The old bread bins. I'm going to say roughly around about 130. That front.
I don't even know what they fetch. Even the Vic 20s, I don't even know how much they fetch. Unboxed. Obviously, I ain't got a box for this. Don't need a box anyway. I just wanted to put it on show. Yeah. Blood Sauce. That Ronald Tonsils, he's a troublemaker. That's another thing I end up using. A couple of old rubbers. These clean the tracks up lovely. Just give them a little gentle rub over, then IPO them after. This is why I love restoring. They're like just bringing it back. Get the old restore point going back again. God, he's farted again. God almighty. He's really letting one go tonight, I'm telling you. That's nasty. Nasty. Really, really nasty. Oh yeah, we got a little bit of carbon build up on that side. I'll have to clean that. Oh, Jesus. That dog really drops one. Oh, mate. I'm telling you, that dogs can really fart, can they? When they fart, they seriously fart. I mean, he does silent ones, but God almighty, he absolutely chokes the room out. He does. He just chokes the room out. You're thinking, oh my, thanks, Bonson. I mean, I know you got to give me a present, but I don't want that type of present. He's literally a psychopath on another level. He always leaves me something, that lad. Unbelievable. Silent but deadly farts, most definitely. The one who's dealt it, smelt it. He can't smell it, but I dealt with it. Oh, great, thanks. I want to get all that carbon off the tracks. It's not good to leave that carbon on, because this is what I'm saying about taking that off. Because what happens, tracks, when you put it on there, it's taking off the metal laminatings of the thing. So when you're pushing it on, that's the only things with these retro consoles, that you've got to keep these tracks clean. A 1980s robotics improvements controls Mr. Skemish from the 1970s to the 80s. The bomb disposal robots were very simple, often remoted and controlled mostly analogued and relays, and based on sometimes of the custom built by the defence and the contractors or the police. They technically used the times to save time and home. Ace! Like the computers like the Vic 20. Bloody hell. Unbelievable. The dog keeps, Ace, the dog keeps farting. It literally, he really drops one and all. He'd enough smell when he dropped it. Literally. Mate, it's nasty. You don't want to breathe it in. It's like Chernobyl. You think, oh God. I better put the screws back first, because otherwise I forget where these come. No, there's no bread in that bin. No, I'm afraid not, my friend. That is true. There's no bread in that. That's why they call them the bread bins, because it looked like a bread bin. Hence the name. That name stuck with it. They even called that in the 80s the bread bin, dreaded bread bin.
This is not an original Xbox. No, no, obviously not. I've got on to other parties. Yeah, I really should change that title. Should have just called it Multiple Fixes. Yes, Ace is right. I've put on the title original Xbox OG. I went, yeah, actually, well, that's a funny looking original Xbox, isn't it? You know, you think, hang on a minute. We've gone back in time. We've actually gone forward in time, not gone back in time. Yeah, you're right. They are roughly about. I know roughly what they fetch. It sounds about right. About 130. That's without it boxed. It's very hard to get a box for these. Very. If they are, you're going to be looking in the 500 regions. Just for the box, it won't be worth it. The IBM System 4, the Pi, and the family devices computers used for various versions of the F-15 Eagle fighters. Really, today? Wow. The E-3 Sentry, the AWACS Harpoon missiles, and the NASA Sky symbol as a shuttle as well. Bloody hell. I didn't know that. Yeah, we're learning. It's still like going back to school and learning again. The other aircraft development began in '65. In 1967. That was developed by IBM's, the Federal System Division, and processed the Electrics System Center in. I can't pronounce that. Somewhere in New York, but even so, but it goes to show, didn't it? And their computers for obviously IBM's back in the early days. Obviously, no one could afford an IBM because obviously these machines were massive. Obviously, they did scale down over time. This is why China jumped on board and started doing custom chips. And obviously they dominated the market, and this is what brought it into home computing on that front. And it obviously did, because there's living proof of it. Right, so that one there has got to go into that one. Yeah, they stuck with the same PC system in the shuttle. I suppose they would do, because the shuttle's quite big. So yeah, but even so, what was that? What was that noise out there? The IBMs were obviously big computers. So like you said, they say it's the same in PCs, the shuttles, because the components had to be radiated and hot and hand opened. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Yeah, each shuttle was more than 300 electrics, and in the black boxes with over 300 miles of wiring. Oh my god. And 120,400,000 wiring segments with 6.491 connectors. So that's 6,000 connectors connected as well on top. Fucking hell, it goes to show, didn't it? How ridiculous was that? Literally, you can't grasp how mad that is, of how many they've managed to put in. You're thinking, bloody hell. Seriously, that is some seriously, that's some serious putting together. Wow. Absolutely wow. I cannot believe that. That's my, yeah. Do you know what, Mr. Watkels? You're right, 100%.
that's not no sledge, is it? I mean, not for that amount, it ain't. Bloody hell! No wonder they needed a bit of a a piggyback. It's probably the bloody weight it was all carrying. You think they could have shedded thousands of pounds by, obviously they had modern equipment today. They didn't have to carry all that big IBM bulky stuff floating around. Oh, and like you said, radiation wouldn't do that too kind. Them chips were really, the chips were really like delicate back in them days. I'm trying to have a look to make sure that I have not forgot to put anything else. Oh God, yeah, it's giving me bloody heartburn now. There must have been different revisions on this, because look at what it says at the bottom. I've just noticed this at the end of the day. Right, it says revision B. So this is a revision B one. On that, obviously, a sassy number. I assume that's for assembly number, right? This was an assembly number of number 250,407. That's probably how many they've made. Like ridiculous. Obviously, that number was growing. How many they actually put on that front? I was quite surprised. But it's a Rev B, so they must do a Rev A. Revision A on this. We've got resistors, we've got transistors. Just have a look and make sure these caps ain't shorting out or they're bent over too much. Obviously these things do fetch a little bit. The Commodores, don't get to see them though. They are beautiful. They are nice machines. Not much in them, to be totally honest. But what's in these Commodores, actually, like you think these were pumped out by the thousands, obviously, but these weren't cheap. I think retail, when these come out in the mid 80s, it's about 80, what did these come out? About 83, 84? Sounds about right. About 80, yeah, it's got 83 written on it. So it's about 83, 84 when these started getting produced into the UK. Obviously, these were retailing, if I remember correctly, from the 1980s, I think these were retailing at roughly around about 289. 279, 289, sounds about right, less than 300 quid. I remember, obviously, they was quite expensive back in the days, even from the mid 80s, early 80s or mid 80s. Yeah, it's same as when I left school. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I left school in 86, and I went straight into, I was working at Woolworths at the time, and they still kept me there, even when I left school. So I left in about 86 on that front, and then I stayed there for about a year, but I was looking for another job. Obviously I was helping my dad at the woodyard at the time, so obviously I was doing 2 jobs helping out, and yeah, it was actually quite cool on that front. And then we put him to move. He sold the business. Someone else took, well, he didn't sell it, someone else wanted to buy the business, so he left, and we went up, moved up to Norfolk. We was all living up Norfolk at the time, so yeah, it's a fair old trot. And then what did I work down when I left Woolies at that point. I still got some of the Woolworths stuff on that front. So I know that I have got some bits that still got Woolworths still stamped on it. I've got a bag somewhere, it's still got Woolworths bloody on it. It's a Woolies bag. They laugh when they see it. They went, fucking hell, how old are you going back? Yeah, don't ask. Just don't ask. Pick. Yeah, the old pick and mix. Oh, yeah. Who loves a good old pick and mix? I think I ate more than what I picked. Let's try that one. Let's try that one. They did have the security cameras back in the 80s. So you could get away with it when you was a kid. I think I had about 10 pence worth. Because that's all it was. You could use to go in here. And it was a bit like in Woolies, which I always remember, they had a thing called like it was like a pick and mix bag, a dab bag they called it, or the dab bags, and basically they had toys in it. You had a sherbet dip, like a little bit of licorice, and again it was only about 20 or 30 pence. It wasn't a lot, obviously. On that they kept the prices because the price wasn't on it. I mean, you know, it's probably like the value is what it was worth. I used to like them though, because you get like a little plastic toy, and I'm wondering what you got. Half the time, it just went in the rubbish. It went in the bin. It's just like put it in the bin. Hey, why am I collecting that? And that's what you do. Now I wish I kept it. So I thought, well, I should have thrown that in a bin. You know, obviously now it'd have been like everything else. It'd have been worth money to keep. I thought, oh no. But I did. After time, I went, how fucking am I keeping this crap? Put it in the bin. Yeah. So I thought, yeah. Just want to make sure I've got everything. That did make me laugh. Seriously. Just to make sure I ain't got left nothing out. Yeah, they made me laugh. No, it was called a gift bag. That's it. It was called a gift bag. The gift bags. That's it. I remember now. The gift bags the Woolies used to sell the gift bags, and it was a mystery bag. So far, you've done 8 hours with your stream, so you're going for another 10 minutes of this time. You know, another 8 hours, Jesus. Yes, it was. It was definitely the gift bags. I remember it. It was the things that Woolworths used to do. They was in like a little clear bag. The bag weren't, but you could barely pick it up with your hands. But they was great, really great, because you had like a little toy. You had like a sherbet fizz, and you had like they had like the key rings with the jellies. They looked like a ring that you used to put on and bite off with your finger. I thought, oh no. So yes, I bought a couple of them. I actually did like them, but I was looking more forward towards the toy. Yeah, I remember them, like the penny mix bags. That's it. Yeah, they was great. You used to have a little bit of everything in them. I've got to put this. For fuck's sake! I've got to put the bloody shield back on. I got so excited. I've got to take all this back off. I've got the fucking shield here. I'm going, what's this? What's this for? Look, port 1, port 2, power on and off. Oh, I thought, hang on, why have I got 2 screws left? Oh no. Yeah, I used to go into my mum's in the cooperative in the house in Basingstoke and redeem the old Green Shield stamps. Fucking hell! I mean, literally is, isn't it? Green Shield. They used to give you a catalogue to see how many, how many you've got, and what's named on it. One of them Green Shields. I can't believe I just fucked up there big time. I've got to put the shield on. I got so excited. I thought, hang on, why have I got 2 screws? Something's not right. Fuck. I've got to take it all back out. See, this is what you get when you get older, your memory goes. you think your brain's going to sleep. You're thinking, oh no, I've never done that. I've never done that honestly. But seriously, you do. You get up, you wake up, and it's got a clue outside. You're thinking, hang on a minute, fucking hell, what am I doing? I can't even remember what fucking day it is. It goes to show, innit? Obviously, you're going cuckoo. Your brain's gradually slowing down. As we're all getting a bit older, you're getting more forgetful. And you're thinking, oh no, you definitely think Andy hasn't got there yet. Wait till he gets to our ages. You're thinking, like I said, or Mr. Stu, he hasn't got there yet. Oh, do you know what's... no, Mr. Worms. It's Mr. Worms. He hasn't got there yet. He hasn't reached our age. It's terrible. It's actually getting to the point where in your life you think, fucking hell, all you end up doing is medication, waking up, fucking back's aching. You're thinking, Jesus, I feel like a couple of I feel like a geriatric. You're thinking, it ain't getting to that point, is it? Yep, it's definitely getting to that point. It's not good. So, yes. Oh, that's giving me an headache through laughing, that is. Right, I've got to lift this up, put the shield on.